12 rounds, ding ding. Sick and tired of the whole damn thing, yeah. Stick a move in the ring. You can hit me with the words you fling. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, 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 no. Got the belt like a king, heavyweight champion of the whole damn thing, yo. Full of gas, full of spin, Jekyll and Hyde, you're the evil twin. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, you're never gonna. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, no. Be lucky if I stick around. Maybe foolish, but I ain't a clown. No, no, no. You're never gonna keep me down. You're never gonna keep me down. No, no, try to fight it, gorgeous mind, don't deny it. See the way that you look, it's too much. Now I'm sure I'm on time. Don't be late, time to go. I won't wait. All yours, better for you. All yours, all yours. All yours.
Good morning and welcome to day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. The first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are at South Boomerang Beach again today. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. How are you, Robbo?
I'm very well, and what a beautiful morning we've got here. We've got clean conditions and fun little waves on the same bank as yesterday. We're at South Boomerang and we're in for a great day. Opening with the women.
Beautiful conditions here at Boomerang. The sun is shining and look at those clean, glassy conditions. Light winds today. We are back in this southern corner. And what a beautiful day we have for day number 2. Looking at our schedule, we are starting with the women's round of 56. That is the surfers in the water currently. We'll be leading the way today. We're moving into the men's round of 64 and then back into the women's round of 48. We do have 20-minute heats today, 28 heats to be surfed. And it is going to be another cracker of a day here, Robbo.
It is, and yep, super clean conditions this morning. Swell hasn't come up as much as we were hoping, but it's starting to show a little bit. So confident that it's just going to improve throughout the day, and it should be a fantastic day. It's going to be great viewing because the high seeds enter across men's and women's divisions today. So yeah, get ready for an amazing day. I enjoyed yesterday. You know, they were small waves, but they were performance waves, and we saw some great heats, particularly at the end of the day. There was some sensational surfing going down, and to watch such high-quality surfing in small waves is exciting, and there are a lot of exciting heats, and we can expect more of the same today, if not, well, most likely even better, because we go into the high seeds entering these rounds. So, yep, it should be a great day, and we're in a great part of the world here at Boomerang Beach. It's just a perfect day and super clean conditions at the moment. So, yeah, strap in and enjoy the day.
And we do have women's heat number 1 in the water. Ellie Brooks in the red, Gabby Spake in the blue, and Molly Shepherd in the white. Well, Ellie Brooks in the red, she opened up with a 4.5, Robbo. She's just come off a 3rd place finish at the Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. She must be feeling good leading into this event.
Well, first thing I want to know is, how come she's in round 1?
Maybe a late entry, we weren't sure, because another one, Sarah Baum, who actually won that event, is also in this round.
Yeah, it's got to be a late entry or something, which doesn't make sense to me because these athletes they're organised. But here's Ellie Brooks now. I think this is a replay, and she is a great surfer. I've watched her at the Tweed Coast Pro, and fantastic surfing, and we can expect her to... You know, she's one of the favourites for the events, as is Sarah Baum from South Africa. She won last week on the Tweed Coast, and they're in round 1. So confident they'll get through round 1 and get deep into this event. But yeah, I was wondering, how come Ali and Sarah are in round 1?
I think we were all wondering the same thing there, Robbo. But I guess surfers drawing their names today in this first round would kind of be looking at it thinking the same thing.
Yes.
But you've got to beat everyone.
You've got to beat everyone. It doesn't matter. And if you come up against the number 1 seed or number 2 seed early, well, the good surfers take it on the chin and they take it as a challenge, and they rise to the challenge or they learn from the experience.
Ellie Brooks, she has certainly been rising to the challenge this year for 2023. She's been off to a good start. She had that third place at the Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000, and she was also a crucial component to the M&M Board Riders team who took out the Usher Cup earlier this year as well.
Yeah, well, she's an exciting surfer and has a great future, I'm sure. We look at how the women off the Australian circuit progress onto the Challenger Series and how they progress onto the CT, and showcasing that at the moment is Molly Picklin. I mean, it was only a year ago she was on these circuits, and now she's winning championship tour events in Hawaii, and there's a number of young women behind Molly Picklin that are doing, using Molly as an example of how to progress through these stepping stones that the World Surf League's created, and this is a major stepping stone. This event here, a 3000 QS, you get a win or a finals result here, you're well on the way to making it onto the Challenger Series, and once you get onto that Challenger Series, the window is there to get onto the championship tour. I guess, Brittany, when you were surfing, you would have loved this sort of format and this sort of pathway?
I would have much preferred this format, to be honest, Robbo. I think it's just a great opportunity for surfers to be able to surf in their own regions. They don't have to travel as much. They can stick to their routines as much as possible, being in their own country, and save a bit of money as well. When I was competing on the QS, we had to travel internationally if we wanted to make that world tour, and obviously, those funds do add up. And I think having events like this, not only are they great points, like the winner takes 3,000 points for this QS, but they also have good money on the line if they take the win as well.
I think that's Ellie Brooks again, is it?
Sure is. That is the surfer in red. But I feel like it's an opportunity not only to rack up those points and qualify for the Challenger Series, but you can also make some good money competing in these events, which can then fund your tour on the Challenger Series.
And that's excellent feedback. And I know a few of the people that were active or proactive in creating the change, and I'm sure they'd love to hear that feedback, because that's exactly what the design was meant to cater for, meant to help people stay in their own regions, and you can still get plenty of travel because they dual sanction into the Asia region. So there's still some travel, but like you said, you're not running all over the world spending copious amounts of money just to try and qualify. You can do it in your own area, and that's a fantastic thing.
And one of the reasons that change was made, for anyone that's tuning on in and not sure why we have this WSL regional qualifying series, it actually came off the back of COVID. The WSL had to change their restructure with the QS. What used to be a global series has now been regionalised. So the WSL, they do have 7 regions, one of them being where we are now, the Australia-Oceania region. And each region hosts their own qualifying series that will then qualify the surfers for the Challenger Series, where they then compete for their spots on the World Tour. So it's a great initiative from the WSL. They did adapt to the world situation, and it's worked.
It has worked. It's been outstanding. One of the very few positive outcomes of COVID.
In the water with just under 12 minutes remaining, it is Ellie Brooks in the lead in the red. She's locked in a 4.5 and a 2.83. Molly Shepherd in the white at 2.73 and just a 0.5. Gabby Spake in the blue. Looks like she's having a look at this one. The surfer from the Northern Beaches cracks that section and gets the completion. So all surfers now with a number on the board. Still plenty of time remaining. These are 20-minute heats. Priority is at play. And it's good to see the women in the water today, Robbo.
It is. It is. There's been some, watching the Tweed Coast Pros, some of the talents coming through are amazing, and we're in for another great day. I'll tell you the other thing that I think's made this circuit and made these stepping stones, and more by chance and timing than anything, but surfing's inclusion in the Olympics. I think that's just upped the ante on all regions providing opportunities for their surfers. It's part of the sport's become so professional and so global over the last 5 years, and integrating in with governments and partnerships that want to be involved in the sport. I think it's all, it's booming. And there's events, I mean, the Australian leg is really strong, but this is happening all over the world. All these regions are creating these professional events and creating these pathways that are working. And yeah, it's exciting times to be a young surfer.
It is. And speaking of those Australian teams related to the Olympics, Gabby Spake, she was actually part of the Team Irukandjis, the Team Australia, last year in the juniors. So she's had that opportunity to represent her country and, you know, maybe one day use that as a stepping stone to look to compete in those Olympics.
Yep, absolutely.
Just under 10 minutes on the clock. This is our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. We are at South Boomerang Beach. Great to have VISSLA back on board again this year. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events for the past 4 years or so. They're great to have them back this year. This event would not be possible, and neither would this whole series. There's 4 events in this leg along this New South Wales coastline. If you're tuning in live, maybe open another browser on your webpage, type in VISSLA.com or sisterevolution.com. Grab yourself some gear. Got some great clothing, great accessories.
Fantastic partners.
And they're pretty environmentally friendly as well, which is a bonus. Great to see VISSLA jumping on board with sustainability.
Great to see Ali Brooks getting a nice wave and some good opening turns.
Blue answers back. That's Gabby Spake. It's a bit of a flat, fat section on that right-hander, but they'll make their way back out there, reset. Only 3 surfers here in heat number 1 of the women's. We're starting with the women's round of 56. This is the first time they've hit the water in this event, day number 2. Molly Shepherd up and riding, cracks that section. Can she get a finish? I just feel like she could have been a little bit more energetic on that last little foam climb there, Robbo.
Yeah, the first turn was strong. But yeah, you need to back it up with more moves to get up into the good scoring range. But yeah, the opening turn looked really strong.
Here we have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. It's a really strong first turn. I just feel like she could maintain that flow and momentum to kind of sell the judges on that last section.
Yeah, it could have been, yeah. The finish could have been better. But the first turn was quality all the way.
Now there it is, last of white, Molly Shepherd, a 3.13. It pushes her into second place. Gabby Spake in the blue, now in third. Surfer in blue, she locked in a 4. She has a backup of a 1.5 and really not looking for much to advance through at this stage. We have a surfer having a look at this one. It's a quick up and out there for Molly Shepherd in the white. We also had another score there for Ellie Brooks in the red, a 3.77. So not much of substance so far here, Robbo, with just over 7 minutes on the clock. I feel like it's still anyone's heat.
It is, but I think it looks to me like it's a similar situation to yesterday afternoon where there will be a lot of mid-range scores.
Surfer in white is staying busy. She doesn't have priority, so I feel like she's just kind of hunting the lineup a little bit. I feel like sometimes being in the first heat can be a little bit detrimental sometimes, Robbo. Like, you don't have a heat beforehand to watch. You might have watched the free surfers, but with so many people in the water, it's kind of hard to gauge where the bank is.
You've got to get up early.
Yeah, that's another one.
You've got to be prepared.
You got up early this morning. You're here.
Yeah. You've probably got to try and have a dip in the water before you heat, maybe.
I feel like even if you're not catching many waves, like sometimes you can get to a QS event and the lineup is just scattered with QS surfers. It's so competitive, it's so aggressive, and some surfers choose not to go out there of a morning, but I feel like sometimes it can pay off just to paddle out. Even if you're not catching waves, you can just find your position in the lineup and
get wet.
Just get a feel for it.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, first heat is a tough one.
Conditions should improve as the morning continues. I think we have a high tide around, say, 20 past 11-ish. It was 10 past 10 yesterday. And it did improve as the water hit the bank. surfers were able to get that inside connection and link them all the way to the beach in the afternoon yesterday as the tides start to run back out. Just got a bit slower.
Has its moments, that's for sure.
Absolutely beautiful day here at Boomerang Beach. The day number 1 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Day number 2. I'm still in yesterday's time zone. There is just over 5 minutes on the clock. This event wouldn't be possible without our naming rights partner, Camplify. Tell you what, I'm definitely a fan of that van life. I have a van myself, travelling up and down the coast, and thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community, you can chase swells. It has never been so easy. You can hire a camper van from the widest variety and cruise the coast searching for the next set in style. Download the Camplify app today. Check that one out.
I'm going to download that app today. I've been looking at the Camplify and I Googled and I've had a read of my notes and I'm going, this looks like a great idea, and I'm definitely going to look into it further. And like you said, the vans and the opportunities you get to travel around especially the coastline, it's fantastic. And this looks like a great idea that Camplify has come up with, and I'm going to get deeper into the app today for sure. On my next break, I'm downloading the app.
Great to have them on board, and well, might be an opportunity for you to get in a van. You told me how you regretted the sale of your van. Well, you can hire one through Camplify.
Exactly. I've done the van thing and I've enjoyed it, and I'm looking at it and thinking I could do it again for sure. And there's plenty of people doing it.
A lot.
I live in Torquay, and whenever I go down to Point Danger at Torquay to check out the surf, there'd be a dozen vans down there living the van life, and I look at it with envy sometimes and think I could be doing that, and I could be anywhere in Australia enjoying it. So yeah, Camplify, it's a great idea, and I'm sure it's going to be successful. This online share world of how they do things is just growing and growing.
I feel like it's a great opportunity too. You see more people on the road, and I just feel like even a lot of work opportunities have gone digital now, and people have the option to work from home or work externally or off-site, and
it's incredible.
Travel in a van and sit in your car or at the beach, and you're still earning money, you're still working.
You can be working, you can have a dondle with you and be on the 5G networks, and yep, super productive. That's what they're doing. It's incredible. They're probably renting their houses out as well and living the high life.
Perfect lifestyle.
It is.
Back to the live action in the water with just over 2 minutes on the clock. It is currently Ellie Brooks in the red in first place. She has a 4.5 and a 3.77. Gabby Spake in second place in the blue. She's locked in a 4 and a 2.77. The surfer in blue is chasing a 4.28 if she wants to take first place. And it is Molly Shepherd in the white in third, looking for a 3.65. So she's already got a 3.13. If she can just slightly improve on that, she'll move herself into second place.
And unbelievably, we've got about 1.5 minutes remaining. We've been chatting away. The clock's been ticking down. This is a close heat. It's only the surfer in third that will be eliminated. So there's nothing in it. 3.65 for third to go to second.
It's just interesting to note the separation between these competitors in the water. You've got one way further north, surfer in the middle, and then I think another's just paddled further south. So all three surfers
hunting for waves.
Different banks out here at South Boomerang.
Yep.
Ellie Brooks in first place, but she's in third priority. Gabby Spake in second, but she's holding first priority. So Ellie Brooks, current heat leader, she has paddled away off the bank, away from those competitors. She's just having a chat to the competitor in the next heat. She's chilled.
She'd be glad she got that first wave, the 4.5, because that's going to be the best wave of the heat with 30 seconds remaining.
I'm just so surprised that Gabby Spake hasn't sat closer to the competitor in the white. 20 seconds on the clock. Ellie Brooks in the red. Well, that's just a victory lap for the surfer in the red.
That could be her best wave. 3 sharp turns there.
And an opportunity just passes Molly Shepherd by, just not able to take that drop. So
As they count down.
to conclude heat number 1 of the women's round. Looks as though it'll be Ellie Brooks in the red taking the win over Gabby Spake in second. Molly Shepherd in the white in third.
4.83 for a final ride.
We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back with all the live action.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it.
Stars when you shine,
New South Wales.
you know how
A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to the live action of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robinson. How are you going, Robbo?
Yeah, we've got a great day here and we're into the second heat of the day, and there's been a few waves caught already, and Sarah Baum with a 5.83 has the best of them. That's a great ride from Sarah Baum in the white, a 5.83. And she's in form at the moment, Britt.
She's just come off a win from the Tweed Coast Pro QS 5000. That's it. The light's not on.
Okay, so Sarah Baum leads the heat and she is in great form. She's just come off a big win at the Tweed Coast Pro, which is probably her best result ever. She's an experienced competitor from South Africa. I believe she's living in Australia now, but representing South Africa, and she's just notched up the biggest win of her career, which was at the Tweed Coast Pro in fantastic waves. And we were wondering why Sarah's in round 1, because she would be a highly seeded surfer, and the seeded surfers actually enter this event in rounds 2 and 3, I think. So we're in round 1 here. I believe when round 1 concludes, we go back into the men's division, and there'll be round 3 of the men, the round of 64, and the high seeds enter that particular round. So that should be really exciting surfing throughout the day. So we've got just under 16 minutes remaining in this heat. And Sarah Bourne leading the heat quite comfortably. Just looking. Small conditions, but it's super clean. So we've got Britt back online, I believe. What happened there, Britt?
Everyone got sick of me talking.
No, not back online. So yeah, it is a smaller day, or a small day today, but super clean conditions. So we're looking forward to another super exciting day.
So we have Sarah Baum in the white, Giselle Sinclair in the blue, Coral Duran in the red. A great start for Sarah Baum with a 5.83. She's backed it up with a 0.83, so she'll be looking to replace that. We also have Giselle in the blue. She's locked in a 2.5 and a 0.33. And Coral Durant from Western Australia, just a 1.93. She'll be looking for some pretty good scores. She's a well-accomplished surfer. She actually featured in Surfing World back in September. Has done plenty of surfing on that west coast over the years, growing up in some solid waves. But the favourite on paper would have to be Sarah Baum, a surfer from South Africa, now living in Newcastle. She's just come off that first place win at the QS 5000 last week for the Tweed Coast Pro. And we've kind of been scratching our heads as to how she's in this first round. It must have been a late entry. I'm sure we might be able to find out that piece of information. There's just under 14 minutes on the clock for this women's heat number 2. Some good surfing from heat number 1. It was Ellie Briggs taking the win over Gabby Spake in second. Molly Shepherd in third, unfortunately bowing out. I'm sure she'll reset and make her way to the next event. This is our first event on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Beautiful morning here at South Boomerang Beach.
And a lot of the competitors are enjoying free surfs up and down the beach. They're probably doing their warm-ups on another bank a couple of heats before they're due to go in the water.
Here we go.
Here's our surfer in blue. Nice opening turn. Backs it up with another one. And I'm sure that's going to be her best wave of the heat so far. That's our surfer in blue.
That is Giselle Sinclair. She was in the events further up the coast.
Out the back, another, well, it looked like another good wave for Sarah Baum, but she came unstuck on the end. I missed the opening turn.
It is a stunning morning here at Boomerang. Better conditions, I feel, from yesterday morning. Just a cleaner wave face to work with. The wind is pretty light. And as the tide starts to fill in a bit, these competitors might have opportunities to just link those waves all the way through to that inside bank. It's still a bit slower this morning. The swell's probably not as big as some of these competitors expected, but hopefully we continue to get that pulse throughout the day.
Yeah, I believe there's a southerly swell that's going to build through the day. And Boomerang Beach, it's open to all swell directions, so it will suck whatever swell that's out there in onto these banks. So expect it to increase throughout the day and increase throughout the week. So we should have an amazing finish to this event.
This is a 4-day event. We'll be wrapping up on Friday. So we have day number 2. We had an excellent day of surfing yesterday for day number 1. We had all men in the water, except for the top seeds. And speaking of someone who should be a top seed, Ellie Brooks, we have you down there for an interview. It's Britt Nicol and Steve Robbo in the booth. How are you feeling after this morning's heat? It looks as though Ellie is not in that interview area yet, but we'll be sure to catch a glimpse of her soon. Back to the live action in the water with just under 11 minutes remaining. Sarah Baum in first place. She is no stranger to competitive surfing. She came close to qualifying a couple of years in a row there and stopped competing for a few years, and now she's back in the Rashi and giving it a proper crack. Giselle Sinclair in the blue, just a quick one there. Unfortunately, unable to stick the completion. But yeah, back to Sarah Baum. She's just come off a fresh win. She'll be going into this event with a bit of confidence and looking for another excellent finish. If she can lock in another 3,000 points, she'd be looking the goods to qualify for that Challenger Series, Robbo.
For sure. And yeah, she is a very experienced competitor. And as you said, pre-COVID, I think, she almost qualified for the championship tour. So she certainly has experience and, yeah, a high-quality surfer who's keen to get on the big stage.
And it must be hard too. Like Baumie, she was competing for so long. She had a major sponsor, came so close a couple of years in a row, and then I think she lost a major sponsor and then stopped competing there for a while. And you know, it's great to see Baumie back in the Rashi. She's been competing again full time for the last couple of years now, and she does have a major sponsor again, and she's got that support, and she's got great support over here in Australia through, you know, friends as well. So I just think someone like Baumie, she's been knocking on that door for so long. I think this year's her year.
It's been a few years since we've had a South African woman on the championship tour. I think
Bianca, maybe?
Bianca was the last one. What a fantastic surfer Bianca was. She was a medalist at the Olympics. And then before Bianca would have been Fergie. What was?
Rosie, maybe?
Yeah. Rosie Hodge. There was another one there as well. And I've lost her name. But yeah, a lot of great surfers out of South Africa, and it would be great to see another South African on tour. So Sarah Baum out there giving it everything.
So at the moment, with 8.5 minutes at the clock, it is Baumie in the lead. Giselle Sinclair in the blue in second place. She managed to lock in a 4. She's got a backup of a 2.5. So she's from the Sunshine Coast. I feel like she'd be used to conditions like this, Robbo.
Well, like yesterday, we had a few Sunshine Coast surfers dominate through the day, and yeah, these conditions very much similar to what you'd find on the Sunshine Coast 300 days of the year.
65 days of pumping.
Yes.
That's a beautiful spot up
It
there,
is.
though.
I love the Sunshine Coast, don't worry. And there's plenty of... Hope we're going to have a recap of this heat and the Mad Max recap. Hopefully we see Sarah Baum's early ride, that 5.83.
Here we go, thanks to Mad Max. Well, live action in the water. She had a quick look, opting not to take off. Didn't like the look of that one. And here we go, the Mad Max recap. Thanks to Mad Max, one of our partners. And this is the 5.83 from Sarah Baum. It's a great surfing on her backhand. Giselle Sinclair answered back straight away, flying down the line, gets the finish. And Baumie up again on her forehand. Just unable to stick the landing. But at the moment, just blue and white going wave for wave. And white again, Baumie, current heat leader, just losing her footing a couple of times throughout this heat. She might come in and have to re-wax that board. Giselle just not able to get the completion, so we didn't see much there from Coral Durant. Well, that's because she's locked in a 1.93 and a 0.5. It has been a sleepy heat for the competitor in the red. She's from Western Australia. She only needs a 4.57, so not much to get through to that next round. At the moment, it is Sarah Baum in first place and also holding first priority.
And she wants to get rid of that 0.87. Nobody wants a 0.87 in their counting scores, and I'm sure she will. Here we go. Our surfer in white, the current heat leader. And that's a good finish for that wave. Not a lot of power in the wave, but Sarah Baum was able to execute 2 strong, well linked together turns, and well, it certainly gets rid of the 0.87, and I think relative to the conditions that's going to be a decent score that comes in for Sarah, and she'll open up a big lead in this heat. Second place will be the place that Cole Durant will be looking to try and move into. She probably needs 2 new scores. I mean, she could get a 4.57, but she could also replace her 2 low scores at the moment. She's got enough time to do that, but she needs to get busy.
That is Bormy on screen. Just such a beautiful style on her backhand.
That's going to be a decent score.
There's so much maturity in Bormy. And red, well, that's Cole Durant opening up her campaign. She did only lock in a 1.93 before that, and there it is, a 3.77 for the surfer in red, Coral. She's now chasing a 2.74, but the score I'm interested in, Sarah Baum in the white, she's locked in a 6.27. Well and truly run away with this heat number 2 of the women's division. The surfer in blue, Giselle Sinclair, now chasing an excellent ride of an 8.1 to take that lead. It really is a battle for second place here, Robbo.
It is. So that last wave for red, a 3.77, that's put her right in the mix. She only needs a 2.74 to go to second now. So we predicted that. She could go for 1 wave or she could replace her 2 waves. She's going to replace her 2 waves. This surfer, Sarah Baum, she's way out in front. She's basically got first position secured, I think. But second place, that's right up for grabs. Blue and red. So the surfer in blue, she'll want to get rid of the 2.5. That's her second scoring ride. She'll want to improve on that. And the surfer in red looking for just a 2.74.
And look at that, a game of cat and mouse.
It is.
Blue and red, they are almost stuck together like glue. This is where strategy comes into play, but 3.5 minutes on the clock. If there's another set with more than 1 wave in it, there is going to be another opportunity for the surfer in red. She's only looking for a 2.74. It's such a tricky situation to be in.
It's interesting, and the judges watch these situations closely because you can't be 100% focused on blocking your surfer.
No, and well, Giselle Sinclair in the blue, she does have priority, but sitting in second place, she has a 2.5 in her scoreline. So I feel like she is in a position where if a wave does come through, she really needs to improve on that to make things harder for Cole Durant in the red.
I know, it's interesting. Very interesting. The judges will be watching the movement in the water very closely. So, yeah, I know in these situations, if you're out there to block, you've got to be a little bit careful just how far you push that envelope.
Looks like we might have a set approaching with 2.5 minutes on the clock. This is where it gets tricky, like 2.5 to 3 minutes. It's a long time to sit on someone.
It is. It is. And red will look to sell her into a wave and try and get priority as well. So all sorts of things going on out there. The surfer in white, she's comfortable. She can sit back and watch it all play out and have fun out there. But blue and red, nothing in it. They're side by side, scouring the lineup.
There is nothing more frustrating as a competitor if you're the one without priority.
Yeah.
Absolutely no room to move. Here we go. She's given her about a 2 metre gap. Just over 1.5 minutes on the clock. They've paddled south. Will there be another set roll through the lineup? And will they be in position?
Yeah, true.
There is a wave approaching. Who will be in the spot? Well, Bormy, she hasn't moved. She's just sitting on the bank, the current heat leader. You could almost call her the veteran of this heat. Smart play there from the surfer in white, but these two on screen, we are very interested to see what's about to unfold.
So down to a minute, so that clock is ticking down. It's been over 2 minutes that they've been looking for a wave. We're down to the Mad Max final minute. Here we go.
Wow, doors wide open here for Coral Durant. Can she get a 2.74? I'm not sure where the surfer in blue was. It's like she was too deep and she's let her go.
I can't believe that. She was on her and was there to stop that sort of situation happening, and then all of a sudden Red gets a wave, and that's got to be in the ballpark.
I just feel like that was a crucial mistake there from the surfer in blue.
Looked like she was doing everything right, tracking her surfer the whole way for 3 minutes, and then all of a sudden Red finds a wave under priority.
The wave came through and she just let her have it. I'm not sure what was going through the surfer in blue's mind, but we'll wait and see whether or not that was the 2.74 that Coral Durant was chasing. I tell you what, she'd be happy that she was able to take off.
I think she'll get the score.
I think she will too, Robbo. The clock has stopped. It concludes heat number 2 of the women, but we are waiting for that last score of Coral Durant. She is on screen making her way in. She had the opportunity. She was only chasing a 2.74 to move on through to that next round. An interesting scenario did just happen. So we look at the wave replay. Surfer in blue wasn't even on screen. I just feel like she was duck diving and she was too deep. She gave room to this competitor after sitting on her for 3 minutes.
Well, we're into the next heat. We'll have to look up those scores.
Coral Durant is on screen. We'll be tracking her. Waiting for word on that score.
Judges thinking about that score. I'm sure she's going to get through.
Well, the next heat has already started, so the score should be in. Coral Durant on screen. Did she get the number? We'll cut to a short commercial break and be back with all the live action of heat number 3 in a moment.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
This is the motivation.
Well, welcome back to the live action at South Boomerang Beach for day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth now with Adam Hennessy. How are you feeling after that heat, Dimmy?
Well, what about that? Bit of drama at the end of that one, Britt, and she did not get the score.
No, Coral Durant, she needed a 2.74. She managed to get a 2.57, so she just fell short of the requirement. I feel like Giselle Sinclair in the blue would be counting her lucky stars. She allowed the opportunity for the competitor. The door was wide open, but just not able to get the score.
Yeah, you can never do that in the heat. Her coach and her entourage will be like, how did that happen? Was she going under a wave and just let it go, or was she too deep on the bank? Who knows? But I actually felt that was probably the right call from the judges, because I felt like those 2 turns were sort of not safety turns, but there was a lack of aggression in those turns. So to fall just under, she'll be cursing herself. But for the other surfer, wow, she has dodged a bullet for sure. What a day, eh? Day number 2 of action down here at Boomerang Beach. To be quite honest, we thought that little bit of a bump in a southerly swell would definitely improve this venue, and it's due to do that in the next hour or so. But I actually felt like it might be a little bit bigger than it actually is this morning. So it'll be interesting, but it's a beautiful day, no wind, there's waves available, and we've seen some good scores. And what a day we've got men's and women's action. So kicking off the day with the women's first round, and then into the round of 64 of the men's. I had a look at that first heat. Sheldon Sinkus, the top seed of that heat. It's going to be exciting to watch. Of course, that young man started his campaign last year on the Challenger Series with a second place on the Goldie, so be good to see him up and into it. And we're going to see some amazing surfing from both the men's and women's. We've got the round of 48 of the women's as we see the surfer in green getting to work. And yeah, it's a big day. We're on.
We are on.
28 heats.
Plenty of waves being caught so far in this one. Heat number 3 of the women's round of 56. It is just wave for wave at the moment.
Wow, that was some nice rail work.
And so far, it is Mia Huppets in the green in the lead. Isabella Coldale in the red. Izzy Campbell in the blue and Gemma Holly in the white. We'll wait for all those scores to be locked in. While we wait, we do have Sarah Baum down there for a post-heat interview. Baumie, it's Britt Nicol and Adam Hennessy in the booth. How are you feeling after that heat there this morning?
Yeah, really good. I heard you guys talking about the swell earlier. I also thought it would be a little bit bigger. But there's definitely still some really fun waves out there. I had a free surf earlier, and it's just super punchy and rippable. So yeah, it's a beautiful day down here.
Hey, Baumie, we noticed that you are in the first round.
Yes.
You're the third name in that heat draw. Can you please explain to us how you ended up in round 1?
Be honest.
Is it a late entry?
Late entry.
No. I promise I'm onto that. It's actually, I am registered in the African regional event, so these points don't actually count for me. So I'm currently actually sitting in 0 in the Australian region. So yeah, that's why.
I do recall that happening to you last year as well. You had some good results here on the Aussie leg and then had to fly home to South Africa. What are your plans this year? You're obviously competing in these events, but the points don't count. Is this just for a bit of extra cash and competition savvy?
Yeah, I've actually already got an automatic spot into the Challenger, so that's a big stress off my shoulders, so I'm stoked for that, and thanks to WSL and Africa for helping me out with that. And yeah, these you know, I do these events so I can surf more heats, and me being in the first round, that just means that I get to surf more heats, and it's really good prize money, and the competition, like the level of competition in this region is just insane. So this is where it's going to push my surfing.
Talk about that win. How much confidence do you take away from something like that moving forward? Because I feel like in the last couple of years you've been right on the money, and it'd be great to see you go into the elite ranks. How does that feel to get that big win?
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, like I'm still on such a high, but then, you know, going into this morning, I was just like, hey, just take a deep breath. We just got to start again, and we just got to keep the ball rolling and like gain momentum through these events. And yeah, I'm so stoked to take that win. It's gonna help me throughout the whole year ahead. And yeah, we just take it one heat at a time.
And on the flip side of that too, Sarah, what about, you know, the prize money, the fact that, you know, that takes us the pressure off the travel and stuff like that? Does that really help you as well?
Oh, definitely. After all the events last year, traveling around the world, as my debt was kind of racked up. So the event last week just just paid off a lot of debts, and yeah, that's like a huge financial stress off my shoulders. And yeah, I can just keep trying to save for the year ahead.
Hey, Baumie, while we've still got you, I'm interested to just get some insight into your mindset. I know for a few years there, you missed out on qualification by only 1 or 2 spots, and then you had a couple of years away from it, and now you're back in the Rashi full-time. Can you talk us through what might have changed with your mental strategy over these years, leading into 2023?
I've just been doing a lot of work on myself, and just trying to find that belief in myself. Like I feel like I've always had the surfing ability to be at the top, but it's, you know, between the ears is like, it's just trying to control that and just, you know, slow it down and you know, take one heat at a time, one turn at a time, that sort of stuff, and a lot of journaling and just, you know, gaining momentum and just simplifying everything, and that seems to be working for me. So yeah, just trying to keep on that ball and you know, just take it as it comes.
Thanks for that insight, Bormy. Well, we're stoked to have you here and happy to see that you are through to the next round and also already have that spot on the Challenger. So we look forward to seeing you in the rest of the event, and congratulations.
Thanks. Cheers, guys.
Well done, Sarah. She absolute freak when it comes to contest surfing. It would be so good to see her eventually get where a lot of people fully believe she deserves to be at that elite level. And it's a great insight when she talks about what happens between the ears, because, you know, as a visual, we only see what's on the screen, but yeah, there's so much mental, you know, stress that goes into an athlete's sort of career. And yeah, it's great to see her actually come back from where she was. And even when she first came back that first year, I felt, wow, this lady just surfs so good. But a win and a spot in the Challenger, that is such a good thing for her, and we wish her all the best moving forward. She's going to be hard to stop in this event as well with that momentum.
Tell you what, she's certainly carrying that momentum. And yeah, mindset, it's just such a massive part of life in general, let alone with competitive surfing. Like, it's one thing to have the talent and have the ability to surf, but just the mental strategy that comes into it, you know, like you lose more heats than you win, Dimmy. And I just think the adversity that some surfers face over time, it's adapting and finding that resilience to find a way back.
100%. In this heat right now, we have the surfer in green. Very tight heat, Brett, with green in the lead and a 4.33 and a 4.23. And that 4.47 I felt was on that rail carving manoeuvres for the surfer in blue, and that is
Izzy Campbell.
Izzy Campbell, and she looked very solid on that little right peak. So there was pretty much rapid fire at the start of this heat, and even surfer in white definitely still in the game for sure. So exciting times. I'm pretty sure our high tide today, Britt, would be around the 10:30, 11 o'clock mark, and I felt like yesterday there was definitely a little bit of a bump in between the tides. So it's going to be a great day. 28 heats. Throw an extra 4 on, why not? Just keeps the whips a cracking. But we want to utilise the good waves when we can. So towards the back end, you can sort of pick the eyes out of the swell for sure.
I feel like conditions are going to continue to improve throughout the day as well, especially with this incoming tide, like allowing the surfers the opportunity to get a couple of good turns out the back, but then link through that inside connection. I feel like that's going to be an advantage as the morning goes on, Dimmy.
Yeah, definitely. I did notice yesterday, I really took a interest in, you know, how the actual heats were playing out when it came to the amount of waves being ridden and the quality of the waves. And what I found yesterday, that there was so much consistency to that swell that allowed everyone the opportunity. So no one really got, you know, caught out when it came to the amount of waves. It was more about the performances. So I feel like that's going to be exactly the same today. We spoke about it yesterday, just the consistency and the perfect nature of the banks of Boomerang. So even though it's small, yeah, but you heard Sarah say, Bormy was saying, you know, it is punchy out there. So even though it is small, it's still got a bit of power behind it.
It looks so fun and playful as we watch Isabella Coldale on her backhand in the red. She's chasing a number of a 3.98 to move into second. At the moment, it is Mia Huppets from Janjuk in first place with a 4.33 and a 4.23. Izzy Campbell from WA in second place, chasing a 4.09 for the lead.
Where's Izzy from?
She's from Western Australia.
But where in WA?
I feel like it's pretty far south.
Okay. Because there would be a real
Should know,
difference,
but I
you know, between the city kind of surfers and being down from Margie's and sort of yelling up area, because there's so many good opportunities down there. What a coastline that is.
It is such a
Wow.
beautiful coastline.
It
She's
is.
actually a really good skateboarder too.
Oh, there you go.
I saw
another
her
Ruby True.
in at the Surfing Australia HPC the other week. She is part of their high performance program, and she was on the skateboard. And I feel few of the guys in that program as well.
Bit
Kind of just
intimidated?
watching Izzy just going, oh my God, I'm not going to hop on a skateboard right now.
Wow. Anyway, here we go. Surfing Red up and riding, needing a score of 3.98. And nice start to this ride. Keeping their board nice and tight to the power source, and that's what the judges want to see. But yeah, again, love the rail work from this young lady. She's just really in sync as she falls on that final turn. But I think a lot of the work was done a little bit earlier than that. But really good connection with the rail. And when you think about how much speed and how much momentum you get down the line, having, you know, really sick rail work plays a massive part. Again, what do you think today, Brie? You reckon that everyone's going to be, the majority of the athletes be surfing on epoxy boards?
No, I feel like they might have mixed it up a little bit with the normal PU.
Because of the power, really?
Because of the power, and I just feel like those waves have got a better pocket as well. Sometimes with the epoxy, they're almost too buoyant. Can't keep the rail in the water.
100%, they seem to jump.
So we'll wait and see. I guess, yeah, competitors just opting for different equipment as I get tongue-tied. But a few of the guys yesterday, they mix it up. Like most were on epoxies, but we did interview a couple that they chose the PU just because they felt more comfortable on them.
Yeah, a couple of the boys actually said that it felt like it was a little bit more deeper in the water, so that buoyancy level wasn't required anyway, because they felt like with the clean conditions that they could get the speed and generate enough power as well. So interesting to see how everyone sort of goes about their business. And these days, like compared to like 15, 20 years ago, there's so many different opportunities when it comes to, you know, equipment. And I was talking to one of the boys the other day and they said they got 18 sets of fins. I'm like, 18 sets of fins? That would give you a headache.
I feel like that would just be mind-boggling and create more confusion as we watch the live action in the water. That's the surfer in green, Mia Hupperts. She actually finished 5th in the Taiwan Open of Surfing QS 5000 late last year, so she had a decent result there. And now in at the QS 3000, this is of course the Camplify Great Lakes Pro, our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We are in a beautiful part of the world, Boomerang Beach, just south of Foster.
Yeah, get on to the Camplify website, and I heard you and Robbo talking a little bit earlier about how cool it would be to grab on the vans and head around Australia. And, you know, it's great to see now COVID's sort of sorted itself out, how many people internationally are coming back to Australia, getting in the vans and just travelling around this beautiful coastline. We've got one of the best landscapes in the world, definitely. So we really encourage you to get on, because you've done it before. You're a bit of a road warrior.
I've done a lot of like this New South Wales coastline and a little bit of like South Coast and into Victoria, but I'd love to, you know, go from Victoria to South Australia and even further up north.
That'd be pretty cool.
I haven't done the West Coast. I've been to the West Coast plenty of times, but I've never actually done the full proper road trip. So my dream is to one day do the big lap.
There you go. So with 3 minutes to go, the Surfing Blue still needs that 4.09, so that's very obtainable for someone of her class. And as we see the current heat leader, who I've been very impressed with how she's been able to keep that board nice and tight into the power source on the lefts. And it is up to blue and white, Britt, to get the job done. And the positive for both those athletes are they are in first and second priority. And explain to the novice out there what that actually means in a heat scenario.
That means that Izzy Campbell in the blue, she does hold first priority, meaning that any wave that comes through the lineup, she does have right of way. And Gemma Holly in a second. Well, she has to give right of way to Izzy, but she can take off in front of anyone else in the lineup. But as surfers take off, they do lose priority, and if they do make a committed paddle, judges do take the priority away as well. So if they spot a wave and they start to paddle, you'd want to make it a good one, Dimmy.
100%. We saw a couple of interferences yesterday. It's the worst way to start a heat, isn't it? There was one of the boys had an interference in the first minute, and he still nearly got through. And here we go. It is up to the surfer there, up and right in. Nice transition from rail to rail, but that wave sort of didn't offer a lot of scoring potential towards the back end. So with 1 minute 50 on the clock, the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, the first event of the New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. So a lot riding on this when you consider how many points are on offer for the men and the women. And what we're looking forward to is some, a bit of a bump in the swell. It does, last week when I had a look at it, the long range, it didn't look that good, but it's changed a lot in the last 48 hours. So we're looking forward to an amazing 4 days of surfing. If you can't be down there, get online, check it out as we see the current heat leader up and riding.
That is Isabella Cordell from the Sunshine Coast, carving her way into the pocket, trying to get this inside connection. And it finishes off the surfs for North Shore Border Artists Club.
Strong club.
An occupational therapy student. I feel for that one because I'm also studying the same thing.
Oh, how long's that course? 4 years?
4.5.
Wow. Yeah, strong club, North Shore. Big shout out to all the boys up there, Bevo, and of course, former winners of the ABB. And wow, what a club that is.
Oh, Gemma Holly working her way through the inside. She's chasing a 4.89 to move to second. And a couple of surfers having a look, but opting not to take off. With 30 seconds on the clock, will there be another opportunity for the surfer in blue, Izzy Campbell? She's holding first priority, only looking for a 4.09, but time could be the enemy on this one.
She's looking intently at anything because she knows that you can see the lines out the back, but I don't think those lines are going to get here. But this could be an opportunity for the surfing blue, up and riding on the forehand, carving away on that first turn, coming round, but that wave just really not opening up. Is it going to be enough to get a 4.09? I'm not a judge, but we'll see what the judges, how they unravel that one. But yeah, that was tough for that young lady because of the size of the wave more than anything. Not the surfing, but the size of the wave sort of, hindered the scoring opportunity there. So we're going to roll it out to a break. Britt's been a great first heat with you, and we're looking forward to a big day. So we'll throw to a break. We'll see you very shortly.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. Day number 2 of action down here at beautiful Boomerang Beach. We got the women in the water for round 1 and joining the box by Steve Robbo. And what a morning it's been, and we're looking forward to a bumper day. How you going, buddy?
I'm good, and it should be a fantastic day. We're into the 4th heat of the day already, and in this heat we have Arabella Tapi, Miller Brown and Charlize Everett. And already the surfer in red, Arabella Tapi, is off with a 3.5, so that's a reasonable call.
Yeah, nice start. We saw the last heat, a lot of those scores are in the 4 to 5 point range, so it'll be great to see someone really open up on a set and see if they can sort of, set that judging scale that Ben Dunn and the crew are looking for down there. But yeah, still really good surfing. With that incoming time, Robbo, I feel like the tide's going to play a part in it as we see the surfer up and riding in blue. That is Miller Brown, and nice connection with this little inside corner. And I felt like yesterday, if we analyse what went on yesterday, I felt like the waves got better with that lower tide. So with that little bit of a push from the south, I feel like we are in for a bumper afternoon.
It should be. Should be a great day.
So, of course, Mad Mex is a proud partner of Surfing New South Wales across the Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and make people aware of their sponsorship program. It's so good to have Mad Mex involved in the event. They've been a staple for Surfing New South Wales for a number of years. Their Fresh Food for Life surfing sponsorship program is comprised of the junior athletes across surfing, skateboard and motocross, all working together to achieve their ultimate goals. So to have them, such a great brand involved, keeping us nice and fueled up is great, and a big shout out to everyone at Mad Mex.
It is fantastic. It's a great partnership and great food.
So we're going to throw down to a posted interview with Isabella and talk us through that. How's conditions out there this morning?
Yeah, it's super hard. I just ended up going down the beach a bit to where the girls were because it's 4-man heat and it's pretty slow. And I was at the bottom priority, so yeah, I thought I'd just get a few down the beach.
You seem to... Sorry, Bravo, go.
Yeah, you managed to pick up a 5.33, which is a good score given today's, or the early conditions today. Tell us a little bit about that top scoring ride. It was the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, all the girls were just a bit down up the beach, and I just decided I was in 4th priority, so I decided to go down the beach because I was watching it and saw a couple less were coming through, but it was a bit inconsistent. And as I was paddling out, that gem just came and I was like, oh, yay. So I just took off and went, yeah.
That's a fantastic strategy. I mean, you took the chance and it paid off for you, so well done on that front.
Thank you.
Will you be surfing later today? The next round, I think, does go
round
in the
of
water.
48. Yep, they'll be in the water again today. So what do you do during the course of the day, just to give everyone online a bit of an insight into an athlete's mindset when you know you've got to surf early in the day, then you've got to come back this afternoon and go again. So what will you do during the course of this day?
Well, this morning I came for a free surf, just a couple good ones, and then go have some brekkie now, and then just chill, cruise, hydrate, and then come back down this afternoon for my heat.
And what about 2023? What are your goals? You started in the early rounds of these QSs. Is this all about sort of building momentum, gaining rating points, and sort of trying to better that seed moving forward in your career?
Yeah, definitely. Well, this is only my 2nd ever QS, so I'm still young enough to do Pro Juniors. So, and then I just decided, I may as well do a few QSs while I'm here. So definitely try and get high ranking in the Pro Juniors, but just to get a ranking for QSs for next year is my goal.
Well, I felt like you're in sync today, and we wish you all the best this afternoon. Hydrate and get yourself ready, and we look forward to seeing you again today. So congratulations on your win this morning.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Yeah, well surfed, and what a good strategy. Picking up that wave without priority, and it's the best wave of the heat.
I know. It's
pretty good.
Yeah, and taking the chance, rolling the dice, breaking away from the pack, and she found the best wave of the heat, and that won the heat for her.
It's incredible how many times that would happen, in a day of competition surfing, where people would think that it's pretty structured, everyone's got priority, but so many times you'll see someone just open up without priority and get basically the best number of the heat.
Yep, priority can be a problem if you sit and wait too long.
Can play with your head. Yeah. As we see the surfer having a look at this wave, that is the surfer in white. But yeah, so great insight to a young surfer, just sort of building the foundation of a career, still in the junior ranks, but able to sort of take that next level and sort of, I think it's about, feeling the vibe as well. For these younger generation, when they get onto the QS, they go, wow, this is sort of a different level. It's a raised level from the Pro Junior circuit. And the fact that they get to surf against so many strong surfers consistently is so better and so important for their development.
Yep, they really have to. And she goes into the next round. She'll have to step up again.
100%.
Seeds come into it. It's cutthroat out there. There's a lot of experience, and yeah, it is great. Great to see.
So with 12 minutes to go on the clock right now, is Arabella out there in the lead with a 3.9 and 3.5, and we've got a wave replay here on a good-looking wedge. Look at this thing opening up. Great transition. And what about the depth of that bottom hand turn to set up that second manoeuvre? That was just so well placed. Not a judge, but I'm feeling like that's easily the best wave of the heat.
I'm agreeing with you, and there it is, 6.67 for Miller Brown. So, yeah, that was a no-brainer.
Oh, that was flawless. The technique off the bottom. It's such a staple when you think about competitive surfing and just surfing in general. I've always said, you know, the bottom hand turn is the key to success when it comes to, you know, the speed and the power and flow you get.
And look,
watch
here
this
it is
thing.
again, yeah.
Watch this.
Connected, powerful.
Bang, see that? That little adjustment? Great.
Yep.
Great depth.
And finishes off nicely as well. So, don't undersell yourself, Adam. You are a good judge, mate. I saw some of you. You threw some scores yesterday, and you were on the ball.
Here we go, surfer up and riding again. Miller Brown just keeping the ball rolling with a nice little two-turn combination, and yeah, a star of the future for sure, this young lady. And like I said, I just feel like the opportunity at a regional level is so important for the development of these younger generation, and the fact that they can just really, you know, surf multiple heats.
Well, she was looking to get rid of a 2.67. So
she's done that easy.
She's done that easily, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's going to probably be maybe the second best wave of the heat. Yeah, there it is, a 5.17, and that has really consolidated her position in the rankings. We're going to be into the men's round of 64 coming up very shortly, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, on the web. If you are just joining us this morning, it's about 9:30 a.m. and we're going to see a full round of men's, and then, Robbo, to wrap it up, we're going to have the round of 48 of women, so we're going to see these first round women go into that next round where they're going to have to raise the bar just a little bit more.
Yeah, well, the top seeds come in the next round of the men, the highest seeded surfers, including the #1 pro junior in the world champion, Adam.
And he also is the #1 regional QS qualifier at the moment.
Yes.
Jarvis Earl.
Jarvis Earl. So look forward to that, but there's plenty of others in there.
Oh, Sheldon Sinkers, first up.
Yep.
What a year he had last year, that second place on the Goldie on the Challenger.
And I feel like the waves are getting better. It looks better than earlier. It's clean, so yep, it's going to be an action-packed day. Plenty of excitement out there, and there's plenty of people online watching. Adam, I received a text out of the blue.
Out of the blue, I love that.
Because we were commenting on Sarah Baum, representing South Africa.
Yep.
And we were talking about previous women on the South African tour, and I was searching for a name. I know Bianca Buttendag was probably the last one.
Yep.
And then there
what
was
about Heather?
Heather was the Heather
Clark.
Heather Clark was the name I was looking for. That was the name I was looking for.
See?
I received a text that said, "Oh, you're thinking of Wendy Botha."
No, Heather Clark.
Heather Clark was the name I was looking for. Fergie, they called it.
Yeah, that's right. Here we go. Surfing wide up and right in on the backhand. So nice first turn, keeping that board nice and tight to the power source and trying to work that way through. So she needs a 5.13, and that's definitely going to be her best ride, I feel, but it's probably going to fall short.
But it's going to improve her position.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to shorten it up.
Yeah, 8 minutes remaining.
Yeah.
So it's all about replacing her two low scores that are on the score chart. She's replaced one of them. That's going to be her best wave, and she's not going to require much now to go to second.
No, she only needs a 4.03 now with 8 minutes to go. It is a surfer in blue, Miller Brown, with that 6.67 and a 5.17 in the lead. Arabella out there in second. She needs a 7.94, so you can sort of see the dominance of blue so far. She's picked off the two best waves of the heat for sure. And yeah, Heather Clark.
Yes.
I've got a great Heather Clark story. She surfed in the Kira Teams Challenge one year, and she got pitted up against former world number 7, Kai Otten. And we were just so into Otto going, what if you get beat by her? He was horrified. And she surfed so good. She was such a powerful surfer.
Yeah, no.
And she was like, you know, other than Wendy Botha, the next generation that led that charge for the South African crew.
She was.
And I remember years ago when we were running that Aloha Junior event in Sydney, and Geordie Smith was sort of the catalyst to bring all those guys over there, and Bianca was involved in it, and Michael February and guys of that quarter, Ilk, Berk de Vries, and it was such an insight into how much talent the South Africans actually have at their disposal.
Yes.
And it was just about getting them over here and giving them opportunities. So, you know, Heather Clark was a real sort of leader in that sense.
She was, yes, and she had a great career. And yeah, prior to Heather Clark, we had the great Wendy Botha.
100%.
What a magnificent surfer and magnificent lady.
Yeah, true icon.
She is fantastic. I occasionally bump into Wendy Botha and have a chat with her, and 4-time world champion, I believe.
Wow.
And sensational surfer. But yeah, and now, Sarah Baum will be, trying to emulate those ladies and represent South Africa. And here we go.
So trying to offload a 3.5 is Arabella there. She needs a 7.94. So what she's trying to do is she's just trying to build on that performance to put the surfing white a little bit more in an uncomfortable position where she needs a bigger score. So these scores around the 4-point range, there's been many of them today, and I feel like the waves are allowing those opportunities, but I'm sure for the surfing red, her whole strategy is to sort of put more pressure, build on that performance, and sort of take it out of the hands of the surfer in white. Surfer in blue has first priority. She is leading the heat, Miller Brown. So she has a 11.8428 combination, a great way to start. And if you look at the stats from yesterday, a lot of these heats were won between the 11 to 13-point range.
It's all about second place, I think, in this one.
Yep.
I think Miller Brown's opened up a strong enough lead, but second place, there's nothing in it. Surfer in white needs a 4.03. She put herself well in the game with her last ride. And yep, red looking to improve on a 3.5, and just under 5 minutes remaining.
It's a lovely day, Boomerang Beach today. I think it's going to be about 28 degrees. The water is so beautiful, and as we said a little bit earlier, there's going to be a spike from the south. So I don't know if that is the, the best angle for Boomerang, but it's definitely, they said the main swell is going to be 2.4 metres.
Well, my experience with Boomerang Beach is it picks up every swell, every direction.
It's a bit like Curly in Sydney.
Wow.
Picks up everything.
Yeah.
It could be dead flat in Sydney everywhere. Curly would have 2 foot.
Well, there you go. And Boomerang's probably a similar case. And yep, we can look forward to an increasing swell today and for the remainder of the event, and great surfing ahead. And like you said, this next round, the high seeds come in, and yeah, there's going to be action aplenty.
When you think back, Robbo, to yesterday, how many good performances there were from the men, and when you mix that now with the top seeds, it is going to be game on. There is going to be so many tight, big heats, drama. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, and we are surely starting to pump through these regional events. It's so exciting to watch as we see the surfer in white rolling the dice on the backhand. Nice.
Important wave. Needs a 4.03. I don't think it's there, Dimmy.
No, I don't think it's there, but I did like that first turn where she got a little bit of drift, bit of release out of the tail, but I just felt again it was more about the wave quality than the performance of the athlete. So
she's still got time.
She's still got plenty of time. Surfer in red looking to push the point as well on this left, going to the forehand, the goofy footer, and clearly that wave just sort of ran out of gas. But it is Miller Brown out there just cruising, knowing how strong her performance has been. And yeah, I love that first turn, surfing. So it'll be interesting. I think it will fall short, but I think it might better that second score scoring wave. So it's going to tighten up for sure. With 2.5 minutes to go, we are about to round out the first lot of the women's heats and then roll straight into men's round of 64. There are 16 heats, all 20-minute heats today, so it's going to be rapid fire surfing, so it'll be exciting. You'll be able to watch some of your most favourite surfers, and I love the amount of depth and the patience in this young lady's performance today. It just, the visual of her surfing is just so fun to watch.
I think she's going to improve her heat tally on that wave, maybe. 5.17 she was looking to ditch.
Red up and riding, and
use priority, I think.
Yeah, that was more of a tactical sort of decision than anything else, especially with 1 minute 45. But it does, Robbo, open the door for the surfer in white, holding priority now.
Yep, she needs a 4.03. She's got 1.5 minutes to do it. She has priority. So she just wants the opportunity. Wants a wave to come, and she'll chase down that score.
Yeah, big shout out to their crew from the Barrington Coast Council, of course. That's their new tourism destination name for Great Lakes, and what a amazing landscape that area is. It's so beautiful to go to. There's always waves on tap. If you want to get out, just have a holiday with the family, I suggest you get onto their websites, have a look, because it's such a beautiful place to visit.
Easy to market that coastline.
Yeah, oh, please. As we see the surfer in white just pulling the pin with the Mad Max minute, and unfortunately cannot establish any open face on that wave. So with 50 seconds to go, will there be another opportunity?
Well, she's lost priority as well on that one, so
yeah, that's
it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for white now.
But what a performance. The surfer in blue, I've been really excited to watch this young lady surf, and Miller Brown has really put it to the sword out here with a very, very professional performance.
She has. Down to 20 seconds. I need to...
Here we go, surfing red, up and riding. Nice slashing turn.
Yep, that should
seal the deal.
Yep, seal the deal for second place. 5 seconds to go.
So what a great round it's been. The first round of the women's. Some fantastic performances from some real high-ranked athletes out there in this round. We're going to roll into the round of 64 of the men's. And what an exciting day we've got coming your way. We'll be back very shortly.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Okay, welcome back to Boomerang Beach. It's a beautiful day here. We are now into the round of 64 of the men. And in this first heat we have Sheldon Simkus, Bodie Williams, Corbin Hutchings from New Zealand, and Nathan Cook. And this is the high seeds entering the water, so we can expect absolute top level action today, and what a great day. Adam Hennessy.
Fireworks, fireworks, fireworks. I say, yeah, this is going to be exciting to watch. And Sheldon has already opened up with a 5.83. Of course, last year had a big result on the Challenger at Snapper, as we see the Surfing Red just unloading. Just look at the fluency of this guy's attack. So, yeah, came into last year's Challenger after finishing 9th on the Regional Series. I think he finished about 25th on the Challenger, but had that sort of breakout performance up at Snapper Rocks, and he's definitely going to be one to watch moving forward for 2023. Part of the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club, I do believe.
Well, I know he's always out there whenever there's a swell, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's definitely one of those guys. Bodie Williams in the blue, Corbin Hutchins, who had a good heat yesterday, and the big powerhouse Nathan Cook, and Miller Brown in the athletes area there for a post seat. What a performance, Miller! Congratulations.
Thank you.
You were outstanding. You found your groove on those rights and just really went to work. How was the actual conditions out there?
It was a bit small, but it's super clean and super fun.
What was your strategy going into that heat? Just keeping nice and busy. We've got a replay on the screen, which you probably can't see, but just love the patience and the depth of your performance out there. Talk us through it.
I was just trying to stay out there and get super busy and see if I can get the biggest waves of the heat.
And how old are you, Miller?
I'm 15.
So is this your first lot of QS events, or have you been doing the QS in the last couple of years? Because you've certainly got a great patience game. You seem to be really switched on when it comes to the heats. How do you find in the QSs?
I've been doing Pro Juniors for a bit, but QS is just like another level, but it's super good to be challenged by all the older kids.
And when you come into an event like this, what is your mindset? Are you just looking for heat to heat for the experience, or you're really keen to sort of push that older generation?
Push it, but also just enjoy and have lots of fun.
Well, I reckon. What were you riding then? Because that board looks so switched on.
I was riding a 5.3 CI Pro Almeric. Thanks.
Well, as we see the Almeric just fall over behind it. But yeah, that was a great performance. We're super excited to see how well you went, and we look forward to seeing you this afternoon. And great performance. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Wow, Robbo, she is a star of the future. 15-year-old, mixing it up, and just the maturity of her performance. She had a strategy. She wasn't really pushed that hard into what she was thinking. She knew what she was trying to identify. Two of the best waves of the day, and really went to town, as we see the surfer in white, the Kiwi, Corbin Hutchins, up and riding.
Yeah, it is. And those final two heats of round one of the women were both won by junior surfers, pro junior surfers, who are in these QS events to gain experience. They're on the pathway.
Like some of these girls, like 14, the fact that the maturity levels they have in their, not only just their ability, but the mental, I know, their mental state is such in the game, and so dangerous for those established surfers. It's because they've got nothing to fear, as we see the surfer in blue up and riding it. But yeah, I love the fact that young gen just come here, all guns are blazing, as we see a surf up and right in again. So rapid fire, goes to the air. Can he ride out? No, he cannot. So we saw Bodie Williams on the left, and look at this thing, flying down the line, the powerhouse, Nathan Cook. So Cookie looked very strong yesterday, but right now, Robbo, it is the Surfing Red with that 5.83. That is the best wave of the heat so far, and holds first priority. And yeah, if you look through that heat draw of the round of 64, it is so stacked up. And look at this next heat. Taj Stokes versus Zeb Stokes.
Yeah, and there's another surfer in that heat, Reginato.
Yeah. Reggie.
He went to a whole new level at the Tweed Coast Pro.
How good was his performance?
His performance was amazing. And yeah, I spoke to Rabbit Bartholomew on the final day, and we spoke about Alistair Reginato, and Rabbit said this guy has taken it to a whole new level. And coming from a guy like Rabbit, that's high kudos.
High praise.
Yeah, but yeah, he was scoring 9s and 8s.
He was throwing away 7s.
He was an amazing performance. So look forward to Alistair Reginato in the next heat. And this is a good ride. That's our heat leader, am I right?
That is correct. And yeah, talking about Alistair, remember he sort of jumped onto the the eyes of the surfing fraternity in Australia a couple of years ago when North Shore won the ABB. He was the standout in that side, and then for a year or two he sort of had to find his feet in the QS. But when you watch how dominant he was on the Tweed in those waves, it was just amazing to watch. And Rabbit's right, his performance level has just gone through the roof.
It has.
I feel like that Rip Curl team, they've got such a strong team of surfers that push each other too, and they all travel together, the George Pitters, the Alistair Reginatos, and those kind of guys. They're all out there together. But yeah, he's going to have to make the adjustment, because this is different. This is a smaller kind of setup, but if you go on what he's just produced and the confidence level he'd be holding through that performance, it's going to be fun to watch.
That's a nice wide. Who's
Yeah,
that?
that was Nathan Cook. Yeah, he's such a great surfer, a big guy who really pushes a lot of water. So we are getting into it, 11.5 minutes. These heats, Robbo, they just fly.
Well, there's going to be plenty of action today with these surfers because they know what they're doing out there, and they'll be all chasing the best waves in the heat. And yeah, I'm interested in that last score of the surfer in green, Nathan Cook, because it looked like there were a few well-connected, powerful turns there.
And we saw in that sort of post-heat interview, Sheldon Simkus get in another wave, and he's just like a tradesman. He's backed it up with a 5.67. So what he's done is he's built on that second score, so he's got a foundation he can work with now. He now knows he's got that 11.5 two-wave combination. He'll look to really start to push the point on his next couple of rides and maybe push something into that excellent range to basically try to shut the door on his fellow competitors. So that last wave to come in for Nathan Cook, was it a 3.5?
I think so.
Yeah, there it is, a 3.5. Yeah. Just a couple of turns, but very powerful. So the third best wave of the heat, and right now it is Surfer in red in the lead. Surfer in blue needs an 8.27. With 10.5 to go, you can definitely break that down in a couple of waves. Surfer in white does hold first priority and only needs Robbo at 2.68, so not a lot. And Cookie only needs a 2, so it is very, very tight, even towards the halfway stage of the heat.
As far as I can see, Adam, second, third and fourth, their thinking's got to be, I need to replace both my waves.
100%.
They need to get on the scoreboard with some decent rides because, yeah, I don't think they'll be happy with the 3.5s or the 3.23s. They'll be looking to get rid of both those scores and try and secure that progression.
I feel like as we go through the rounds, third and fourth, you saw at the Tweed, guys were bowing out with 15s and,
I know.
You know what I mean? So the level just went to was raised every time they hit the water. You just had to make sure you are in that good to excellent range if you're going to get through. We saw some massive heats where, there was 0.5 separating the 4 athletes, and basically the guy who got fourth had a 15.2 wave combo. That's incredible.
Yeah, the Tweed Coast delivered. Here we go.
Lovely rail. Just working that board. He's just so fluent, and it looks so effortless the way he surfs. And he's just got such a great read on the ocean as well. I think that's a real point of difference with Sheldon.
Well, he's picking off the best waves. Is that going to improve his scoreline? Hard to say.
I feel like his other 2 waves would probably had a little bit more juice towards the back end of the waves, but as I said before, we just look at what's on the screen and analyse it. But yeah, I feel like those other 2 waves were probably just a little bit more spice, a little bit more meat on the bone, as they say.
He's looking to get rid of a 5.67 to increase his lead. Sort of close.
Yeah,
we don't have access to replays and to break it down, so
we do have the best broadcast, but
we do.
The boys will throw it to us.
Yeah,
they see
true.
something good, they'll give us an action replay, and big shout out to all the crew doing a great job bringing these events basically to the world. You can watch it anywhere in the world and check out the WSL. So that is such a a growth in our sport and
That's
the
amazing.
professionalism
Yeah.
of our sport as well. Just to be able to bring that viewership to your basically novice who might not see it. I think it's made a lot more surf fans around the world. Oh, Sheldon. So that was his first one, I do believe. This is the second one.
So we can break it down here.
And here it is. Nice, clean wrapping turn. Just open up the shoulders. And there it is. So great surfing. It's like a little snapper out here. You know what I mean? Except it doesn't go for 500 metres.
Ah, true. But he's had a great heat. He's opened up a solid lead, and again.
So you reckon he's moved a little bit further down the bank? We saw, I think it was Mia Hubbard say that as well. She moved off the bank and got the best wave of the heat. So he may be a little bit further down. So with 7 to go, it is the surfer in red in the lead, and it's pretty tight between second, third and fourth. So Robbo with priority sitting with Corbin Hutchins. It's going to be very important that when he rolls the dice that he chooses correctly. Nathan Cook has second priority in the green. He only needs a 2, and Bodie Williams is the one sort of sitting there hoping and praying that when his opportunity arises, a really good set comes his way.
There's nothing in it for second place. Red's opened a solid lead. Second, it's absolutely nothing in it. And there's our surfer in blue, Bodie Williams, and it's not a bad wave.
Looks like he's riding an epoxy there, and yeah, nice couple of turns. But look at this one deep. Nice first manoeuvre. Nathan Cook, just power.
Great choice of wave.
Wow, he came from so deep on the peak then, Robbo.
That's a decent score.
Yep.
You'd be happy with that.
He's definitely going to, I would say, go to second with that. His highest score is 3.5, so he's offloading a 0.87 with 5 minutes 40 on the clock. And that was a well thought out plan from Nathan Cook to be so deep on the peak. And when you look at this wave replay, look at the first turn, nice and vertical in the pocket again, dispersing a lot of water. And just that momentum down the line, Robbo, very impressive.
That could be the best wave of the heat.
Yep.
So we're waiting for that score to come in, and there it is.
You're on
Best
the money.
wave of the heat, 6.9.
6.9. So this puts a lot of pressure back onto Bodie Williams and Corbin Hutchins. So Bodie now needs a 6.90 to go into our second position from third, and the surfer in white holding first priority, but needs a 7.57. So that's a substantial requirement for the man in white. But there is still enough time to get a couple of waves as we see surfer up.
So that was a key moment.
That was.
Nathan Cook with a 6.9 went from fourth to second. He's now in a position to really challenge for first position, and it's made the task for blue and white a lot harder. Blue at the moment requires a 6.9. White now requires a 7.57, and that's a hard score to get out there with just on 4.5 minutes remaining, and especially with Nathan Cook looking to just get rid of a 3.5 now. So
bigger looking set here, Robbo. Who's going to be on this? It is the surf in red, flying down the line, trying to get into the open face, kicking it onto the foam ball. So Sheldon looking to line this inside corner up. He was probably just a little bit deep on the bank when he took off on that set. But yeah, he's been on fire so far this morning. But yeah, very impressed with Nathan Cook. He's sort of been, you know, there or thereabouts on the regional series for a couple of years. He's definitely, like, when you watch him surf, he's got so much ability, and I love his power game, that base that he has in his surfing. And if you listen to his post-heat interviews too, he's very, very calculated, calm. I feel like he's got all the tools in the shed that he needs to be a really good competitive surfer. And as we said, he waited probably 7 or 8 minutes for that wave and got a 6.9, so well played.
And he didn't have first priority either. So
here we go.
Good move. The Kiwi, he needs a big score.
That's probably going to better his situation, Robbo, with 3 minutes to go. So I would say that requirement will come down, and that might have opened the door for him. You just never know, such as the class of these guys in the water right now.
Yeah, and it's a beach break close to the shore. It takes them no time to get back out the back. They can get 2 waves in the space of a few minutes.
Yep.
And that's probably what Corbin Hutchings needs to do.
So the requirements come down to 7.
Yep.
So he has short. Yeah, it's achievable for sure. 2.5 minutes to go. You are watching the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Great to see this event upgraded, and great to see the New South Wales Pro Surf Series presented by VISSLA up and running again in 2023. I know the crew in the office do a lot of work trying to promote surfing, not only at a junior level, but at the next level as well. So congratulations to all the team for putting this together, and this is the first of 4 events on the series.
And it provides magnificent opportunity for all the elite surfers who have aspirations to compete professionally on their home beaches, right up and down the New South Wales coastline. It is a fantastic series. Full credit to Surfing New South Wales putting this together, and the partners they have, VISSLA, Camplify, Barrington Coast Council, Destination New South Wales, and of course Mad Max.
Mad Max.
Where would we be without them?
I know. We wouldn't be fueled up, let me tell you. And we're about to get into the Mad Max minute very shortly. And right now it is the surfer in red who has been basically just putting together a solid heat. As we see the surfer in white, this is a Kiwi. This is a better looking ride, Robbo. Nice extension through the body, gets into it again, nice turn to finish. So that's a nice 3-turn combination, and that's going to probably be his best wave. And again, with 55 seconds to go and not a lot of paddling to be done out here today at Boomerang, he could get another opportunity.
He needed a 7. Is it in that range?
Nah, I reckon it's going to be his best wave. I reckon it might be in the 5, somewhere around the 5 range. It's going to shorten the gap, but the time is the enemy for the surfer in white. And here we go. The boys getting busy. Look at this thing. Nice wall.
This is a good wave.
Again, loving how easy he is moving through the water. So let's have a look at this replay of the surfer in white and just analyse exactly what went down.
Chasing a 7.
Chasing a 7. Dare say Sheldon Simkus off to a lovely start of this event. But we're waiting on this wave rate. Here it is. So from behind the peak, comes around, puts that board nice and vertical in the pocket. Great wrap in turn. I feel like it's definitely going to be his best wave, but it's not going to be a 7.
Okay.
So we'll see what the judges think.
We'll get the results after the break, Dimmy.
Yep, we'll be back very shortly with another heat number 2 of the round of 64.
Well, welcome back to the live action at South Boomerang Beach for day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. How are you going, Robbo?
Really well. I'm looking forward to this heat. This is a stacked heat, as they all probably are, but Alistair Reginato last week at the Tweed Coast Pro, he finished runner-up, but overall he was probably the standout surfer at the event with 9-point rides and just a magnificent showing from Reginato. He's got a pretty hard heat here, so it's going to be interesting to see how he backs up that amazing performance from last week. I'm really interested in this surfer in particular.
Well, what I'm interested in there is 3 surfers in this one heat from the Sunshine Coast. Alistair Reginato, Taj Stokes, Zeb Stokes. And then we have Kobe Clements from the Northern Beaches.
And the 2 Stokes boys, are they related?
Oh, I'm not 100% sure. I feel like it's not a very common surname.
No, it's got to be a fair chance. I think that was Reginato off to a flying start, so let's see how he posts. And yeah, 3 Sunshine Coast surfers, and as we mentioned earlier, these conditions very similar to a lot of the beach breaks that they would surf on the Sunshine Coast. So they'd be very familiar with what they're surfing out there. And then we have Kobe Clements. He's just a great all-round surfer and a young emerging talent as well. So this is going to be a great heat.
That was our destination in New South Wales wave replay of Alistair Reginato in the red. We'll wait for those scores to be locked in. Still plenty of time on the clock. Just under 18 minutes. They are 20-minute heats. Priority is at play. We are into the men's round of 64, heat number 2. We just wrapped up heat number 1. We do have our previous heat winner, Sheldon Simkus, down there ready for an interview. Sheldon, it's Britt Nicol and Steve Robbo. How are you feeling after that heat?
Yeah, very good. That was fun. It was nice to get started this morning, and what a beautiful day for it.
Certainly is. Can you tell us how you're adapting to the smaller conditions? I know that you surfed in the Tweed Coast Pro last week, and it's pretty sizey compared to how Boomerang is this morning.
Yeah, I didn't do too well at Cabas. I didn't get to surf too many heats in the bigger stuff, so just been surfing a lot of small stuff. We had the Burley QS on the weekend, and the waves are probably smaller than this, so that was good practice for this, I'd say.
What do you think of Boomerang Beach as a location for a 3000 QS, Sheldon?
Yeah, I mean, Boomerang, it seriously is one of the nicest beaches in Australia. I've come down here a fair bit, spent a bit of time, done this event for a few years, and this whole stretch is so amazing. On any given day, there's like the funnest waves. So yeah, I love coming down here, love spending time, and it's even better to be able to compete down here.
Well, you've posted a heat win, you're through to the next round. You must be feeling pretty good.
Oh yeah, sensation. As I said, like such a good day down here. You know, the waves are a little bit on the smaller side, but beautiful. Not too much wind just yet, and it looks like there's waves on the way, so no complaints from me.
Well, we wish you the best of luck for the entire event, Sheldon, and look forward to seeing you in the next round. Hopefully it's a little bit bigger. We expect the waves to come up a bit, so good luck.
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good to me. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks to Sheldon there. Looked as though he had an epoxy under his arm. He has gone for that epoxy equipment.
Yeah, that's no surprise. And Reginato in this heat's off to a good start with a 5.67, but this is a nice looking wave. Taj Stokes, I believe, getting a good link up on the inside. Looked like he did some good work on the outside as well. Smacks that lip, so that's got to be a good wave. Taj Stokes in the blue, Sunshine Coaster.
We certainly have a heat on our hands. This is definitely one of the stacked heats on paper, but we are into that next round now. A lot of the top seeds in the round of 64. This is, of course, day number 2 of the event. We saw the women in the water this morning. We've now got the men's, and then we'll be moving back into the women again this afternoon. Our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. Extremely lucky to have VISSLA again as our series naming rights partner. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events over the past 4 years or so. They're great to have them on board again. At live action in the water, that is Alistair Reginato on his backhand in the red. He already locked in a 5.67, and he is looking crisp.
Keen to see that first score come in for the surfer in blue. I feel it could be the top scoring ride of the heat. And here we have Kobe Clements, powerful in the pocket surfing. It's a small wave, but he's doing some damage to that wave.
I tell you what, judges are going to have their work cut out for them in this heat.
5.2 for Taj Stokes' ride, so wasn't the top scorer of the heat so far, but it is a decent score for the surfer in blue. Reginato with a 5.67 from earlier is the best wave of the heat so far, but Kobe Clements, he's got a decent score to drop as well.
Here we go, Zeb Stokes up and down. So he used his priority, but answering straight back, that's Taj Stokes in the blue, locked in that 5.2 as Robbo was talking about. It looks as though he's going to back that up. He might even get close to that 4.88 required for first.
Yep, there are some power moves in there on his backhand. I want to see this scorer wide as well because it was a smaller wave, but he unleashed some crisp, precise, well linked together turns in the pocket the whole way. It was an impressive performance. There it is, a 4.6, so it's a decent score, but yeah, I feel like they're going to have to go higher in this heat. That's the wave of Taj Stokes from earlier, which went into the 5 range. Second to last for Taj Stokes. He's got this one on his backhand. Strong turn there, but not a lot on offer after that. So, yep, this heat is off to a flying start. There's a lot of scores to drop.
It was interesting just watching the end of that replay then. Surfer in red had a look at the left and he opted not to take off. It kind of looked like a good one. But staying nice and busy, Taj Stokes in the blue. He's looking to link this one all the way through. Can he get the inside connection? And there he gets the connection. So Surfer in blue, he is in second place with just over 12 minutes on the clock.
There's potential there to put him into first. That was a decent ride. This is, this is a tight heat. Everyone's catching waves and, well, red, blue and white are catching waves and they're all decent rides and they're all tightly bunched on the score chart. So Zeb Stokes is the one who needs to find a decent wave to join them, but plenty of time to do that.
We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is Taj Stokes. Puts it up over that first section, gets out on that flat, fat face and works his way back to the pocket. Manages to get a slash in before finishing here with the end section, putting everything into it. And here we have the replay of the surfer in green. That is Zeb Stokes. Just the one turn.
Was a good turn, but the wave didn't offer anything more, so the potential ran out for him, but we can see that he's got the moves. Just needs the waves with 11 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time in these types of conditions. You can get 2 waves in the space of a couple of minutes quite easily out here, so all 4 surfers right in amongst it. There's a good score that's dropped. A 7-point ride for Reginato. So he's continuing on his run from last week at the Tweed Coast Pro, posting solid scores. And a 7-point ride in these conditions is a definite keeper for Alistair Reginato.
It is. He would be happy with that one. Continuing on that form. I'm pretty sure he finished 3rd at the Tweed Coast Pro. A semi-final finish. Zeb Stokes, he's looking for a 7.8 as he carves his way back into the pocket, flying down the line. And what's he going to finish off with here? Gets the connection, puts it up there and finishes strong. So Zeb Stokes, he is back in the game. Only a couple of small scores locked in with 10 minutes on the clock. And what a beautiful day here at Boomerang Beach. Really light winds, glassy conditions.
So that'll be Zeb Stokes' first significant score, so we wait for that to come in and it's going to be tightly bunched. Reginato getting the best of it. He's got the 2 best waves on the score chart and one of them is a really good score of a 7-point ride. Here's our surfer in blue, Taj Stokes. This is a good wave as well on his backhand.
Well, we'll wait for that number. He's looking for a 7.47 to take the lead, or drop a 4.77 from his scoreline and make things harder for third and fourth. Got a surfer having a look. That is the current heat leader, Alistair Regginato, racing down the line. He takes to the air and just not able to land. You can see where his head's at, Robbo.
Absolutely. It's a surfer with confidence.
He is going strength to strength. Interesting just to get that shot there, looking at the separation between competitors in the water.
I feel like the waves are getting better. More consistency.
I agree with you there, Robbo. Well, it is an incoming tide. Still a couple of hours left before the high tide. I just feel like it's going to continue to improve as the morning goes on. It's a bit more water on the bank that allows the surfers to get a couple of critical turns out the back and then link those waves all the way through to the sand.
And the winds are staying light, so clean wave faces. So it's just a great day. And Zeb Stokes has a 4.17 on the board now, so he's in the game, which is good. Here's our surfer in blue, Taj Stokes. Great opening move. And another good move. Powerful, well linked together turns, variety in it. And taking it through to the shoreline. I'd say that could be his best wave.
Well, he dropped the 4.77 that he had in his scoreline. He managed to lock in a 5.93. So now Taj Stokes, he's looking to replace a 5.2 from his scoreline to increase his second place.
I think he will.
You think it's a 6.75 to go to first, Robbo?
I think it's in the ballpark, yes. I think he's gone to the lead. I just saw the scores there. Look at this wave. It stands up beautifully. Strong first turn. Bottom to top turn linked together. Smooth, well precise. Cut back into the shore break and tiny at the end, but he finishes off beautifully. And a 7.17. He has gone to the lead. So Taj Stokes with a 7.17 and a 5.93. Alistair Regginato now in second position. He has the 7 and a 5.67. He only requires a 6.11 to go to first. And the equation for white and green has become tough.
That is Kobe Clements up and riding, just unable to get the finish on that wave. Well, I'll tell you who'd be happy, North Shore Board Riders Club, because they have two competitors sitting in first and second. Taj Stokes in the blue did get the lead with that 7.17. He's got a backup of a 5.93. Alistair Regginato in second. Kobe Clements in third and Zeb Stokes in fourth. I feel like it really is a battle for second place at this stage. But surfers in third and fourth chasing excellent scores.
Yeah, it's a tough battle for them. They've got to get 8-point rides, excellent scores just to get to second. So, but we know they're capable of it. That's the other thing. Kobe Clements and Zeb Stokes, they're great surfers. They can get the excellent rides, but it is a tough ask with 6 minutes remaining. And as we've mentioned, the Sunshine Coast surfers, these conditions, well and truly familiar with these sorts of waves. So they're excelling in this heat.
They'd be feeling at home out there.
They would.
Here at Boomerang, we are, of course, on the Barrington Coast. Thanks to Barrington Coast and Mid-Coast Council. Barrington Coast is the new tourism destination name for Great Lakes, Manning Valley and Gloucester. Well, making the most of this coastline. Surfer in white, he is chasing an excellent score. That is Kobe Clements.
Nothing shabby about that ride on his backhand. There were some powerful, precise, multiple moves there. We need to watch a replay on this one. The wave stands up on the inside and Kobe Clements, I think that's going to be his best wave. Is it an excellent ride? Maybe short of that, but I'm confident it's going to be his best ride and it's going to change the situation. And there's still plenty of time, just under 5 minutes, but I'm interested to see what that score comes through at. Needs to improve on our 4.6, so it's got to do that, doesn't it?
The wave itself wasn't amazing.
No.
But Kobe, he surfed it as best he could. He surfed beyond, I feel like, what the wave had to provide. A straight into backhand turn, into backhand turn. What I love about Kobe's style is he just seems to link turns together. There's not much like movement. He just seems to have that nice composure throughout his surfing.
And you're right, Brittany, because earlier he caught a really good right, but it was a smaller wave. It was a much smaller wave. And that left was also a smaller wave. And that sort of inhibited the score that he could get. So maybe that's the same case, but we'll see. Here's another good wave for our surfer in red. He wants to get back into first place. Needs a 6.11 to do it. Every chance he'll get it off that ride. That looked good.
There is just under 4 minutes on the clock. Will Kobe Clements and Zeb Stokes get the excellent scores that they're chasing to move on through to the next round? This is, of course, the men's round of 64, heat number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000.
6-point ride for Alistair Reginato, so it's improved his score line, but he didn't go to first. He needed a 6.11. It's made the equation for white and green that much harder. They now need an 8.4 and 8.83 respectively. And yeah, Kobe Clements did not get the score. So yeah, the moves are good. The wave, as you pointed out, was a smaller wave, and yep, the judges want more.
And conditions like this, those surfers are more than capable of locking in those excellent scores, but with the conditions the way they are, they're a tough ask. Like, that's the highest single waves of this heat so far that they are chasing. Well, Kobe Clements, he is looking for that score. He's not going to give up. Got the inside connection. How's he going to finish? Drives hard off the bottom, cracks the lip. Can he get one more? Puts it up there, drifts the tail. So excellent surfing there from the man in the white, but answering back. This is Alistair Reginato on his backhand. I don't think he's going to improve on his situation, but we'll wait and see where the judges go with the last of white, Kobe Clements.
Kobe Clements is making this heat extremely interesting. He's catching the slightly smaller waves, but he's the manoeuvres on those waves are first class. So it's keeping the heat well and truly alive. He needs an excellent score.
We have Zeb Stokes up and riding. Beautiful first turn, slays into the second. Just unfortunately the wave just fizzles out. But he was looking like he was onto a good number there.
Well, the first turn was as good as it gets, but then the wave just let him down. Clements, yep, a 4.73. I think, yep, the surfing's there. The choice of waves is inhibiting what he can get. And but yeah, the actual surfing is on point.
Current heat leader up and riding, drifts the tail on the first turn. He is looking like he wants to go to the air. Can he stick the landing? Well, the pole's in the way. We'll wait and see. We're just over 1 minute on the clock. That was Alistair Reginato. He's sitting in second place, so he's chasing a 6.11 for first. Will there be another opportunity for Kobe and Zeb?
Zeb Stokes, that last ride, one massive manoeuvre, a 5.13, and then the wave ran out. So who knows what would have happened if he had got a good wave. He only now needs a 7.87, but time's his enemy. Low, he does have second priority. We know what he can deliver. 30 seconds. It's Kobe Clements again on a smaller inside wave. This one running for him. Oh.
Going for the Superman. He almost stuck that too with 15 seconds on the clock.
It's been an intriguing heat.
The surfer in white, Kobe Clements, he knew he needed something excellent, so he went for it, but unable to get that landing.
As we count out of the heat, pretty sure it's going to be blue and red.
And that concludes heat number 2 of the men's round of 64. Taj Stokes taking the win over Alistair Reginato in second, unfortunately bowing out Kobe Clements and Zeb Stokes. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of men's round of 64 heat number 3.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to South Boomerang Beach for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth now with Adam Hennessy. How are you, Dimmy?
Very good. What about that last heat? Kobe Clement sort of pushing the point towards the back end of that heat, and yeah, exciting. And like I said, I feel like there's going to be a little bit of an increase in the swell in the next, say, 6 hours. And as that tide runs out away from that, say, 10:30, 11 o'clock high tide, I feel like these conditions are going to get better, and the performance levels are going to go to through the roof. But yeah, already you've seen, you know, the dominance of some surfers, both in the men's and the women's, and this one is going to be an absolute doozy. Who we got?
It is. We have Reef Hazelwood, Cooper Davies, Saxon Reba and Maddie Job. What another exciting matchup for the men's round of 64.
Yep, big heat. I'm sure all the Hurley crew or Josh D'Souza and that, big shout out to them guys. They've got a few surfers in this heat, so they'd be watching this for sure, doing a bit of work online. But yeah, this is going to be an absolute great heat to watch as we see coming deep in the peak. That is a lovely first turn and carves around, but unfortunately losing momentum. So we are into the main event round of the men's, and here we go. Looks like the surfer in white, that is Saxon Reba. I'm trying to get used to that new hairdo. Geez, he's got some fluency and potency on that backhand, and he's been using a lot of that in those last two events because he had a really good result at the Tweed Coast Pro when it came to the Pro Juniors, got through a couple of QS heats, and definitely some strong manoeuvres. So what a heat. What a day. Day number 2.
It is a beautiful day down here at Boomerang.
Oh, I was just outside before, and it's nice and warm, summer. Getting towards the end of summer, but still really nice and warm. Waves. And what I love about these conditions is there is very little wind. So it really opens up the opportunities for these guys. So first of red was a 5-point ride. Reef Hazelwood, Saxon Reba a 4.5. Cooper Davies, 2.5. And what a heat this is. Matty Job, the burly surfer, undercover. He's out there as well. So this is going to be one not to miss a second of. So big shout out to all our event sponsors. Of course, this is their first event of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And this is the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Big points on offer and big prize money. We spoke earlier to Sarah Baum about it, about, you know, getting that big win at the Tweed Coast Pro, set her up financially for the rest of the series, and that in itself takes away a bit of the pressure.
It does. It is such an expensive sport, especially if you don't have that financial backing from sponsors and, you know, the extra incentives and things like that. So like someone like Sarah Baum, she mentioned she's actually in the South African leg of her region. So these points for these events don't actually count towards her campaign, but she's doing these events just so she can keep on the ball with her own competitive surfing and stay in the Rashi, but also make some money so she can fund her tour this year.
It's interesting. I was just thinking back to, I saw an interview with Geordie not that long ago, Geordie Smith, about how, back in the early 2000s, how inflated, the salaries from sponsorships were for the athletes and how lucky they were. And in the last, say, 5 to 10 years, that's had to be brought back due to the economics of the world and stuff like that. So it can be a little bit tough for these surfers to actually afford. A lot of these surfers will work 9 months a year just to get themselves the opportunity to compete at this level. Here we go.
That is Matty Job from Burleigh. A little hung up on the first turn, but he managed to recover well. And it finishes off. So he'll get a number on the board, but at this stage it is Reef Hazelwood in the red, in first with a 5. We'll wait and see where this heat heads. This is heat number 3 of the men's round of 64. We have the destination New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through this one, Dimmy.
Yeah, nice connection on that first turn. Came out a little bit strangely, but it got to work. He's got such a strong forehand, Matty, and he knows he's right in the game when it comes to these kind of heats. He's probably surfed multiple times against all these 3 other surfers, and that's the thing about these regional events too. You sort of, back in the day when you're on the QS and you're doing the international stuff, you'll go up against guys you've never heard of, and all of a sudden you have no insight into what they bring to the game. I feel like at this regional level, even though it can be a little bit daunting because you know how good the other guys are, you know what they bring.
Yeah, and I think with so many events in this Australian leg, they really do get to understand their competitor, and they see them so much. Like they're travelling, if not together, next to each other. They're all in the same towns, they're all surfing the same breaks. And the further this event series goes, I feel like the more insight they gain on their competitors.
For sure, Brett, and I do believe we have Taj Stokes down in the interview area. Taj, good morning to you, buddy, and a great way to start your day. Talk us through that heat. How was it out there?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, it was pretty slow at the start, and then they kind of got a bit more consistent throughout the middle of the heat, and I got a couple waves, and yeah, just managed to get the job done.
You certainly got the job done. Hey, I noticed there was 3 of you from the Sunshine Coast in that one heat. Did it feel like you were just kind of surfing back at home?
Yeah, it did a little bit. Like, obviously my brother was in that heat, and so I surfed with Zeb every day, and Alistair, we're in the same board riders club, so it was just like surfing a little beachy back home. And then even at the end of the heat, when Cooper and Reef paddled out, it was a bit like just another day back at home.
Yeah, it felt like Bevo just had to paddle out as well, and all the boys are out there. So
yeah, Bevo's the only one missing.
Bevo's the only one on the tools. But how was it going against your brother, mate? Was that fun?
Yeah, it was good. We've had a few heats together now in the junior series, and I think this might have been one of our first on the QS together, so that was good. And yeah, we're always talking some smack together in the house before we come down, and then yeah.
What do the parents do? Do they have to sit sort of idle and go, okay, 2 guys get through, let's hope both the boys go through?
Yeah, they sort of just sit back and let it take its course, because obviously they want both of us through, but as in like just in that heat then, obviously we couldn't both get through that one, but maybe another time, so yeah.
Talk us through your campaign 2023. What have you set yourself some ultimate goals on where you actually want to be at the end of this campaign?
Yeah, obviously I'd love to be on the Challenger Series, and that's the goal for everyone in this QS, but just enjoying the moment at the moment, and just yeah, like we're down in Boomerang right now. It's a beautiful place. I love it down here. There's always good waves. So yeah, just enjoying my time.
Congratulations, mate. You put on a stellar performance in a really tough heat, so we wish you all the best moving forward. We will see you again tomorrow, and best of luck to you.
Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Wow. Great performance in a really big, that was a tough heat. Kobe Clements really came back late, and to get the win over Alistair Reginato, who's been probably, in the top 3 or 4 guys standouts during the course of the Australian leg so far. A great kind of confidence boost for him moving forward as well, Brett.
And, well, talk about knowing your competitors in the water with his brother, and Alistair's also in the same board riders club. So I feel like those guys well and truly know what they surf like and their own strategies. But back to the live action in the water.
These waves.
So far, Reef Hazelwood, well, he's locked in a 7.67 while we were having that interview. Just kind of took off under our noses. He's locked in a 5 as a backup. So Sunshine Coast surfer again in the lead.
Yep. And for myself, as we see the surfer up and riding, look at that attack. First turn into a second turn. This is why I feel this guy is tailor-made for getting himself on the elite ranks. His fluency, his power, he's got such a strong base in his surfing, and I love the way he goes about his business. So I feel like he's right there, ready to roll, and hopefully 2023 is going to be the year. And look at this attack. Take us through this, Brett.
It's beautiful first turn, straight into a second. Absolutely no downtime. He got beyond vertical, and he put it up there for a third. I am going to call it best wave of the event so far, Dimmy.
Yep. I remember a couple of years ago, Reef came down and trained a bit at North Stain before the Sydney Surf Pro, and look at it, a 9.40. That is serious surfing. As we see the surfer in white up and right in, Saxon Reba from Manly looking strong as well. So this is a really good heat. These rights, you know, very, very long running rights, offering plenty of scoring opportunity. But yeah, I remember seeing Reef a couple of years ago. He came down to do a bit of training before that event, and the one thing I noticed, even in small waves, just how fast he went. Like, it was just next level.
And he's such a genuine human. Like, here we go again. This is Reef on his forehand now, flying down the line. Just talking of speed, he has got so much flow. He's looking for the section. He puts it up. Can he stick the landing? Just not quite making it. But he's looking to replace a 7.67 if he's wanting to extend his lead further. But yeah, back to Reef. Just, he's a genuine human. But then I just feel like I've seen a lot of him kind of in and out of the Surfing Australia High Performance Centre.
Yep.
And he just seems so engaged and intrigued and wants to learn. And I feel like a lot of athletes, that's a point of difference when they actually want to be there. They're not just there because they've got to be there or part of a program. They actually want to be there. He wants to learn and wants to improve.
Yeah, 100%. And look at that, 17.07 two-wave combination. I dare say that is the best two-wave combo of the whole event so far. And you're going to get that. When you get into this round of 64, you're going to get the performance levels grow. The athletes know that they're going to have to be on the job. And talking about on the job, Matty Job, a 5.9 and a 5.50. He is in second right now. He's such a strong competitor when it comes to heats. He knows what he's looking for. Cooper Davies out there as well with a 5.43 and a 4.43. And Saxon Mariba in the game needs a 6.90. He has a 4.5 and a 4.07. So far it's been the Surfing Red who's been the standout. But here we go. It looks like flying down the line. This is the surfer. There he is, Saxon. Throwing a bit of innovative manoeuvre into that one turn, but not riding out. But yeah, he is like a sponge, Reef, isn't he? He'll take it all in, and that's what impressed me about seeing him down at Manly like 2 weeks before the event, because I was like, wow, he was the only one out there really sort of trying to get used to the banks and stuff like that. But yeah, I feel like his professionalism holds him in good stead.
He makes the time for people too. You see him in passing, he stops, he has a chat. And the other week I was up at the centre and he was part of an all-in camp that the high performance team have got, and the camp actually involved young Rommies from the ages of say like 13, and then you had guys like Morgan Siblick,
yep,
and Reef along for the camp as well. But Reef actually stayed for the entire time, and just watching him and how he held himself and how much time he had for the younger Groms coming through, they kind of idolise him. One of them even said, "Well, like, I look up to you, Reef." So just to see that dynamic and how much time he had for the kids below him,
yeah,
it's really impressive.
He's very humble, very humble. That probably half embarrassed him, but you know what I mean? But he is a serious competitor, and it'd be great to see him take that next step. We are 5 minutes 40 seconds away from completing Heat 3 of the round of 64, and it is red first. It is a real tight battle between second, third and fourth. He's comboed everyone else, so it's basically a battle for that second position unless he makes a pretty crucial error with priority and gets an interference. At the moment, the surfer in red leading the charge, but all these heats, we saw that last heat with Kobe Clements. I felt like he really was impressive, even though he didn't go through. He was impressive because he just, at the end of that heat, he was like a dog with a bone. He wouldn't give it up. He just was trying things that might change the course of that heat. It didn't happen for him, but yeah, such is the nature of these heats. It's game on from the opening seconds to the end of the heats.
Yeah, the one thing I love about Kobe is he just doesn't give up. I think for him in that heat, it just came down to wave selection. His surfing was there, but just the wave selection kind of let him down a little bit.
Yep.
But just knowing that he needed a big score, on the last wave that he took off on, he actually went for a Superman, and he almost stuck it.
Wow. You see his socials, he actually does land a lot of really tricky moves. So the fact that he had, the confidence and the know to have a crack at a move like that is pretty impressive for a young guy too. So these heats, as I said, it's just so fun to watch the development and the growth of these young guys as they come through. When they take on the more established guys, they don't have any fear. They know they have to bring their A game. And, even when you look at heats like this, you've got Reef and then you've got Saxon, who is basically still a junior. He's going good in the juniors. And then you've got someone like Cooper and Matty, and both of them guys are dangerous. They're easy capable of winning events. So such is the amount. And I think Sarah Vaughan put it absolutely perfect early in the day when she said our region, when you come against the regional guys and come against the girls, like that it's game on from the outset. Here we go.
That is Cooper Davies from the Sunshine Coast carving his way into the pocket. He's looking for a steeper section on the inside. Can he get the finish? Puts it up there, and there it is. He gets the completion. So he's looking for a 5.97. I'm saying it's going to come close to me.
I reckon it might go over. That was some strong surfing. Along with this young guy, here he goes. Saxon Reba up on the backhand. Nice vertical whips. It's got some good flow going on that board, and then we saw out the back just that chip shot in from Cooper. Watch his first couple of turns, nice setup, and he gets to work. He's got such a great forehand rail game, and this last turn just emphasised the fact that was a strong ride.
There it is, a 6.6, so he moves into second place.
Very, very well calculated, I felt, that ride. Just put all the, connected the dots, as they say. But, yeah, that was a great ride. Puts him in the second. Matty Job with priority. Only needs a 6.14. And Saxon Reba, he's in fourth, but he needs a 6.63. And he can definitely do that in his sleep. So a 5.40, his last ride. And we are looking forward to a great day. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS3000 event down at beautiful Boomerang Beach. There is a little bit of cloud cover. There was a lot of rain this morning. And don't forget, the Mad Max 2-for-1 burritos. That's me and you. What about if I shout one day, you shout the other?
It works out well, doesn't it?
Works out well.
Yeah, don't forget to scan that barcode that was on the screen. You can get your 2-for-1 burritos. Thanks to Mad Max. Proud to partner with Surfing New South Wales. Again, across this Pro Surf Series. Well, I was almost stuck for words then just watching Reef.
Same here. That was just so fun to watch. See, now he knows his second highest score, and this is what we were talking about, how much of a thinker he is. He knows he needs to get better than a 7.67. And as a surfer and a competitive surfer, you always only want to take away where you feel like you're going to have to put in a performance that's going to better that second score. And you could just see that innovation and progression side of his attack. So we'll see what the judges think with a minute to go, and priority is with Matty Job. So the surfer from Burleigh Heads has all the aces when it comes to being able to take whatever wave he likes. The Mad Max minute comes up on the screen, and Saxon Reba has second priority. So both those guys don't need huge scores. So Cooper Davies is not safe, but we'll see what happens in that last minute. Here we go. The young guy from Manly up and right in, nice vertical turn. That is a nice second turn. Comes around, carves it in the pocket, and out the back.
Green had priority. This is Matty Job. He is looking for a 6.14 to move on through the next round with 30 seconds on the clock. Can he get the number he is chasing? He is looking like he's in good form.
That was a great exchange from white and green, and that leaves Cooper a little bit vulnerable out there, but he does have priority. 15 seconds to go. Will he get another opportunity? And we'll see what the judges think. So another exciting heat coming to our close, but yeah, all 4 servers on the money, I feel, in this heat. We'll just see what the judges think as we head towards the back end. So we might look at some replays here, Britt, and just sort of try to analyse exactly where we think these scores are going to be.
I loved those first 2 turns from Saxon Reba.
100%. That second turn was money. Money for jam, as they say. Bang, I love that turn. So we'll see what the judges think, and then we saw, you know, that trademark hacking on the forehand from Matty Job. So if you were Cooper Davies right now, you'd be a little bit concerned. So we'll see what the judges think of those last 2 rides. Will it be enough to turn the tide? Boys are congratulating each other and probably just stand there going, come on, throw the score, throw the score, throw the score.
And it looks as though that concludes the men's round of 64, heat number 3. So they make their way back up the beach.
Yeah, we will get those results to you as soon as possible, just to see what happens in that last minute. And we're going to throw up to a break. And by the looks of it, Britt, it was Matty Job who went up into second position. We'll throw to a break. We'll be back very shortly at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to Boomerang Beach for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and we are straight into the next heat, Timmy.
Yep, rapid fire, as they say. We are into it, and another exciting heat coming your way. We saw a great performance in that last heat by Reeve Hazelwood, and this is going to be another heat to really engage the viewing public. So exciting day. We're going to round out the men's 64 as we see the surfer coming deep on the peak. Nice opening turn, just trying to find his groove, his rhythm. And in this heat,
that was our Destination New South Wales Wave replay. In this heat, we have Joel Vaughan in the red, Darcy Crump in the blue, Dom Thomas in the green, and Mannix Skyers in the white.
Oh, the Super Grom's out there.
Super Grom. He is definitely showing us that he has got the talent. We are obviously talking about Mannix Skyers. He put together some great numbers yesterday. And also had his dad competing in the event too, Nick Squires.
So in that last heat, it actually looked like it was Cooper Davies who held on to second position, Matty Job third, and Saxon Reba fourth. Very tight heat between second, third and fourth, and it was a clear standout victory with a 9.4 and a 7.67 for Reeve Hazelwood, as we see Dom Thomas up. So a couple of young guys going against I mean, he's still very young, but Vaughan feels like he's been around for a long time. And Darcy Crump, very established from the Northern Beaches. Big shout out to his family. Great to see Darcy still doing the QSs and continuing to keep that dream alive, as they say. So this is going to be a really tough heat.
That was huge from Manic Squires.
Look at the way, yeah, he just... astonishing would be the word for a grommet of his age.
I'm interested to see where the judges go with that one, actually. We're just under 16 minutes on the clock. They are 20-minute heats.
So, from a viewer looking at this heat, right, people go, oh, Joel Vaughan is probably, you know, this is a sort of easier heat than you've seen, but it's not, because he'd be so aware of the danger of these grommets, because they just have no fear. Even though he's quite a bit older than these guys, except Darce, I feel like Joel knows that he has to bring his A game every time he hits the water, because he's so well regarded. He's got a target on his back.
He does, and there it is, the last of White, 4.93. Manic Squires in first place at the moment. Yeah, I do agree with you there, Dimmy. Joel Vaughan, he's an excellent surfer, but he knows what these younger guys are capable of. And, well, this one here, he's older. That's Darcy Crump. A couple of nice backhand turns there. He's been competing for a while now.
He's had some good results at the regional level for a long time, and comes from a pretty strong club up at North Ave. Maybe some of them have gone over to Bungan. They've sort of gone over to the dark side, but no, Darce has been a solid campaigner from our region for a long time. So I've seen a lot of him growing up. I saw Letty Mortensen yesterday, who's another surfer from that region, who's just brought out a movie as well. So get on and check that out. It's great to see these guys sort of transition through the QS, and they might take a different path, very similar to what Craig Ando did, as we see Borny up and right in. Wow. Yeah, so someone like Letty doing a movie, but he did say he's really keen to get back on the QS sooner or later and get his sort of jive back on, as he'd say. But yeah, great to see these guys from up on the Northern Beaches, the furthest end when it comes to a board riding club. So North Avalon Board Riders is definitely sort of the furthest club we have up there. I don't think there's a club at Palmy. But yeah, some good surfers. And like I said, Darcy Crump, definitely one guy who has been around a long time.
And he's still real, like I say, he's an older guy in this heat, but he's really not that old.
Nah, he's just been around a long time.
He's just been around. Well, speaking of being around the surfing scene for a while, we do have Reef Hazelwood down there, the previous heat winner. Reef, it's Britt Nicol and Adam Hennessy. How are you feeling after that 9.4?
Yeah, feeling pretty good. You know, you get that kind of wave coming to you and you're just like, oh man, I hope I don't stuff it up. And then you're able to put a couple good turns together and kind of really put the heat to bed a little bit. And so yeah, I felt really good and just was paddling back out, just pretty stoked and cruising and just looking forward to getting some more waves and hopefully just letting loose a little bit.
Mate, you had my froth meter going at full level. I'm sure all the boys, Josh D'Souza and all the boys at Hurley would be frothing on that performance, mate. Even that last wave, I want to take you through your mindset of that one where you're sort of really innovative in the way you went about that. You knew that you had a 7.67. Were you trying to better that in that scenario?
Yeah, I think better it, but at that point I was really just trying to have as much fun as I could. Like, waves are just super fun out there right now, and you know, just really fun left and right peaks and super wedgy. So I was just looking to have as much fun as I could and surf as many waves as I could, really.
2023, mate, you look fit, you look healthy, your equipment looks amazing. How are you feeling at the start of the year?
Yeah, feeling really good. I'm really stoked. I got a fifth at Cabarita and yeah, coming down here, love this place. Yeah, I feel like I've been training really hard. I was in Hawaii for a good little stint too. So yeah, just really putting in the work and yeah, hoping to just be continuing to push my surfing and yeah, really excited to be here and be doing these series to be able to put it into work.
Hey Reef, I know that you've done a fair bit of work with the Surfing Australia High Performance team. Can you talk us through what it means to actually have that support? And I know that you've got access to a fair few different sources. Can you just talk us through what that means leading into 2023?
Yeah, absolutely. Did a camp with them, and that was really sick. Had kind of all the age groups come together, from like little 14-year-old Groms to us Challenger Series guys, and the CT guys and women couldn't make it there because they were obviously in Hawaii, but was super sick, and just being able to go to the HPC and see everything that they have for us there, and all the support that they want to give us, even if we're not living on the Gold Coast, is just incredible. Like the strength and conditioning and athlete wellbeing and engagement, people Michelle and Worko are here at the moment, so sick to have them here and supporting us right now, and making sure that we're all good in between heats, and just making sure everything's good out of the water so that we can be doing our best in the water, which is really incredible. So stoked for their support.
Well, you're certainly doing your best on land, but also in the water. You just posted the highest single wave of this event. We look forward to seeing you in the next round, so congratulations to Reef Hazelwood.
Thanks so much.
Wow, absolutely ripping.
He was having an absolute ball out there.
Yeah.
As he said, I wasn't even looking to improve on the 767. I was just having fun.
He probably knew too that he had everyone in combo. As we see Vorney up and riding. Nice, powerful first turn into another one, and wow, just could not stick the landing on that final manoeuvre. And right now, he's actually in third position with just under 10 to go, Britt, and he needs a 4.21. I don't know if he'll get it on that wave, but yeah, very tight heat. Right now, Dom Thomas, the young gun, in the lead with a 4.9 and a 4.87. Manic Squires out there in second with a 4.93 and a 4. So very tight heat between first, second, third and fourth. So no one really opening up just as yet. And I'm sure that will happen. We're probably right on the high tide mark at the moment. So very much like yesterday, Britt, I felt like as the day went on, the afternoon produced some really fun conditions. And didn't these surfers just absolutely take full advantage? So even though the waves are 1 to 2 feet, I feel like the wave quality and the banks out here are just amazing anyway.
They are, and all the men made the most of it yesterday, but today it is day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. We started with the women's round of 56 this morning. We're now into the men's round of 64. We're rounding out today with the women's round of 48. So we've got a massive day of action here at South Boomerang Beach.
Yeah, that will definitely put us in a strong position when it comes to picking the eyes out of the best waves. So I'm sure that the powers that be have really identified the head judge. They always look at conditions. They sort of try to make sure that we give the best opportunities for the athletes. And yeah, today's a massive day, but we're so excited because the waves are pretty much as fun as you get for a little 1 to 2 feet beachy.
It looks super playful once those waves come through, and as you mentioned, the tide is almost high. I think it might be about half an hour off, but surfer in green up and riding. That is Dom Thomas. He's the current heat leader. Puts it up there, not able to get the landing. Well, he's looking to improve on the 2 4s that he's got in his scoreline because nobody has run away with this heat yet with 8 minutes on the clock. First priority with the surfer in white, Manic Squires, the young gun, showing us what he is made of.
So right now it is the 2 younger surfers in this heat that have sort of bought their game, but it's so tight between first, second, third and fourth. Vorney only needs, so Joel needs a 4.21 and Das needs a 5.83, and both those guys could do that in their sleep.
They could do that on one turn. With their eyes shut.
With their eyes shut.
Fun fact.
Mortals couldn't, but these guys could.
I seem to surf a lot with my eyes shut because every photo that I've seen of me that's a water shot, for some reason I've got my eyes shut. It's like I anticipate a section, and you know when something's like coming at you through a windscreen or something and you just like close your eyes for a split second? It's that moment.
Mate, I spend most of my time underwater because I fall off a lot. But yeah, no, these guys are so good, and here we go. It looks like Joel Vaughan is going to have a look at this wave. He's got a nice corner to it, gets to work, strong, carving manoeuvre. He knows he doesn't need a lot to go into second, so he's probably just trying to consolidate at this point. And Joel finishes off strong, so I think that could be the turn of the tide when it comes to the surfing red and his position in the heat.
One thing I noticed with Joel Vaughan just then, he was generating speed And instead of staying low on the wave, you actually just put it up there for a floater and almost generated speed back out of that.
Yeah, nice first turn. You can see the whipping. And then he carves around and he tries to get himself, you know, down that line with as much speed as possible. And we saw that a bit of a split peak. So this looks like Surfer in a green, looking nice and sharp as well. So lovely transition on the backhand. But yeah, I felt like it was the read on that wave for Joel Vaughan was pretty much right on point.
There it is, a 4.73. So Joel Vaughan goes into second place. Now looking for a 5.04 to go to first. Manic Squires in the white. He's been bumped back to third, but only chasing a 4.23.
Not a lot required, and has first priority as well. So, yeah, I felt like that wave, Joel was just very professional in his approach to that wave. He knew he just wanted to get the score, as we see Dom Thomas up and right in once more. So he got the score he requires. I feel like in the next 5 minutes, he's going to really try to open up to assert his authority on this heat.
I feel like this swell is slightly starting to pulse Dimmy with this incoming tide. Just watching that set come through, I know there wasn't much on offer there for Dom Thomas, but it just seemed a little bit bigger than the other sets.
Yeah. And going off what happened yesterday too, there was a pulse on the incoming tide, and there was definitely a change towards the mid-afternoon before the tide went too low. There was an hour or two where I felt like the banks were just absolutely pristine for attack.
It's one thing about Boomerang Beach, it seems to always provide good banks regardless of how much swell there is. It's one of those locations that you can rely on for this VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series.
If you put 100 of these surfers and said for the whole series, where would you like to surf on the regional series, they'd all say Boomerang. I remember talking to Matty Banting once about it, and I said, oh, you're going to Boomerang? He said, would not miss it. Like, it's always got waves. This event has always traditionally found itself in a position where it's had really good waves. Some of the clips that have come from this event, even at a 1,000 level of the QS, just incredible.
It is, and well, we are on the Barrington Coast, thanks to Barrington Coast and Mid-Coast Council. Barrington Coast is the new tourism destination name for Great Lakes, Manning Valley and Gloucester. This region spans 10,000 square kilometres from its highest point at the Barrington Tops down to the Pacific Ocean right here at Boomerang Beach. That's a lot to explore beyond the beach. And check out their website, barringtoncoast.com.au, or follow them on their socials at Barrington Coast. Beautiful location, beautiful part of New South Wales. If you haven't been here, be sure to check it out. As we watch the surfer in the next heat look to make his way out. Looks like it might be Te Butler.
There he is, the big Kiwi, ready to roll. He's another one who's been in fine form this year, as we see the surfer in blue up and right, and this is Das looking to get himself back in the game. He needs a 6.06. Didn't see the start of that wave, but felt like the body language just didn't really emphasise that he felt like that was a good one. So we'll see what the judges think, but yeah, Te Butler up next right now with 3 to go. Very, very tight battle. If you look at the surfer in the lead with a 9.77, in second Joel Vaughan with a 9.16, and Hank Squires has an 8.93, and the kid is being like a rock out there, holding priority, just really determined to find the best opportunity for him, and he only needs a 4.23 Brit to get on through.
There are certainly glimpses of his father, Nick Squires, in Manic Squires. He is showing so much maturity in his approach.
Except the size. If you look at him, put them next to each other, they are like twins.
Well,
just even the way they surf, you can see how much he's fed off his dad's sort of his technique as well. So yeah, it's so good to watch, like father, son having the opportunity to do what they do what they love and travel, and I'm sure now Nick is really focused on helping his son sort of further his endeavours in the sport.
Just under 2 minutes on the clock at the moment. Dom Thomas still in first place with a 4.9 and a 4.87. Joel Vaughan in second. Max Squires in third, and Darcy Crump in fourth. Still a very tight heat. Not much required to progress on through to the next round. This is, of course, the men's round of 64, heat number 4 in the water. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000.
Wow, look at this thing down the peak. Surfer in green on a bomb. What about that first turn? Just exploding through the lip. Comes around, carving it into the pocket again. Dom Thomas, very impressive indeed. Wow. That was really well read.
I feel like that was the wave that Dom Thomas was looking for to separate himself from the pack.
Yeah, point of difference for sure, I felt, just on the strength of that first turn alone. And I'd love to get a replay of that wave because the other 3 competitors were way down towards the south and he picked that bomb off further down the north. So this is going to be interesting to see how the judges assess that ride. But yeah, I feel like that's going to go, easily be his best ride as we see the Mad next minute hit the screens. Exciting stuff.
It is exciting stuff. And there it is, a 5.07 Destination New South Wales wave replay on the screen. He wafts the tail to start with. Links back into the pocket and gets the inside connection. So he went critical on the first turn. He got the progression and just unfortunately the wave let him down for the rest of it, but he did improve on his lead. And on screen that is Darcy Crump answering straight back, chasing a score. But on screen, Mannix Squires, this might be the last opportunity for young Mannix.
What's he got on the inside here, Brett?
Does he have a buzzer beater in him? Oh my God.
Oh, wow. That was effortless as well. So that is going to be interesting. He sort of put his hands up, went, what do you reckon?
I reckon it's a 4.23 for sure, but we'll wait and see.
This is going to be interesting because he, as you said, he only needs a 4.23. Darcy Crump needs a 6.08. Here we go. So that first turn, jamming away. This is a smaller wave, but this is it. This is going to be the issue with this wave. Is it going to be enough to be a 4.23? But the innovation and creativity of that ride was pretty good.
It wasn't huge, but I feel like it was still critical. Even his landing, he was almost a little double up section on the sand.
Yeah, he definitely landed in the flats. But we'll see what the judges think.
The start of that wave did certainly let him down, though.
Yeah, 100%. I think it was more about the size of that wave than the fact of what he did on it. But, he put a exclamation point at the end of that ride. That's all he can do.
Did he get the number?
The judges will be having a well thought out process when it comes to, giving this score, because this is an important score in the outcome of the heat.
There he is on screen, just waiting anxiously. It's going to be interesting to see how they score this. He got a 4.93 earlier on an air, but as you mentioned, Dimmy, just now that we've seen the first start of that wave, that could be where it lets him down, but he certainly finished off well. Here we go, we've got another look thanks to Destination New South Wales. Talk us through it, Dimmy.
He did power through that first turn and nice carve to set up this inside run, but I just felt like the wave itself wasn't that strong, but the surfing was really good. So it is going to be right there in the ballpark. He only needs a 4.23. That is not a lot, and he already locked in a 4.93.
And it looks like we are into the next heat.
So we'll be intently looking at the screen to see what the judges locked in for that last ride. I have a feeling it might be just a bit under. We're going to throw off to a break and we'll be back very shortly with heat number 5 of the round of 64 down here at beautiful Boomerang Beach.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS3000, and we saw an exciting finish to that last heat. Unfortunately for the young gun, just fell a tad short. Needed a 4.23 and got a 3.97. So Joel Vaughan dodges a bullet in that scenario, and we spoke about that wave, and the surfing was really good, but it was just the size of the wave. It really didn't offer a lot of opportunity, and young Squires unfortunately just fell short, Robbo. But what just such a sick day. Some really good surfing taking place. When you're away for your break, Reef Hazelwood lit it up, and in that last heat it was a little bit tight, but in the end it was Joel Vaughan and Dom Thomas progressing on through to the next round.
Mate, I stepped out of the booth and someone scores a 9.4. That was Reef Hazelwood, was that correct?
He had a 17.072 wave combo.
Yes, no, I saw that as well. But I tell you what, I'm excited about this heat.
So we're going to have a look at a couple of waves while we're thrown to a break. Nice start for the surfer in green. And as I said, I feel, Robbo, like the banks are starting to sort of take a lot better shape, and it's going to get better as the tide runs off. And that little bit of a south kick in the swell too, I feel. And that looks like the hog, is it?
It is, yep.
Oh, wow, Nathan Hedge, what an inspiration this man is.
Yep, a veteran of the tour. He's been on the big stage, and yep, he's competing here at Boomerang Beach. It's just fantastic. And the New Zealander, he is a power surfer. He surfed magnificently at the Tweed Coast Pro, and excited to see what he pulls out here too, because I feel like Butler's taken it to a new level as well.
Right, we're going to throw down to an interview. Dom Thomas, congratulations, mate. That was a really well thought out win against some really tough opposition there. Talk us through that.
Yeah, thank you. I was at the start of the heat. I just kept taking off in some small ones because I thought I was behind. I actually thought I was behind in it, and apparently at the end of the heat, I found out I was leading pretty much the whole heat, and I just scraped through at the end.
I think the smartest thing you did too, you gave yourself a little bit of separation halfway through that heat where you were able to grab that 5, like further down the peak. How did that feel that way? Because I felt like it stood up on the bank really well, and that sort of consolidated your position.
Yeah, that one felt pretty good. I got that nice first turn, and then it just kind of ran off, and I just surfed. I just didn't want to fall off, so I just surfed it to what the wave offered, really. Yeah.
And talk us through, as a young guy, right, you go against, some of the more established guys like Vaughnie and that. How do you go about that mentally? Do you just shut that out and worry about your own performance, or in the back of your mind, is it always sitting there that those top guys are there to get you?
Yeah, well, at this level right now, it's like anyone can do it, really. There's not... The top guys are always there, but everyone in your heat can always get a drop a 7 right at the end, so you just got to watch out for everyone and know everyone can, win.
It looks to us that the waves might be improving out there. How did it feel in the water?
Oh yeah, it's for sure getting better. There's maybe a couple more sets coming through now, and there's a lot more power in it. So yeah, it's really fun.
Well, that's good to hear, and it looks like the rest of the week's good. So congratulations on your heat win. Good luck in the coming up rounds.
Thank you. Thanks heaps.
Yeah, Robbo, a very mature attitude for a young kid. And yeah, like you said, when you take on the likes of Joel Vaughan, yeah, he's a worry. But all the surfers in these events and at this level are just capable of locking in some big numbers. So that is a really well thought out kind of answer to a question where, you know, as a young guy, it can be intimidating, but no, they all back themselves in.
Yep, they're in these events for experience, and they know what to do, and they're serving it up. And talking about experience, how about this guy?
Yeah, the hog himself, been around a long time, but he seems to just mature like a fine wine. And what I get out of talking to other surfers around the events is just how warm and how much inspiration they get from Hog. Like, he's so engaged in making sure the next generation have support. And that's the great thing. He's like the ultimate mentor to the next generation because he's been there, he's done that. He's had huge results in his career. In fact, last year, he basically nearly jumped from the pack at Newey and got himself onto the Challenger. I think he finished one position outside of that ranking, but he just showed everyone just how solid he is.
It's incredible. He looks super fit. He's surfing at the highest level. He went to Chopu and knocked out the world champ. Knocked out Philippe Toledo, I believe, and with some incredible performances. So yeah, Nathan Hedge, he's gone to the lead. He has a 4.07 and a 3.9 now. That's a vulnerable scoreline that he's got, but he is in the lead. Second place at this stage is the surfer in green. He has a 4.67, only needs a 3.3. And third is White, Tane Dobbin, with a 3 and a 2.3. And Butler, the New Zealand surfer, in the green, has a 4.73 in his scoreline. He's in fourth position, but that's actually the highest score of the heat so far. So watch the New Zealander. He had a fantastic event last week on the Tweed Coast. He finished runner-up, but he was an absolute standout throughout the event. Looks to me like he's taken it to a whole new level with his fitness and his power surfing, and yeah, this is a tight heat. There's nothing in this at all.
Nothing in it at all. Don't forget that if you're a bit of a novice, it's the top 9 men and top 7 women that will go from this region into the Challenger Series events, and a lot of these guys are sitting, you know, pretty much up towards the top of the rating. So this result, Robbo, is massive. QS 3,000 points is a big chunk of your qualification position, as we see Nathan Hedge again, just raising that bar and putting that board nice and vert right into the power source. And I'd love to know what he's riding these days. Would he be in your standard kind of board, or would he go to an epoxy?
I have no idea.
I think that's a standard.
Yeah, old school maybe.
Yeah.
He's a veteran, and
hard
Nathan,
to change your ways, isn't it?
It
sometimes?
is, but look at how he's surfing. I know, it's incredible.
Wow.
Like another bald-headed performer on the big stage.
Mate, can you believe Kelly's my age? When you think about, you know, the longevity of his career,
it's amazing.
The decades he's been at the top, not just in the sport, but just at the top level, he's truly the GOAT.
It is. He's a freak of all sport.
There's always that talk around, when is Kelly going to...
I know.
When's he going to give it away? And every year you go, oh, maybe this year. And
we've been talking about it for
he pops up
15
with a
years.
Massive result.
I know.
Like last year at Pipe. And yeah, it's just incredible. But these are, I think, you know, the older generation play a massive part in the development of the sport. Nathan Hedge right now, just given his all, training as hard as he's ever trained, been as fit as he's ever been, and just his experience to throw off to that next generation is such a positive aspect of what he brings to the game.
As you alluded to as well, Nathan would be a very giving surfer. Ask him for advice, he would give.
He'd get the shirt off his back.
He would.
Honestly, that's his personality. He's always been like that, and always been very appreciative of, you know, if back in the day when I'd write some media, he'd always ring you and go, thank you very much. And yeah, he's a freak. And I hope he stays in the game for a lot longer, because at his level, his fitness, age is just a number.
I know. It's amazing what he's doing. So he's in the lead, but as I said, those scores, it's a vulnerable lead at this stage, a 4.07 and a 4.03. Nathan will know his scores and he'll want to improve on that in a big way.
Yeah, Takuya Butler's definitely got got the best wave so far, that 4.73, and he holds priority. And as you said, what an amazing campaign at Tweed it was for...
Look at Hedge.
Here we go, Hedge up again, but yeah, the surfer in red only needs a 0.87 to go up, but you can see trying to build house out there, Nathan Hedge, just trying to offload that 4.03, so he knows he's vulnerable out there, Robbo, and all these guys have basically got scores right in that sort of 4-point range,
Yeah.
so it's game on with 8.5 minutes to go, as you'd expect.
That could be a decent score for Hedgie. It'll be interesting to see how it comes through.
And that always happens, mate, without priority.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you can just jag that little inside corner that, you know, when you got priority, sometimes it's a mind game as well, trying to work out, am I going to wait for a set or am I going to roll the dice on something that's sort of not as solid, but it's going to get me the score required to go into that progression.
Yep.
Here we go.
Here it is, yeah. Look, keeping busy, got away from the pack without priority, finds a wave on the inside there, and multiple top to bottom moves, finishes well. All that experience, all that knowledge, the fitness he has. Look at that, 5.23.
And what I love about that ride was the subtle adjustments on the backhand.
Yep.
Instead of doing the same turn 3 times, he made those little subtle adjustments to what he was doing on that wave, and that became that point of difference for the judges. So a 5.23 for Nathan Hedge, consolidates first at this stage, but watch for Takiru Butler. He has first priority, so he's been very, very patient out there. He's got a 4.73, and like we said, Robbo, you know, Blake Wilson and Tane Dobbin know that Surfer in red holds all the aces with priority and only needs basically to get to his feet to go up into second.
Yeah, but at this minute, Nathan Hedge, he's giving him a lesson. Keeping busy, 5.23, that's the best wave of the heat. Yeah. He's in the lead. And yeah, it's another intriguing heat. Absolutely intriguing to watch how this plays out.
I think too, they've probably identified the high tide point, so it can get a little bit slow. For someone like Hedgie, he's probably thinking, you know what, I want to keep busy outside of that priority window,
yep.
and something might pop up, and that did, that 5.23. But I'm still predicting there's going to be something in the good to the excellent range in the heat.
Yep.
Because all these other guys are so switched on when it comes to surfing heats, and their ability in the water is just incredible.
Yep, like a lot of these heats, they're close, they go down to the wire. This is another one that's going to do that.
As we speak, up and right in, Tane Dobbin. Good flow on the backhand. Would love to see what happened at the start of that wave. Can he ride out? No, he cannot. So he only needed a 2.61.
To go to second, yeah.
But again, I'm still waiting for that second ride. So we're down to the 15-minute mark in this heat, and the Surfer in red, the highest seed in this current heat in the water, he has only had one wave. So
and look at
ultra
Hedge.
patient. Look at that for Hall. Wow. How did he find that wave? And jammed away 2 big turns. So I'd love to see a replay of that wave for Nathan Hedge. And I'm predicting that's going to, you know, push his lead a bit further out.
He is schooling his opposition at the moment.
His first turn.
Yeah.
Bang, underneath the lip, into the second turn.
Yep.
Just the timing and the execution of that wave was pretty sick to watch. And waiting on these scores to lock in with 5 to go. And you can see now Takiru Butler really having a good think about what he wants. But he'd know, he'd be aware, Robbo, he's that switched on. He knows exactly what he needs. So he's not going to be, you know, ultra stressed out there.
Well, yeah.
He's a pretty casual dude.
They'd be starting to think about it. Look at that. Nathan Hedge, a 6.5 under priority. His last 2 waves, the best 2 waves of the heat, have been caught completely under priority. He's now opened up a big lead, and I think the other surfers out there will be going, well,
what's happened?
What's happened here? Yeah, I'm getting schooled by a master of the game.
Well, that's what happens.
Yep.
The master and the apprentices. So, yeah, he's very in tune on day number 2 of this WSL QS 3000 event. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro. Big shout out to Camplify. Get onto their webpage, check it out, and plan your next trip around Australia.
It's amazing what's happening in that space. The online, new entrepreneurial stuff that opens up to everyone. If you have a van, you've got a business.
100%. You can work remotely these days.
It's incredible.
They reckon the workforce around Australia has dropped about 60% when it comes to working within the boundaries of a company. So it's pretty cool.
It is. Work for yourself, be your own boss.
Yeah.
You know about that world.
Yeah, I know about that word, as you do. But it's good. And right now, 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Now, probably the heart rate's going to start to go up a little bit more for the surfer in red because he needs a wave. And to be honest, he only needs a 1.84, which is seriously nothing for the quality of the surfer in the lineup. But he's going to have to make a move and pull the trigger very shortly, Robbo. And he's looking at that wave now.
He's moving about.
Yeah,
he's on the move.
It's not that panic set in, but he just knows he's going to have to go very shortly.
Under 3 minutes, he's got priority. He's got the tools. We know how well he surfs. Nathan Hedge, it's been
a pleasure watching this.
It has. Absolute pleasure to watch. And the strategy, the thinking, the experience, the surfing on top of it, everything's come together. And I think it's all about second now.
Here we go. Good looking wave. Up on the backhand. Nice first turn. Clean wrap. Up there again and puts it nice and vertical. Some good rhythm and flow in this ride for the man in green. Comes down the inside and jams away again. So that is a nice ride. That is definitely going to put him in the second.
Yep.
He only needed a 1.90. I'm calling that could be his best ride so far. And that is going to put a lot more pressure on the surfer in red, who must have got a wave because
he's either got a wave or he's paddled for one. Yeah. Here we go.
Takiri Butler up and riding and out. Yeah. That last wave of green is going to play a massive part in this heat. And there it is. And we have the surfing wide up and riding, climbing over that first section and a big second turn. Wow. So Blake Wilson went up to second. Tane Dobbin went down to third, but he needs a 5.70. That is going to have to be the second best wave in this heat.
Yep.
And I don't know, I'm not a judge. It's going to be close. And it's going to put a lot more pressure on the surfer in red with 1 minute to go. Here we go, Nathan Hedge having a look. The hog. Look at these waves.
Yep.
It's pumping. Underneath the lip, up into the vertical position, and you can just see Nathan trying to get a bit of inside corner, but that wave sort of filters out. So the big thing we're going to talk about right now is that last wave of white. Robbo, what do you think?
Well, yeah, I think he's got the score. I think he'll go to second.
The Mad next minute.
But it's tight.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
I think about the 4.67 that the green scored, yeah.
It's a sizable wave.
Yep.
That first turn was nice,
strong
in the pocket, and this turn,
critical.
Well time.
Yeah.
But was there enough meat on the bone to give that a 5.7? It has to be the second best wave of the heat. And the judges will have to have a good think about that with just under 10 seconds to go. So,
and we're counting out of this heat.
How many times have we seen this towards the back of the heats? Just today alone. Here we go. Up and riding once more. Great flow to his surfing. And throwing a little bit of innovation there. So we'll see what the judges think.
We'll come back with the results.
Yeah, but I can tell you right now, there'll be one elated Nathan Hedge, and that ride was under a 5.37. So Robbo did not get the requirement, but he still has another wave to get in. We'll get that back to you very shortly. We're going to throw off to a break, and we're going to pay some bills, and another exciting heat coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
craving to feel new again, to see something new that will blow our minds, or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales, a place to feel free, to feel alive, and most of all, to feel new again.
Welcome back to Boomerang Beach for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. How are you going, Robbo?
Yeah, fantastic. What a great heat we've just seen, and it was an absolute lesson for surfers eyeing a pro career. We saw Nathan Hedge, the veteran of the tour, and yeah, he schooled his opposition in that heat. He scored his best 2 waves under priority. He won the heat easily, and yeah, it was an incredible heat to watch. Amazing.
It was the New Zealand competitor Takehu Butler moving on through with Nathan Hedge. Unfortunately, bowing out was Benny Wilson and Tane Dobbin, but we are now into the round of 64, heat number 6. We have Billy Stammen in the red, Jamie Thompson in the blue, Jay Okalupo in the white, and Ben Spence in the green.
And the surf's getting better, Britt. It's definitely getting better. More consistent and higher quality wave faces and big scores.
It certainly is getting better. We're just about on dead high tide. So waves are improving with more water on the bank. It looks as though the wind might have picked up a little bit. A bit more texture on the wave face now, but these competitors will still make the most of these conditions. Beautiful location here at Boomerang Beach. We've both spent a fair bit of time here, Robbo.
I have. I enjoyed a lot of great sessions at Boomerang Beach when I was a young surfer. It's going back quite a while, but
just yesterday, wasn't it?
fond memories of surfing Boomerang Beach, right up and down the beach. You go there knowing that there's going to be swell and there's going to be good sandbanks on that beach, and it's just a great location. The whole area, it's just beautiful, and great to be back here and enjoying a fantastic event. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro Men's and Women's WSL QS 3000. Important event for these surfers. They're trying to take the step from the qualifying series at a regional level through to the Challenger Series. That's what it's all about. And serious points on offer here to live that dream and try and get to the big stage of surfing.
So far, not much on offer. Just a 2.83, the highest single wave of this heat so far. They are 20-minute heats, so still plenty of time on the clock with 16 minutes. Heat number 6, the men's round of 64. We started with the women's round of 56 this morning. We then moved into this round, the round of 64 of the men's, and we'll be rounding out today with the women's round of 48. But live action in the water, beautiful turn there from Ben Spence. Looking for the connection, wafts the tail and gets the completion.
He opened the shoulders on that turn. It was complete and impressive. Ben Spence in the green. And there it is, a 4.5 for Ben, so that's a reasonable start. The other scores in the heat are basically throwaway. And here's our New Zealand competitor, Billy Stammen.
That is an Olympian up and riding. He did represent New Zealand in the Olympics. A great achievement. Imagine that.
I know.
As high as it gets, really, other than that world stage on the WSL World Tour.
It just adds to the whole equation of competitive surfing, the Olympics, and it just becomes another, very serious event in amongst everything that's happening. Billy Stammen, a 3.6 for that last ride, so Nothing significant on the board just yet. 4-5 with Ben Spence as the best of it. They'll be looking to get scores in excess of 5. I think that's where it becomes significant for them. So they'll be looking in that 5 to 8 point range, and if they happen to get a really cracking wave, go into the excellent range. But there is, I believe, a replay of Billy Stairman's wave. I'm going to be intrigued to talk to the winner of the last heat.
Edgy.
Yes, it was an amazing heat for the surfer in blue. What he's up to on his comeback, and yeah, it's a story in itself. Nathan Hedge.
It is. He's looking fitter than ever too.
I know. He's dangerous in these events.
Here we go, Ben Spence, current heat leader. Beautiful first turn again, straight into a second tap. Not able to get the completion on that one, but you talked about it earlier, Robbo. Just that rotation and opening up through those shoulders, really allowing that surfer to make the most of that first section.
Yep, technically it looks good.
Wait for that number to drop. But Billy Stairman in the red, he locked in a 3.6, so he is in second place with a backup of a 2. Jamie Thompson in the blue opened up with a 2.57, and we also have Jay Okalupo out there. Quite a famous surname, that one.
It is. Oki. We've heard that name in the water for a long time. Here we have the surfer in white, the man we're speaking of, Jay Okalupo. Okay. Nathan Hedge, what a fantastic heat you've just surfed. We were intrigued here in the commentary booth. You scored your best 2 waves completely under priority, and you ended up winning the heat comfortably. Tell us about your strategy out there, Nathan.
Well, yeah, hey Robbo, hey Britt, hope you guys are well. Yeah, stoked to be down here at Boomerang. Such a cool contest. It's just the waves have come together. There's like these epic A-frames up and down the beach, so I had a plan when the tide was a bit lower this morning. I saw the bank just up to the north here, so I thought with the tide going out slightly, the waves might shift back up this way, and they're a bit more predictable. So that was my plan, Robbo, just to choose my waves here and you know, not be too fussed about what was happening elsewhere. So kind of pays off sometimes you get in the rhythm.
We were impressed with your strategy, Nathan. It was intriguing to watch the heat play out. What I'm interested in, Nathan, you've come back into professional surfing and you've had some incredible performances. I mean, Chopu last year was incredible. You almost qualified for the Challenger Series. Do you have specific goals in this, what seems to be a serious comeback? You look fitter and you look in tune. Do you have some goals laid out in front of you?
Well, yeah, Robbo, it's just, I mean, the way the tour is structured now, it lends to starting here in Australia, and you know, the first 2 challenges are Snapper and Narrabeen, which is, you know, takes us up to about June. So really I can do the tour and enjoy it and not have to leave Australia. So that's a pretty cool opportunity, so I figure why not. And I had my best year last year, so I mean, just heat by heat. I haven't got through a heat, to be honest, this year yet, so that was a good win for me. I didn't make a heat at Tweed, didn't make a heat at Burleigh, so just get through heats. And you know, but my goal is for certain, I'm putting it out there to make the Challenger Series, and then to surf Snapper and Narrabeen would just be a dream. So that's a little mini goal I've got. I've got a lot of work to do, so I've got to start making heats, but you know, it's not out of the possibility, so that's my goal.
Well, good on you. We're impressed with how you're surfing. And given your performance at Chopu last year, Nathan, and your performance at Chopu over a long period of time, are we likely to see you back there again this year?
Well, if the stars line up again, you know, I'd love to get the opportunity to surf in that event. It's my favourite event on tour, and you know, if the opportunity pops up again, yeah, there's a good chance. I mean, I definitely did the right thing last year as far as performance and making me and my family proud and out and own. So they put the faith in me and gave me the spot. So I think they got the presenting rights this year, so that could be an opportunity. But a lot of things would have to fall into place. The fact that Slater made the cut last year after winning Pipe meant that he was in the event, you know, mid-year cut. He's heavily out and owned, so there's things like that could be contributing factors. So we'll just keep doing the hard work, Robbo, and see what comes, you know. And if a door swings open, I'll be freaking jumping through it.
Well, we love what you're doing, Nathan. You're an inspiration to everyone on the beach there. We know you give your time
Thank
to all
you.
the surfers, and yeah, it's just great to see. So good luck as you go forward, Nathan, and yep, keep doing what you're doing. We love it.
Thanks so much. Surfing's given me so much. It's nice to give back a little bit where I can. So thanks for your time, and thanks for the support.
Excellent. What a surfer and what an inspiration.
What a human. He is an absolute gem. Known Hedgie for a fair few years now, and yeah, just great to see him back in that Rashi, and he just hasn't run out of grit. He's got that mental resilience. He's putting in the hard yards. He's an exceptional surfer. He's got all the experience in the world, and he is looking fitter than ever.
I know, it's incredible. And yep, it's the story. It's a new story in surfing, and it's just fantastic to see it play out. Now, we have a significant score on the board here, Britt, and it is with Billy Stammen, the New Zealand surfer, a 6.17. Now, that's a significant score, and he's out in the lead. He's looking to get rid of a 3.6. Ben Spence in second place with a 4.5 and a 3.9. Jay Okalupo has a 3.6, 3.27, and the surfer in blue has a 2.57 and a 2.27. So, it's a tight heat. But Billy Stammen with that 6.17, that's the difference at the moment. He has a significant score on the board, but he'll want to get rid of that 3.6. Plenty of time remaining, just on 8 minutes, and plenty to play out in this heat.
This is, of course, the men's round of 64, heat number 6. Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is day 2 of the event. It's a 4-day event, wrapping up on Friday. Our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. And VISSLA has partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events for the past 4 years. So great to have VISSLA on board again this year. They are doing amazing things for grassroots surfing, both at competitive and free surfing levels. And if you're sitting here with some time and can open up your browser if you're watching online, be sure to punch in vissla.com or sisterevolution.com. Grab yourself some new gear. They've got plenty of clothing options, plenty of accessories, and they are leading the way with their environmentally sustainable materials. I think around 80% of VISSLA's product range is made of environmentally better materials, so great to see them leading that charge.
They are an amazing company, and they make great gear, great fashion wear, great surf hardware, and it's a great company. So VISSLA, right behind pro surfing in Australia. There's a good wave for our surfer in blue. He needed a good wave. That should be his best ride so far, and he needed it because he only had a pair of 2s before that ride. This should put him right in the mix, because second place at this stage is close. It's tight, as most of these heats are.
Surfers like Jamie Thompson in the blue, he'd be looking at Nathan Hedge as a bit of a role model, both from that same region. So Jamie Thompson, he is from North Narrabeen. It was his 21st birthday last week.
I remember. I was going to mention it during one of his heats, but he had a bad heat, so I thought I'll let it go.
Let it go.
But, there it goes, a 5-point ride for Jamie Thompson's last, so that certainly has put him right in the mix. He had a pair of 2s prior to that. He needed a good score. He's posted a good score. It's the second highest scoring ride of the heat so far, but he's still in 3rd position, so these final waves are going to be critical. Billy Stammen, I believe, on a great looking wave here, and finishes off nicely, the Kiwi.
Thanks to Destination New South Wales for that replay. We have just under 6 minutes remaining. It's currently the Kiwi in the red, Billy Stammen in the lead with that 6.17 and a 3.6. Ben Spence in the green in second place. Well, he's from Margaret River. He's now residing at Tweed Heads. He's been there for about a year. He made the move to the East Coast to try and better his surfing career. So great move there from Ben Spence. He's sitting in second place, but closely followed by Jamie Thompson. He's only looking for a 3.5 to move into second. And Jay Okalupo, you definitely can't rule him out. He's only chasing a 4.8.
It's tight. And that wave we saw of Billy Stammen, that was the replay, and that was the 6.17. So Billy's in the lead with that care of that 6.17, but he only has a 3.8 backing it up. It's going to get down to their second wave scores right across the board. Whoever producers on the second wave scores, and there's now under 5 minutes. That's going to be the difference in this heat. They're all within striking distance. It's all about the waves to come. So it's a tight heat. They'll know their situation. They'll know they're all in the game. And here we go. Having a look at that wave was Jay Okalupo, assessed it and said, nope, that's not enough. I need a 4.8 or better. And I'm not going to get it on that wave. So he's in second wave priority. Here he goes. I figured he'd take it to the air and successfully rides out of that. So he did that yesterday and he was well rewarded. That's the first time I've seen that move today. So we'll see how the judges react to that. But it helped Jay yesterday get through his heat in a big way. And he's calling on the air game now. Still plenty of time in this heat.
Jamie Thompson had a little look, opted not to take off. We'll wait and see what happens with priority, whether or not Jamie gets back into the lineup before Jay Okalupo, and he has. So he's deemed third priority. The surfer in white not quite out there yet, but we're interested to see where that score goes for the man on screen. That's Jay Okalupo chasing a 4.8. The body language at the end of this wave, we watched the Destination New South Wales replay. Beautiful progressive manoeuvre there, but just the body language to finish. He looked psyched on that one, Robbo.
He gave the judges a look. He said, well, come on. Giving you something to think about. He has improved his situation, a 4.5 for that ride. Now, Jay Okalupo only requires a 3.9 to go to second. We've got 3 minutes remaining, plenty of time in these conditions. Significantly, though, the surfers in first and second position are also holding down first and second priority. Ben Spence has first priority, Billy Stanman with second priority. They know they hold the advancing positions at this stage. They also know that surfers in third and fourth don't require much. It's cat and mouse out there in a big way.
And will they play that game of cat and mouse? Will they go sit next to each other on screen? It looks like the surfer in red's sitting with white and green with blue.
Yep.
They're both taking a surfer each, Robert.
That's you've got to wonder, is that an arrangement that's gone on? You take him, I'll take him. I don't know. I don't know, but yeah, strategy's coming into play here. That's an amazing observation, Britt.
Well, looks like Billy Stanman, he's just kind of making a move. Oh, no, he's pulled anchor.
He's got a 3.6 second wave, and Ben Spence has a 3.9. Normally, that's not going to get you through at this level. And nervous moments, there's paddling going on. This is intriguing to watch. I don't know, who knows?
There's an opportunity here, little wave approaching the lineup. Who's going to take it? Billy Stanman, the current heat leader. That is Red, the man from New Zealand. Drives hard off the bottom, hits the lip, throws a fan of spray. Races down the line, gets a calf in the pocket. Can he finish off on this inside section? Puts it up there for the finish, and solid surfing there from the man in the red. Only looking to replace a 3.6 to improve his lead.
He's done that in a big way.
He's definitely done that there, Robbo, with just over 1 minute on the clock. It's going to be a fight for second place.
Cool under crisis. Billy Stanman had a 3.6. Around a minute to go, he's just finished that wave, and a 5.77. So the Kiwi, as we hit the Mad Max minute, and the surfer in blue. This is an important ride.
Jamie Thompson is chasing a 3.4. And here we go, Jay Okalupo, he's chasing a 3.9. Wow. So the door is open. Can he get the number required?
Okay, finishing off. And has another look to the judging tower. I've done 3 good moves. I only need a 3.9, 20 seconds to go. What a great heat. Ben Spence will be sitting out there now wondering what's happened.
Jamie Thompson goes to third place. Jay Okalupo in fourth with 5 seconds on the clock.
So we'll have those results shortly.
That is the conclusion of Heat number 6 of the men's round of 64. That is Jay Okalupo on screen, waiting anxiously for a number.
I think he needed a 3.9.
He did. Wait, see whether or not he got through. We'll cut to a short commercial break and join you back with all the live action of the men's round of 64, heat number 7 in a moment.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to all the live action here at Boomerang for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson, and what another matchup we have in the water, Robbo.
I know, great surfing, and Oscar Berry in the blue has already posted a 5-point ride, so we'll probably get a replay of that shortly. And here we go. Here he is. 5-point ride. Some nice opening moves there. Went vertical into the shore break. So that's the opening rider, Oscar Berry in the blue.
The results of heat number 6, it was Billy Stammer taking the win. Ben Spence in second. Jamie Thompson and Jay Okalupo both finished with a total of 8.1, but both bowing out.
It was a tight finish.
We are into the men's round of 64, heat number 7, Oscar Berry in the blue, Mike Clayton Brown in the red, Ty Coulis in the green, and Max Kearney in the white. "17 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time on the clock. These are 20-minute heats. We have a wave approaching the lineup. That is Oscar Berry. He is taking off. Late takeoff there. Floats over that first section, looking for the second. Frothy section ahead, but making the most of this one and just catching a rail. That is Oscar Berry. He's already locked in a 5 to start with. Great start there from the man in the blue, but Mike Clayton Brown in the red just locked in a 4.33 and a 3.93. So the man from that Port Stephens region in the lead early.
And a 3.5 for the surfer in green, Ty Coulis. And Max Kearney with priority sitting out there patiently. He'd be feeling good about himself at the moment because there's no, I mean, there's a 5-point ride, there's a 4.33. Nothing serious has been posted. And Max has priority. He'll be hoping to get the jump on them on these first wave exchanges. So that said, there's been a lot of heats where 5s and 4.3s have counted at the end of the day. So be interesting to see Max get his scorecard underway. He'll wait patiently and utilise priority as best he can. Plenty of time remaining, 15.5 minutes.
A bit of urgency in the paddle to the southern screen there. Surfer in white having a look at this one. That's Max Kearney. Can he scratch into it? He's looking to take off on his backhand. He comes hard off the bottom, hits the lip, straight into a second turn. So beautiful surfing there from the man in the white. Max Kearney looking to get a number on the board.
Yep, good use of priority. I wasn't sure when he was paddling for it, but it looked good. We've got Billy Stammen, the New Zealander, online. Billy, great heat, mate. You've won the heat, advanced through to the next round. You must have been a little bit nervous in the last 5 minutes because you only had a 3-point ride as your backup wave. Tell us what was going through your head in those last few minutes, Billy.
It was a really slow heat, to be honest. Not many people had. I think me and Benny both had 5s, or I got a 6 and he got a 5, and then it was just battle of the backups really. And I lucked into a little runner down the beach, and fortunately for me, there wasn't too many after that. So pretty stoked to make that heat.
I know, it was good. That final wave was a clutch performance because that really did solidify that first position. So, Billy, you've been on these tours for quite a while. What's your aim at the moment? Like, what's your goals for this season? Is it all about the Challenger Series? The Olympics is also in play. You must have a few goals on your chart. Speak to us about those.
It's for sure a big year for me. Obviously, I feel like I left a lot out in the Challenger Series last year, and I kind of want some redemption. So obviously these Australian qualifying series are all leading up to the Challenger Series and qualifying for that. And then, we've got the ISA World Surfing Games at the end of May, start of June. So we'll be heading to El Salvador for the ISA Worlds, and that's a qualifier for the Olympics. So I'm gunning for that spot again. I want to go again. I left so much out at the last Olympics, so I kind of want to go back and push myself again. And I'm feeling fit and healthy, and I feel like I've got some really good equipment under my feet, and I'm just enjoying the whole process. Not many people get to travel the world and come to these beautiful beaches and surf fun little waves and compete against the world's best. So I'm just enjoying it. I've got a couple Kiwis here, which is real fun, and hopefully I can help them along the way. And Kehu progressed earlier, so I'm stoked.
Yeah, you have got a few Kiwis with you, and it's great to see Ricardo Christie back on tour. Tell me, how's he settling into his comeback, I guess?
Yeah, he's looking pretty comfortable. He's super relaxed. Obviously, he had a few years off and COVID and stuff like that, and he's looking really good. It looks like his equipment's really good too, so he's kind of doing his own thing. He's in the juicy camper and enjoying his quiet time, I guess. And then, we're all down here, supporting each other. He's coming up in a few heats, and Kehu was before me, and unfortunately the boys lost earlier, but it's good times down here.
Well, good on you, Billy. We look forward to your season ahead, and good luck as you progress through this round into the next round.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Billy Stammen, he's been around for a while. He's surfed at the highest level. He's had wild cards into CTs, and he's a great surfer. And it's great to see him and his Kiwi mates on tour, because there's some great surf in New Zealand and a lot of great surfers.
There is. It's a beautiful part of the world over there in New Zealand. But it'd be interesting to see whether or not Billy's mixed things up again like this year, just with his approach. He did mention that he left a bit in the water with the Challenger Series, he left a bit in the water with the Olympics, and he still feels like he's got a bit of redemption. So interested to chat with Billy maybe later, just on that approach coming into a new year and knowing that he left a few things in the water that he might have maybe adapted to for this year. But in the water at the moment, we have live action. Oscar Berry in first place in the blue with a 6.5 and a 5. Max Kearney in second place in the white with a 5.23 and a 5.2. Closely followed by Mike Clayton Brown in the red with a 5.67 and a 4.33. We have the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Talk us through this one, Robbo.
Wow, well, the first turn was super strong. Oscar Berry, this is his best ride, and we can see why. Finishes off beautifully. And the surfer in white, smooth, stylish. I think that's Max Kearney. That was his opening ride. He's backed it up really well as well. And the surfer in red. These waves are good. They're standing up on the bank, and plenty of opportunity for high performance surfing, and there's a nice finish off there. It's a super close heat again. We can see their top scoring rides. Oscar Berry, he's got the slight advantage, and look at this wave for Oscar. Great first turn, the wave standing up, and comes unstuck on the second one, but Oscar's out in front, has that point of difference, which is a 6.5 in this heat, and he's backed it up with a 5. So he's in a strong position, but by no means secure, because red and white both have good waves in their scoreline and don't need a lot at all to move up into first. Ty Coulis is the one who's lagging a little bit. He only has a 3.77 and a 3.5. Work to be done there, but still plenty of time to do it, just under 10 minutes. But first, second and third, not a lot separating these surfers. Blue leading the heat. Max Kearney in second position, holding priority. He'll know that the surfer in red has a 5.67 and only needs a 4.76 to overtake Max. So Max will want to get rid of that 5.2. He needs to improve his scoreline to try and get a greater distance between himself and the surfer in red and green.
Still beautiful conditions here at Boomerang. I feel as though it has improved as the morning
For sure.
has moved along. And well, we've just come off the high tide. The tide will start to make its way back out now, and conditions will change slightly. Noticed yesterday with the mid tide, it was still pretty fun, but then towards the lower tide, it just slowed up a fair bit. But still plenty of opportunity with the changing tides. And well, hopefully the conditions start to pulse and the swell starts to pulse over the next day or two, Robbo.
Well, yeah. Yesterday it did go slow, but I feel like there's more energy in the water today, and it might not go slow. It may actually get better as the tide runs out because, yeah, there's more energy in the water, and yeah, it's going to be great no matter what. But plenty of performance here. They're reeling off 3, 4, 5 manoeuvres on all these waves, so that's testament to the quality of the wave and the sandbank that they're on. And we could have a change in situation here. What do you think, Britt?
Well, this is Mike Clayton Brown. He's strung together a couple of great backhand turns here, just linking one straight into another, gets the finish. Mike Clayton Brown, he is looking like he's got a heap of energy in his surfing this year.
Well, he only needs a 4.76. I think he's up for another mid-range 5 to 6 point ride off that one. And there it is, a 5.23. So there you go. Red goes to second position. He has a 5.67 and a 5.23. He needs a 5.84 to go to first. Now Max Kearney's dropped back to third position. Max now requires a 5.67, and here he goes, using his priority. Nice opening turn, round that section into another one. But the wave didn't offer much on the end, so I'm not sure that that's going to get the 5.67.
We will wait and see. Well, it definitely wasn't his surfing there, Robbo. I just feel like the wave let him down a bit. He had some 2 backhand turns.
I know, they were good. And if it had have stood up on the inside, he was on the way. He may still get it. I'm not sure. We're not the judges, but we love to have an opinion on these things, especially when it's this tight. These heats are super tight, but I think he's just not going to quite get the 5.67.
Six and a half minutes on the clock at the moment. It is Oscar Berry in first place. Mike Clayton Brown in second. I'm sure the Merriweather Surfboard Club would be happy about that. Their surfer in second place at the moment. Mike, great New South Wales surfer who came through the junior system. Now competing in these QS events.
Oscar Berry, is he still a pro junior?
I believe he would be about just on the cusp. I feel like Oscar's 20.
Okay. Which would put him on the cusp.
It would put him right on the cusp. Pretty sure he represented the Irukandjis last year.
Wow.
Team Australia, 2022 ISA World Surfing Games.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, the Olympics. Okay, we're going to have a Mad Max recap here, and there's going to be some good waves scored here. Talk us through this one, Brett, as they come up. It's a close heat.
Thanks to Mad Max for providing this recap. That is Oscar Berry, opened up well, got a little hung up, but managed to get the connection on the inside. He has been doing a lot of work on the far north coast of New South Wales. And answering straight back was the surfer in red, Mike Clayton Brown, from that Port Stephens region, just drifting the tail, and he is looking super energetic here for 2023. The Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 just linking that one all the way through. It's going wave for wave, and Oscar Berry answered straight back again, just floats over that first section. Puts it up there for a second. The great surfing here from all competitors. And Max Kearney, this is the man in the white, linking those two backhand turns together. Does surf the Snapper Rocks board riders. Tycoulis, well, he's from Maroubra. Just a little hung up on that first turn. And couldn't quite get the completion. Current heat leader has been busy.
This is the 6-point ride, I think, and this is 6.5 for this one. Big point of difference here. Start to finish, big moves, finished off well. So, back to live.
That is Mike Clayton Brown looking for the inside connection. Not much else on offer on that wave, but thanks to Mad Mex, they are proud to partner with Surfing New South Wales again across the New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program. So Mad Mex, the Fresh Fuel for Life sponsorship program, is comprised of a team of junior athletes across surfing, skateboarding and motocross, all working together to help achieve their goals. So Mad Mex doing amazing things for all athletes, not just in surfing.
Okay, so no change to that situation. So Max Kearney in the white did not get the score he needed on that wave a short time ago. And it's blue out in front, 6.5 and a 5. Red in second position, needs a 5.84 to go to first. Has a 5.23 as his second scoring ride. And he has Max Kearney right on his tail, requiring a 5.67. 3 minutes remaining, so it's another tight heat.
There isn't much at all separating first to third. Tycoulis in fourth place at the moment. Well, he's holding first priority, Robbo. He's looking for a 7.13, but he does have the positive in that situation that he does have first priority.
He does, that's for sure. And 7.13 for surfers at this level, always achievable. So, yep, he's got to probably put all his eggs in that basket of getting the very good score. Holding priority, we'll see what he's got. And Max Kearney chasing a 5.67.
Just over 2 minutes on the clock. This is the men's round of 64, heat number 7. Coming up next in heat number 8. What another firecracker of a heat. Dylan Moffat, Zeb Watts, Brett Dorrington and Cale Enfield. I'm sure we'll be on the edge of our seats for that one.
We will. All these heats are stacked with high quality surfers. Here we go, our surfer in green. He knows what he needs. 2 good opening moves, working it through, but yeah, he also knows that that wave's not going to deliver what he needed. Out the back, our heat leader, Oscar Berry, gets the link through, and we've just lost vision of him there. Max Kearney. Okay, Max knows what he needs as well. Off the bottom, nice opening move. Wants this wave to stand up on the inside, wants to get a big turn, but that wave again not delivering for him.
Just unfortunate for Max Kearney. His surfing is there. It's just unfortunate, the wave selection. He had the critical turn at the start, but then the wave just fizzled again on him with just over 1 minute on the clock. We have hit the Mad Mex minute here at Boomerang Beach for day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Will there be another opportunity as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay? This is Tycoulis. Great first opening slash straight into a second turn. He just couldn't quite get the third with the completion, just burying the rail. Oscar Berry, current heat leader. So surprised that he was able to pull that one off, Robbo.
I know. And here's Max. He wanted a better wave than this, but still, like you said, the surfing's there. And if the wave had stood up and offered a big move on the end, he would have been in contention.
as we hit the 15-second mark. Will there be another opportunity? A little bit of urgency and someone on the screen paddling towards this little line in the lineup. Not sure the surfers got to their feet in time, but that concludes heat number 7 of the men's round of 64. Mikey Clayton Brown on screen. He's looking to move through in second place. Oscar Berry in the blue in first. Unfortunately bowing out in third and fourth, Max Kearney and Ty Coulis respectively. We will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action of the men's round of 64, heat number 8.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, but it's alright.
This is the motivation.
Welcome back to Boomerang Beach for day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy, and what another matchup we have in the water, Dimmy.
Yeah, mate, a big heat. Looking forward to watching Dill Moffat hit the lineup for the first time in the event, but these 3 guys behind him, let me tell you, have been in good form. So a great round of 64 heat. We saw last heat Oscar Berry getting the job done, and I feel like conditions are getting better. Here we go, wave replay. It looks like the surfer in white, Breno Dorrington, getting to work. He was ultra impressive yesterday, so nice start. Bit of innovation there at the end for the surfer in white. See what the judges think about that. Of course, Cale Enfield from Port Macquarie also in this heat. Seb Watts as well. So a stellar lineup, Britt Nicol, and I've got to say yesterday the young man from Port was definitely one of the standouts. As we see, here we go, Dill Moffat, one of the smoothest cats to put on a rashy. Let me tell you, this guy is a complete machine. Into it, nice carving manoeuvres. So the judges think of that. That first ride of Brent Dorrington was a 4.33. And this is the wave replay coming from behind the peak. Really nice level into that first manoeuvre, just opening up the shoulder blades and then getting to work, and just then really putting a stamp of authority on that wave. So a nice way to start there, Britt. Of course, Dylan last year fell ultra, just so close to qualification of the World Tour, got 11th.
I feel like
him and Morgan, 11th and 12th.
Dylan knows what he's capable of. I feel like his family, friends, sponsors know what he's capable of, but I almost feel like he was a bit of an underdog in that situation. He kind of came from nowhere and showed the world that he was definitely there to mean business. Yeah, I felt like his consistency played a big part. You know, he had a great Challenger Series for his first real effort on the Challenger. But yeah, from a point of view of knowing Dylan and understanding
and speak a lot to his coach, and he's just next level as a competitor. So yeah, he did come out of the blocks as a sort of, you could say, an unknown on the world stage, but not from an Australian point of view at all.
Well, he's opened up with a 5. So first of red, Dylan Moffat, a 5. Brent Dorrington in the white in second place at the moment with a 4.33. Cale Enfield in the green with a 3. Well, we've been speaking to Dylan Moffat. He is staying busy, and what a great looking left-hander he has just opened up with. Unfortunately, I just gave him the commentator's curse there, Dimmy.
Yeah, I love the patience of that attack. But yeah, as I said about Dill, you know, he comes from one of the probably most iconic locations in Australia when it comes to producing world tour surfers. I'd say Narrabeen and probably Snapper would be the two locations most famous for producing world-class surfers, and Dylan, a massive part of the Northie club. I'm sure they're all online watching him, but yeah, from a point of view of a fan's point of view, I love the way he goes about his business. He's another one of those guys who really is sort of a flip back to the 70s and 80s, just a real casual kind of guy, and he doesn't seem to ever get rattled either. So I love that, because I feel like that kind of energy will feed success for Dylan.
Oh, for sure, Dimmy, and you see it a lot where competitors come so close to making it through heats or getting through events, and they buckle under pressure. They don't know how to hold that composure. Just to see the composure from someone like Dylan Moffat, it's going to take him far in his surfing career, and he is looking for that qualification spot, and I feel like he will get there.
100%. He missed by one heat basically last year, as we see Brent Dorrington up and right in from behind the peak. A little bit of wind starting to chatter on the surface of the waves, but that does not affect the scoring potential. And here we go. Red, Dylan Moffat up again. And when you think of North Narrabeen, you think of the likes of Duma Hardman, multiple world champion, and to have the likes of those kind of guys along with Nathan Hedge, they've got such a production line of guys who have come through to our world, to our success, and pretty sure Duma's still the actual president of that club. So I'm sure that Dill can feed off his experiences and go back to someone like Damien Hardman, who's just an encyclopedia of information. I mean, he was called the Iceman for a reason, and he was always ice cool Duma. But yeah, I feel like he's in a really good place in his career, even though last year he would have been ultra disappointed that he just missed qualification, but he would know that he's right on the money. And it's not going to take a lot to just flip the coin and get himself up there. All right, I'm pretty sure we're about to head down to the interview area with the man himself, Oscar Berry. How are you, buddy?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, Dimmy. How are you?
Good, legend. How you going, mate? You're all fit, well, ready to roll? You look good in that heat?
Yeah, that was good. It sort of felt good to open up a heat well and sort of get a pretty good start, and then just kind of be able to enjoy the rest of the heat instead of having so much going on. But yeah, that was fun. I was stoked.
Yeah, mate, 2023, just another year looking to get yourself onto the Challenger Series. You had a great last year, and I feel like your maturity level's just raising all the time. How are you feeling towards this year, buddy?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Yeah, obviously last year was pretty sort of unexpected. I didn't really think I was going to go as well as I did. So, yeah, this year's definitely about trying to get myself on the challenges and try and get there. And it's definitely not going to be easy. There's some crazy talent in Australia, and yeah, a lot of good surfers. So never an easy heat. So yeah, just want to try and get there.
And what about that last heat? I mean, that heat itself, how are the waves, how are the conditions? Has it improved in the last 24 hours?
Well, I think my heat was pretty filled full of waves. I sort of kept looking up and getting out the back and having prio, and nice little bowls are coming in, and yeah, it's sick. It's pretty much a perfect shorey, 2-3 foot little wedges. So definitely can't complain. Such a nice place. So yeah.
And what about your support crew, mate? How's the old boy going? He'd be there biting his fingernails?
Nah, the old boy's at home. Probably mum and dad probably watching this together at home. Yeah, I'm down. I'm staying with Joel and Saxon.
we got Oscar Lange in there, so we got all the boys. Sort of got a pretty sick place here, and so yeah, we're just having a hell time hanging out and surfing some heats.
Did you cut Saxon's hair?
No, it wasn't me. I don't know. I reckon it looks pretty good.
No, good stuff, buddy. Great to see you going so well in the event, and all the best moving forward. And hopefully the next day or so, we're going to have a little bit of a pulse from the south. So hopefully we get even better ways moving forward.
For sure. Thanks, Timmy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, legend. Well, there he is, Oscar Berry, one of my favourite dudes on tour. He's a funny man and maturing really well, and looks solid. And last year he spoke about that, Britt, about how he sort of came out of the blocks and unexpectedly, like, sort of put himself in a position for the Challenger Series. He got a few bites of the cherries as well, and he actually went pretty good. He got through some heats on the Goldie, and I feel like in the next 2 years that guy is going to make a stand. He sort of comes from that free surfing background where, as a competitor, as a junior competitor, I don't think he did a hell of a lot, but he was definitely a standout when you watched his free surf, and he was amazing.
I sometimes forget how young he is.
Oscar.
Yeah, and like, just he's so mature, and mature in his approach with his surfing as well. You kind of think, oh wait, he's only like 20.
100%.
So he's still got so many years ahead of him to hit that Challenger Series and give it a good crack. But giving it a good crack, Dylan Moffat is linking this one all the way through, right in front of that PA system.
Looking sharp.
For those scores to be locked in. But Dylan Moffat in the red is locked in a 5 and a 5.33. At the moment, it is Brent Dorrington in the white in second place. Zeb Watts in the blue in third, and Kale Enfield in the green in fourth.
How fun do these banks look, Brett?
It looks super playful out there, Dimmy.
Yep, it is, and you can see that just by the, the scores. We've seen some big scores. We saw Reef Hazelwood lock in a 17-point-something two-wave combination earlier. We've had a couple of tight heats as well. Like the Joel Bourne heat was a bit tight, but I feel like, the cream of the crop will always rise in any kind of conditions, and right now it is tight in this heat. Zeb Watts doesn't need a lot. We've got Carl Enfield out there with priority, only needs a 6.16, and there's still 8.5 minutes to go. So at this stage it is Dozza and Dylan Moffat looking pretty strong, but we've seen so many heats. How many heats have we, witnessed in the last couple of days where, like, someone looks secure and ready to go through to the next round, and then buzzer beaters? Happens all the time.
Well, there's been a couple of heats where we've kind of gone into an ad break thinking that someone got through, and then we come back and someone else got through.
And then we look silly.
And then we look like we don't know what we're talking about.
100%. There was one a little bit early with Takia Butler, so...
I watched you as I read that out. You're
I was
like, wait a minute,
what?
are you reading the right information or what?
Anyway, here we go. The young man from Port up and right in. Strong first turn. Really nice elevation in that second manoeuvre and getting to work. Really sparked up, looking very switched on today, as he was yesterday. And as I said, this guy is ultra impressive. A lot of people wouldn't know a lot about him, but yeah, I've watched him since he was a very young junior, and his power game, it's going to take him a long way.
He looks psyched on that wave too, as we watch Dylan Moffat just having a quick look at that one, opting not to take off. So he obviously deemed that that wasn't going to improve on his lead. He's looking to replace a 5 to increase that requirement for second, third and fourth. So we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. This is Kale Enfield, belts that first section straight into the second, and it gets the finish.
Wow.
Really solid surfing there from the man in the green.
When you're talking about connecting the dots, that's exactly what he did. He had that really strong manoeuvre, and he just wanted to, emphasise to the judges exactly what they want to see. A 7-point ride for the young gun. So he's put himself right back in contention in this heat, as we see Brent Dorrington, who's been pushed down to third. He's coming from behind the peak, and he's going to get out. So strong combination of manoeuvres, and I think just the effortless nature of his attack was impressive. There was just no downtime in any of those turns, Brett.
He held his composure, and like you said, he just linked one straight into another all the way to the beach. But answering back, Zeb Watts, he's been pretty quiet in this heat, floats over that first section. That's a better turn for the surfer in blue as he drifts the tail. Can he get the inside connection? Loving the flames on his board there, Dimmy.
Old school. Potts. Was it Potts who used to have flames on his board? A lot of them did back in the day.
You're older than me. I feel like you should know.
Oh, mate, I'm ancient. But yeah, really nice work there. Some really solid surfing from Zeb Watt. So that's going to put him back in the game. Right now it is Dylan Moffat with a 5.3, 3 and a 5 in the lead. Holding first priority, the surfer from Narrabeen. As I said, finished last year, had a stellar year on the Challenger, and he'd be so focused. He looks fit and ready to go. But this is game on, because this is an ultra competitive heat. We saw the young gun there with a 7-point ride. He's got a 3, so to get into the lead, Britt, he only needs a 3.33, Carl Enfield. So not a lot required for him to actually overtake the lead. And then you got Brent Dorrington needing a 5.18, and Zeb Watts needs a 6.08. And I feel like these heats, they feel like they're 10 minutes. They go so quick, these 20-minute heats. So imagine how they're feeling in the water.
They do, and well, we're halfway through this round. We're into the men's round of 64. This is heat number 8. There's 16 heats in this round, Dimmy.
Wow.
We're only halfway.
And we're still got another 8 women's, and that's going to be really fun to watch this afternoon, because I felt yesterday there was an improvement on a certain tide in the afternoon, and it's going to be great to see how the women adjust to those tides and what kind of attack they're going to bring to the game.
Yeah, you're right. We did start with the women this morning. We're now into the men's, and yeah, we'll be rounding out today with the women again. So another jam-packed day here at Boomerang Beach for day number 2 of the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community. Chasing swells has never been so easy. Hire a camper van from the widest variety and cruise the coast. Searching for the next set in style. Be sure to download the Camplify app today.
Imagine me out there. Oh, I've never done a road trip like that, but I'd love to do it.
Never say never. Now's the time.
No, I've always wanted to. It's just been a matter of timing, and sooner or later, the old boy might get on the road and just really, instead of just going to event sites and being a part of the surfing stuff, I might get up there and just take my time to relax, which is sometimes a bit of a struggle, but yeah, it'd be a great adventure. And I really encourage everyone to get online, check it out, and great to have them as the naming rights partner of this event.
I am all about that van life. Just got to find the right time to get away. I have the van, just need the time.
Mate, you got to stop studying so much.
Well, funnily enough, most of my study's external these days, so I probably could do it for another 6 months.
So right now, 3 minutes to go. It is priority out there with the surfer in red. So the surfer in red, that means he can choose any wave he likes. So Dylan Moffat, as I said, really starting to make his mark on the World Tour, and he'd be really looking hard at this series to get himself back on the Challenger, because in 2023, Britt, it's going to be game on, because he's going to get the opportunity to surf at home, not at home as Northern Beaches, but at home as Narrabeen, because the Sydney Surf Pro's been moved, and that was a great decision to move that away and put it in a really prime location when it came to our wave quality as well.
It is. It's a world-class wave, and I bet all competitors are looking to solidify a spot on the Challenger Series just so they can surf places like Snapper Rocks and North Narrabeen. But in the water, that is Zeb Watts in the blue, just a quick up and out. That is not going to be the 6.08 that he is chasing with just under 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be the score he needs. But the thing is, he doesn't have priority now, so that gives him the option. You can see it happened a little bit earlier in one of the heats where, he gave himself, the athlete gave himself a little bit more space, and that offered up an opportunity, and that surfer in that heat actually got the best wave of the heat. So sometimes, it can be a hindrance having priority, and having no priority lets yourself free up a bit, as we see the surfer in wide up and right in. And you can see that from the high shot then, Brett, that sort of had 2 swells going into one, so it really didn't open up for Breno.
And look at the urgency on screen, the paddle of green, Cale Enfield. He just spotted an opportunity to take second priority over the surfer in white and also blue. He is making his way over to those 2 competitors just to say a nice hello, stick nice and close, play a bit of cat and mouse.
Exactly. So at this stage, right, the surfer in green, Brett, he only has a 3-point ride his second wave. So at the moment, he sits comfortably in second position. If he can better that, he'll probably end up in the lead. The priority situation is the surfer in red has first priority, and that is Dylan Moffat. He's going to have a look at this wave. He's deciding to go onto his backhand. We can see the surfer, Zeb Watts, up on his forehand. Nice rotation. But yeah, that leaves surfing green in the lineup with priority with 50 seconds to go. And sometimes in this scenario, it's not about what you take, but it's what you don't take. So he can use that priority to his own advantage.
He certainly can, as we are into the Mad Mex minute with 35 seconds on the clock. Will there be another opportunity for Brent Dorrington and Zeb Watts? Time will tell. Another beautiful day here at Boomerang. Now a bit overcast, a bit of texture on the wave face as well. The wind's picked up slightly.
Yeah, it did say the weather's going to be a bit tricky. It rained a lot last night along the whole north coast of New South Wales, and this morning it was belting down. As we see, Breno up and right in, nice first car, but again that wave lacking the potential to get that score required. So with 5 seconds on the clock, we're going to do a replay of that last couple of rides, and it looks like the man in green, he's up and right in, nice first turn. So this is going to count, Britt, because this was way before the buzzer, and he's up and into a nice turn. So we'll have to see what happens with the last of Dylan Moffat. Would that be enough to turn the tide and get him in the first? We'll have a look at some replays very shortly, but that is another exciting heat.
I personally feel like that surfer and screen might have just went to the lead. As we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay, this is Dylan Moffat.
Oh,
Just
wow.
making that look so easy.
How sparky was that? That was so sick.
Likewise here from Zeb Watts.
Yeah, this is a good looking wave. Nice and tight in the pocket on that first manoeuvre, and I felt like he really waited patiently and timed this last turn just to perfection. So we'll see what the judges think. That might have put him into first position, but we still haven't got that. There it is, the score from Dylan Moffat too. So there it is, a 4.60. So it looks like unofficially it is the surfer in green and red progression on through. That's another great heats. And well, I'm excited. The afternoon's looking very, very, good. I'm really frothing out.
It is, and we will cut to a short commercial break and join you back here with all the live action in a moment.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
Welcome back to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro. We are into another exciting heat right now. We've got a couple of former World Tour surfers in this event, in this heat, Robbo. It's going to be excitement. We saw the young gun from Port Macquarie get the win in the last heat, but right now it's all about heat number 9 of the round of 64, and it is Morgan Siblick up and riding straight into it. What about that? He is looking really fresh and pumped up for a big 2023. So, Steve Robinson, welcome back in, and you've come in at a perfect time because, as I said, we've got 2 guys who have had World Championship Tour experience in this heat alone.
Both these surfers, Morgan Siblick and Ricardo Christie, I believe personally should still be on the big
100%.
stage. They are amazing surfers. The year Ricardo Christie dropped off, he was extremely unlucky. He came up against the high seeds and he matched it with them.
Every time he hit the water.
I know, it was an incredible season for Ricardo Christie. I felt that he was really unlucky. And Morgan Siblick, he was going for a world title not all that long ago.
Such is the state of play in professional surfing. You know, you could be at the top one day and then, you know, you've got to reset and re-go again, as we see the surfer in white, Ben Lawrenston up and right in. So, yeah, it's the stories that play out in an athlete's career over the course of the time. As you said, like Morgan, he was basically the shining light for that 1 year, and then things just didn't go his way, and it had nothing to do with his surfing. It just, you know, it happens.
Yep, it's amazing. It's a cutthroat game, professional surfing, and both these guys, they will have the fire burning in their belly to get back on that big stage. And the other thing about this heat is Ben Lawrenston, I have been super impressed with in the last
he
week.
was good.
Watching him at the Tweed Coast Pro. And Joshua Levy, I don't know a lot about him, but no doubt he's
seen
good.
a lot of him.
You'll know more than me about
and
Joshua.
He's good.
Yep. So, game on here, early days. Morgan Siblick, a 4.83 for the first ride. Ricardo Christie, just a 1.5. Both these surfers, they will want those scores out of their score line by the end of this heat. So, let's watch it play out. But yeah, it is the changing that happens in professional surfing, and you know, you can be at the top of the game one day and a few bad heats and a few bad results, and yep, it's cutthroat.
The thing I love about our sport is you've seen it over generation to generation. How many times have you seen a surfer have that situation but come back even stronger? So even though he would have been ultra disappointed, Morgan, to fall off the championship tour, he knows he's got the game to match it with the best in the world. And you've seen it over and over again where surfers have had that situation, fall off tour, have a bad year, get back on tour,
stronger.
And then stronger. I remember, you know, a friend of mine, Kai Otten, he would get on, get off, and then he came back when he was at the later end of his career and end up winning a CT and end up in number 7th on the ratings. It happens.
Yep.
And it happens a lot.
And it's the disappointment of dropping off and the fire and the determination to get back that makes them that much stronger.
Yep, here we go, surfer in white. The surfer you're talking about, yeah, I mean, some of the best in the world have actually fallen off in their first year. Like, think about someone like Ethan.
Yep.
He's come back, mate, now he is a complete gun. He's the whole package.
Yep.
So, yeah, and this is a great sort of filter into that next situation where you know, Morgan's got to go back to the grind, get it done, get on the Challenger, and then reset again. And I think that whole 3-tier kind of tour situation now is such an advantage for these guys.
It is. No, you're right. Okay, Morgan Siblick, he's posted a good score, a 5.77. That's more like it. They're the sort of scores that
we're used to.
Yeah, well, they're the sort of scores today that often are keepers, so a reasonable start for Morgan Siblick. You speak about surfers falling off tour and coming back stronger. Tell you who I think is the prime example of that? Andy Irons.
I was going to say. Yeah,
he fell off and he came back and
remember the hype?
Strong, yeah.
There was so much hype on him early doors, and he just had a bad year and couldn't get into his groove. But I think that fueled the fire for Andy.
Yep. He came back a fierce competitor.
You throw that in the mix, and his and his rivalry with Kelly,
yep,
and the competitive nature of him and Bruce. Yep. I think that all just played into it.
It was a golden era of surfing.
Man. Yeah, such a great time in the development of the sport, and I think it put us in such a strong position now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here we go. Looks like a surfer up on a good-looking wave. Look at this thing.
That was a good turn.
Wow, what about how clean and vert that first manoeuvre was? Ben getting to work. And you said yesterday, so much into his surfing, so impressive the way he went about his business at the Tweed Coast Pro. And he's going to be dangerous again in this event for sure.
I think that's the best scoring wave of the heat so far. Let's see what happens. But he's going to need big scores because he's got Morgan Siblick and Ricardo Christie and Joshua in there. So, yep.
Isn't it weird how, you know, where they're situated on the bank here? Some of these waves are breaking, as we see here, the big powerhouse from New Zealand, and this is why he was one of the best surfers on the planet. He's got such a great rail game.
And he is a powerful surfer.
Look at the high shots from up here. I reckon these banks are so much fun. Giving so much opportunity, and wow.
Yep, Siblick finishing off. That's got to be a good score.
Oh, that is.
I'm calling that's going to be the best wave
I'd love to see the replay
heat.
of that. Just the pop he got out of that air.
I know. I wasn't expecting so much from it, but yep.
Point of difference, Robbo. That's what they look at. Here we go. A couple of replays. This is one of Surfing White. Lovely first turn, just not losing any momentum as he went through the line of that, you know, critical part of the wave and really got to work. So Ben looking ultra impressive in the early doors of this heat, and there we go. Morgan.
Vertical in the pocket.
Nice setup that first turn.
Beautiful cutback.
Had a perfect line into this final manoeuvre. It sort of doubled up.
Yep.
The judges love to see the surfers land in the flats as well.
I don't know. Yeah. White, red, blue in amongst it.
I reckon white and red's going to be similar. There it is.
Yep.
Red a 7.67 for Morgan, and Benny got a 7.17. So this is a really, and you got to think back to Ricardo Christie's strong rail game, 6-point ride. So right now it is game on with 10 minutes to go. Surfer in red in the lead, but there are some good scores in that in the system, so it's going to be a really tight battle towards the back end. Josh Levy's got some work to do. He needs a 7.27 for Surfer in green, but he does have priority, Robbo.
Yep. I'm happy with those wave scores. It was in my head. I was trying to piece it together. I'm going, probably Siblick's got the best of it, and yep.
I just think
it was super strong, so it gets up into the 7 range. Christie, yeah, the wave didn't offer as much as the others, but still a good score. And here he goes again, the Kiwi, Ricardo Christie. He'll know he needs to get working, so he's got to bring that power game.
Yeah, I think the separation from the judges' point of view was about the innovation and creative nature of the Morgan Siblick wave. Yeah, it didn't start as strong, but you could see it actually roll from the high shot. You could feel it coming across that bank, and it was definitely going to wedge up. And just the fluentness, how fluent that turn was, the aerial manoeuvre, and how he landed in the flats. I think that had a big saying in exactly where that score went from the judges' point of view.
Yep, half a point better than Lawrenston, and no argument with that. I think they're on the ball. And we know what goes on in the judging tower. They've got, they analyse the waves, they analyse each mover, and they come up with the right score.
Yeah, it's an opinionated sport, but these guys are the best in the business, and they are seeing so many waves, and I feel like their ability to separate, each and every ride is so critical, and they're always getting it right, and I feel like that was the complete package from a judging point of view of power, but then you throw it over to the innovation and creative nature of what Red did. So yeah, great judging, and right now it is game on, because Ricardo just locked in a 4.1, so he only needs a 4.58. Did not get the requirement, but realistically that wave was not much, so he knows if he gets a bomb he's going to be able to tee off.
Yep, but he's got work to do. He is in 3rd position, and I tell you what, White, you'll know he's got a 3.4 as his 2nd scoring ride, so he's going to want to get rid of that. And Ricardo Christie, he needs another decent score. That's what will be going through his head. Yep, they're telling me I need a 4.58, but really I need a 6-point plus ride.
Yeah, great.
I need to get a good wave.
Just to put the pressure on. So right now we are down to 7.5 to go. Big shout out to the Barrington Coast Council and its new tourism destination, the name for the Great Lakes. And this region spans over 10,000 square metres from its highest point at the Barrington Tops right down to Boomerang Beach. There's so much space to explore. We really encourage everyone to get online to thebarringtoncoast.com.au or follow them on their socials at Barrington Coast, because such a beautiful area to navigate and to explore. So great to have them involved in the event and bringing, you know, a lot of surfers, a lot of hype into the town. It's a pretty sleepy town, but when the QS rolls into town, Robbo, it is game on.
And it's an established, prestigious World Surf League event that they've got at Boomerang Beach. They've built it up, they've worked on it over the last few years. The surfers love it, the media love it, and we're broadcasting it out to the world. There's a great location in New South Wales called Boomerang Beach. It's always got surf and it's got quality waves, and it's a fantastic location. We welcome visitors to the area because it is a great tourist location.
Yeah, you can fly into Sydney and then it's a pretty short drive up there, so it's only like 4 or 5 hours and you're in one of the most paradise and beautiful landscapes in the world. So get in there, have a look online, maybe book yourself a holiday. But right now we are getting down to the business end of this heat. There's 6 minutes to go. It is Morgan Siblick from Merewether who is in the lead with a 13.44 two-wave combination. And it is the Surfing White holding on to second. But the advantage for White is he has a 7.17, so that, you know, the meat in the sandwich when it comes to his scoring is in that first ride. So if he can offload that 3.4, Ben, he's going to definitely put a little bit more pressure on Ricardo Christie and Josh Levy.
Yep, there's work to be done for third and fourth for sure.
Here we go, Surfer having a look. And it is going to be Josh Levy up and riding. You see that wind starting to come up a bit there, Robbo, from the little inside track?
Faces are still clean though, and Josh Levy, I think that's his best wave, so hopefully he's putting himself right back into this heat. And look at this, it's White using priority. So Ricardo Christie had a look at both of those waves, but he was outgunned with priority and he had to back off. So good move by both surfers, and particularly the surfer in White. He's looking to get rid of a 3.4. Frustrating times for Christie, but at least he's
still there. He's going to have second priority now.
And he's a better feeling for him, and he knows what he's got to do.
And going off what we've seen on the banks, Rob, I feel like there's enough spacing between himself and Morgan. As you see Morgan coming towards him, there was enough spacing to get one of those really deep ones where we saw Nathan Hedge and a few of the other guys get, you know, without priority in their heat. So it'll be interesting to see with this last score, because I felt like that first turn of the Surfing in White, it was a little sloppy, but he really got to work towards the back end. So is that going to improve?
It has.
By the barest the margin, 4.4. So now it puts Ricardo needing a 5.58, and there's only 4 minutes to go. But as I said, he just needs to make the right decisions. But his problem, Robbo, is that Morgan actually holds the aces when it comes to priority anyway.
Yep. There's a fair bit to play out here.
So we are running right through the completion of the men's main event round and then into the round of 48 of the women's, which is going to be amazing this afternoon. We've said it multiple times, but I feel like during the day yesterday, the actual waves got better in the afternoon. It produced more potential than anything. And here we go, a bit of a Mad Max recap of this heat. Let's go through some of the better rides we've seen. Here we go. Nice start for Morgan, just looking very spicy and limbered.
Gets the fins out.
Yep. And this is that traditional rail game we speak about. Actually going to the air, Ricardo.
He's a good aerialist. Didn't pull that one off, but he's very dangerous in the air. Our surfer in green, Joshua Levy, is in fourth position. And here's the power surfer, Lawrenston. That's not one of his scoring waves, but he is in second place. And I'd say this is Joshua Levy's best ride. Puts him in contention. Ricardo Christie, a smaller wave. I think he gets a 6 out of this, but he needs more.
Here we go. I think this is the bomb.
Yep.
And look at that first turn. Just the pace set on that manoeuvre was pretty incredible, that he could hold, you know, that stable posture during that turn and got to work and just really connected the dots as well. So impressive performance. I think that was that 717.
It was. And here's the highest scoring ride of the heat so far. Morgan Siblick opened well, nice manoeuvres, and as we get to the inside, look for the point of difference here. He gets creative, goes to the air, rides out smoothly. So that was the 7.67, I believe, and Morgan Siblick leads the heat.
How much pop did he get out of that turn? Incredible.
I think he comes from the J. Bottle Thompson training camps. They're super fit surfers.
They are, definitely. Pushes them hard, and that's what you need to do to get to that next level.
I think, I'm not sure.
And right now we are back to live action. It looks like the surfer in white looking to roll the dice on this inside corner. And it is still the surfer in red in the lead. 1 minute to go. Priority does sit with, as it was before, Morgan Siblick and Ricardo Christie in second priority. He has 1 minute to get a 5.58. And going off the actual waves he's chose in this heat, I feel like if he can get just one wave that really allows him to open up and show just that fierce power game, he'll get the score easy.
He'll get the score, but will he get the wave?
You can see Morgan actually paddling really far towards the south.
So Christie's got room.
And you can see him making a move towards this.
Okay.
Interesting. Here we go. Stands up on the bank. Is it going to double up? He's going to get that first manoeuvre. Sort of taps that first turn. You could just see the inconsistency on the face of that wave. That little bit of a ruffle hindered what he was trying to achieve there.
The wind has strengthened as well.
Yeah, 100%.
So we get down to the final 5 seconds. So it's going to be Siblick and Lawrenceston moving through. Commiserations to Ricardo Christie. We know what you've got in the bank, Ricardo, and you're going to produce it at some stage during this tour. So keep at it. But Siblick and Lawrenceston are through that heat. We're going to go to a break now, and we'll be back with another exciting heat very, very shortly.
Lay back and just forget the pressure. Always in my life, it's alright.
It's in all of us. That craving to feel new again. To see something new that will blow our minds. Or meet someone new who will change it. New South Wales. A place to feel free. To feel alive. And most of all, to feel new again.
Yeah, welcome back everyone to the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. We are into another exciting heat, and we saw a great performance in that last heat by Morgan Siblick, and right now it is another solid four-manner. And who we got in the water?
Okay, Jacob Bartholomew, Solly Bailey, Micah Margison and Finn Hill. A few famous surnames there.
100%.
And,
iconic.
They're great surfers. They are. Absolutely.
Of course, Solly Bailey, a former World Tour surfer on the comeback trail. Had a great start to this year, been involved in the Byron Bay Board Riders ABB campaign that saw them crowned Australian champions. So I feel like even that event sort of set everyone up from a competitive point of view. So it's going to be really interesting to see what Solly has. Here he goes. Nice first turn, wrap in, slide in the tail. A little bit disconnected there, Robbo, but yeah, great to see Solly on the QS, having a crack and looking to get himself back towards the elite ranks.
Solly's a fantastic surfer. I was similar to Ricardo Christie. I was disappointed to see him drop off the tour because I feel that's where he belongs. He's such a pure surfer, has great power to his surfing, and yep, he's on that comeback trail. Here we go, surfer in red, Jagger Bartholomew, and yeah, he's another great surfer.
Mate, this guy is one of the most improved athletes in Australia when it comes to his competitive nature. I feel like he's just really started to mature as an individual, and you know, his power game and his all-round surfing ability now is right up with the best of them.
Yep, it is. He's improved, and he's opened up with a 5.67, so that's a good score to open your heat.
I'm sure Rabs is out there watching it. I remember last year at Tweed Coves, he just couldn't watch anything. But yeah, no, it'd be tough being a parent, you know, coming from such, you know, an icon of the sport and just wanting your kids to do well. But I feel like, you know, he's just in a great space, Jagger, when it comes to what he's producing and the talent he has too. So it's great to see him really starting to make waves. And he's in that the top 10 at the moment, or the top 9 bubble. So a great result here might push the point even further up the ratings.
And look, having Bartholomew as a surname on the Gold Coast,
it's tough.
It is tough.
It's a bit like Ock.
Yeah, exactly. Jagger, he's his own man now.
100%.
He's surfing with a lot of power. He's got his own style, his own character, and yeah, look at this. Opens those shoulders, full top to bottom turns. You know, he had to milk everything out of this wave to get the 5.67, and he does it. But yep, Jagger Bartholomew, great surfing.
Look at this thing, wow. Dynamic, to say the least, for the surfer in green, yeah. And that is Finn Hill. He's one to watch. He's part of that sort of that Ripcord crew coming on through as we have a post-heat interview. Morgan Sidwick down in the area, mate. Great start, and talk us through that. How was it out there, Morgan?
Yeah, it's really fun conditions down here. This morning was a little on the small side, but yeah, it's really fun peaks out there, and yeah, I'm pretty happy to get through. I know it's super rippable, so I'm stoked to be here.
Morgan, we were talking during your heat, you must have a lot of fire in your belly. I mean, it's not that long ago you were chasing a world title, and you had a tough year last year. Tell us about the fire in your belly at the moment and your goals.
Yeah, definitely fired up. Yeah, I felt like going into the CT last year, I kind of didn't get to surf a heat for about 4 months or so, so I kind of just lost a little bit of the edge. So I'm just trying to stay a little bit active now and get a couple heats under the belt, and just dial in my equipment. I know it's a long year, so I'm just trying to have a little bit of fun with it at the moment, and I know, just bring the fun back. I kind of was getting a bit, felt like I was getting a bit too serious there for a bit, and I know, I just want to have fun with it.
Yeah, I saw an interview the other day where you sort of put it right in the spot where you said you just focus on getting back to where you were, and I felt like you're really calm about your approach with that and your thought process. Tell us about what, like in events like that, how important it is just to keep that ball rolling and sort of find your groove again to where you were, 16 months ago.
Yeah, I know, yeah, it's definitely just getting a lot of heats under the belt definitely keeps the ball rolling. I feel like, for me personally, I lose a bit of the edge, like when I don't have that competitive mindset going and I'm just having a little too much like fun free surfing and stuff. But yeah, it's definitely good to keep the ball rolling. So I know that's why I'm going to do this, and I think I'll maybe do Newcastle as well. And yeah, just lead into the Challenger Series, maybe do a couple trips and get some good waves in between as well.
And talking about the Challenger, mate, how excited are you that they've moved the event from my hometown at Manly up to Narrabeen? Like, it seems to suit your surfing, Narrabeen. So are you excited about that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no offense, but I'm so stoked that it's moved.
Thanks, Morgan.
Yeah. No, Manly's good. It's just like Narra gets a fair bit more. It just feels like it gets a lot more swell, and it gets lefts and rights, and a fair bit of power in it. So I'm pretty happy they moved it. So it's going to be a sick event.
Mate, talk us through what equipment you were using out there in that heat.
Yeah, I was using the Synergy model by Sharpeye and just a standard PU. I kind of had that board pretty much for a year now. I got a couple that I'm saving as well. But yeah, it's just a squash tail. Don't really ride squash tails too much. And that one's got a fair bit more foam in it than my boards last year. So, well, the boards I was competing on last year. So I don't know, I felt like that helped a lot with just the buoyancy out there, being a bit gutless. And I was riding the John Future fins as well. So yeah, I feel like that combo was going really nice out there.
Well, mate, we're excited to have you in the event, and we wish you best of luck in the next couple of days. It looks like a little south swell coming, so hopefully the waves get better, and best of luck in 2023.
Yeah, thank you. It looks like it should get really fun.
Thanks, Morgsy. Yeah, no.
Okay,
Surfing well.
He is, and yep, we know what he's about this year, and we wish him the best of luck. There's been quite a few waves ridden during that interview. And Jagger Bartholomew managed to back up his 5.67 with a 4.97, so he's in the lead.
Well, this thing. Wow. Wow. Spicy indeed on a bigger wave. I feel like the waves are starting to sort of do exactly what they did yesterday. They sort of got better towards lunch, and that's unusual on the East Coast.
Yeah, well, it's a little more swell today, and it'll handle that outgoing tide, I believe. And Jagger Bartholomew, we had a different angle on that one, and but the first turn looked really impressive. So let's see what it delivers. He's in the lead, wants to get rid of that 4.97. Finn Hill has a 5.73. That's the best wave of the heat, just narrowly. And Solly Bailey and Micah Margison have a bit of work to do. So interesting stages to this heat.
Yeah, this was a smaller wave. I feel like Finn was just trying to back up that solid score, but whack. Very lucky not to catch that rail then, but I feel like that little bit of chatter on the face, these guys are going to have to be really aware of that. And but yeah, that was a really solid section to hit. So with 10 minutes to go, this is game on. In this heat, we have the surfing wide. He has one wave. He only needs a 4.50. So there's been, a couple of scores in that 5-point range, and it's purely going to be that one who can raise the bar just that little bit to give a bit of separation and to put a little bit more pressure on the fellow surfers in the lineup with them.
Yep, Micah Margison with a 4.57. That's just into the heat. Solly Bailey, I would imagine, wants to get 2 new wave scores, although we know Solly's capable of a really high score. But I think going through his head at the moment would be...
get rid of both.
Both of them. I can do better than 3.83 and 2.5. I need them both out of the scorecard. But a lot going on out there, a lot to play out. And here is Micah Margison on his backhand.
Nice backup. I feel like, he's just trying to get something on the board. He didn't need a huge score. I don't know if that's going to be a 4.5, but he's just trying to keep the ball rolling and keep the rhythm in this heat flowing. Because it is a tight heat right now. As we said, the surfer in white just locked in a 3.47, so needs a 4.50. And when you consider not a lot separates the 4 surfers, it's going to be an exciting battle to see who gets through into that round of 32.
All these heats seem to go down to the wire.
Yep, and a good-looking wave. So I think that's Solly.
And he's the surfer that needs a score.
Nice first.
Good second turn as well. Great carve in the pocket there. Looking for a good finish on this one. This is going to put Solly right into this heat. And finishes off nicely. So the surfer in blue.
Yeah, I reckon that might be the best wave of the heat so far, and just the attack, aggressive nature of those turns from the former World Championship Tour surfer on the comeback trail. As you said before, it's great to see Solly in the event. A real nice, calming influence, and I feel like he has such a strong base to his game that he's going to be a danger wherever he is.
He is. And I'm not going to argue with you calling it the best wave of the heat, because you always get that right, Adam. Here we go, Finn Hill in the green. So he's looking for he wants to get rid of that 3.33. I'd say he's probably done that. Solly Bailey, 7.33. Adam Hennessy, 7.33. He has gone from 4th to 1st.
Yep.
Now, Solly wants to get rid of the 3.83. Jagger Bartholomew now in 2nd position. Only needs a 5.5 to go to 1st. But importantly, he wants to get rid of that 4.97, because Finn Hill is on his tail and Micah Margison is also right there on his tail. So if it's tight across the board. Solly Bailey won't want that 3.83 at the end of the day in his scoreline. He's in the lead. He'll want to extend that lead. Yeah, it's just a super tight heat. It's gone down to the wire.
We spoke about that earlier, Robbo. With 9 to go, Solly was looking to offload both his scores, so he didn't want either of those scores in his 2-wave. And I just felt just the read, the pace he set on that wave really was a point of difference when it came to the judging panel, rewarding him with a 7.33. Clearly the best wave of the heat so far. And now, you know, he wants to go back out there and just get one way to better that situation, to consolidate where he is. We're going to have a Mad Max replay and a recap of this heat. It's been exciting so far. Look at that. This guy is so powerful. Love the way he surfs.
Opens up those shoulders on those top to bottom turns and milked that wave for all it's worth. Finn Hill, he had a great start to the heat. Posted a good score on this wave.
Oh, that's so good.
As he should have. Micah Margison, also well and truly in contention in this heat. This is his best ride.
So this is the backup for Jagger Bartholomew. Inu again, and I love the way he leant into that turn. Just that little bit of a release on the tail for a point of difference, and then we see Solly up and right in. But it's going to be that last ride of the surfer in blue that is definitely going to be the separation for these guys in this heat. Finn Hill, very dangerous. Looks very switched on when it comes to reading the bank out here, so they're going to have to watch him as we see surfer in red catching a little rail, but a really nice clean whipping turn. So it is game on, and we're getting towards the back end of the heat, but what is going to transpire, because all these 4 surfers are basically in the mix to get on through, and this is this ride. Solly into it, that first turn, nice clean projection in that second manoeuvre, and what about how he just opened up the shoulders on that 3rd turn. And this was the wave that just, I felt, just kept on giving, Robbo.
Yep, and this was the difference in the heat. Solly Bailey, that's why he's in the lead, and he got this the good 7-point ride. But it's close right across the board, and these final minutes are going to be critical as we check out the scorecard again and the situation, and it's still Solly Bailey. Well, he's picked up a 6.27. So during the recap, Solly Bailey's picked up a 6.27. So first place is basically secure. Second place is the one that's super tight.
Here it is.
Here it is, Solly Bailey. That's why.
Nice air.
Yep, took it to the air.
And you picked it correctly about 8 minutes ago when you said he's not going to be looking at those 2 scores to be anywhere in his 2-wave combination by the completion of this heat, and such is the skill set of Solly Bailey from Byron Bay. He's in the lead now with a 13.3, with a 13.602 wave combination, and that last wave sort of consolidated and put more pressure on the fellow athletes in the lineup.
And I feel like I could be wrong, but scorecard at the moment, it's all about second position. That's the one that's really tight.
Yeah.
All three surfers will be trying to secure that second place in advance. And at the moment, Jagger Bartholomew has a hold on it. Bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, as they say. He's got a hold on it, but it's nothing. There's nothing in it. 4.91 Green needs to get. Surfer in white needs a 6.07. Jagger looking to improve on a 4.97. 2.5 minutes. So, yep, it's a tight heat again.
Priority's going to play a part here. So we've got the surfer in white needing to score, and he has first priority. So is Huey going to throw him a bone? And then you have the surfer in red with second priority, holding second position. So, you know, he knows he's nowhere near through this heat. He knows he's going to have to watch it, and he would be the one right now begging for the ocean to go flat.
And wanting that 2 minutes to go faster.
Yeah, faster. It can be the shortest or the longest 2 minutes of your life, as they say in a heat. But yeah, so it's game on when it comes to second position. I feel like Soli's performance has been right on the money with that 7.33 and a 6.27. A little bit of a slow start, but once he found his groove and his rhythm, I feel like he's been right on point. So it is going to be an exciting 1 minute 40 seconds for all these three surfers, because they look really good.
They're all good. They're all great surfers. They all deserve to get through.
100%. No easy heats in the QS.
Nah, not at this level. We'd love them all to get through, but it's not going to happen. Two will walk away disappointed. Two will advance. That's the name of the game. And there's movement in the lineup. The surfers are scouring the lineup for these waves, and we've got to take off here.
You can see Finn coming from behind the peak. So the surfer in red elected to let him go. So he was thinking, can I be sold on this wave? And he only needs a 4.91. I don't know if that is going to be enough to get that done. By the body language, I don't know. But that was a pretty professional and a pretty mature approach by the surfer in red, because the surfer in green there had third priority, and he had to make the call, Jager, to either go or not go. Yep. And he chose to, he didn't see the worth required, that 4.91 in that ride. So we'll see what the judges think. 30 seconds to go. And I love that.
He'll have his fingers crossed, toes crossed, going, oh, I've got to hear this score.
But yeah, 20 seconds on the clock. It is Soli Bailey, a stellar performance, and waiting on a score to lock in. The surfer in white still only needs a 6.07. Does he get another bite of the cherry? And there looks like a wave coming.
With priority.
He's kicking hard on this one, Steve.
He's having a good look at it, counting down.
Oh, I can't get into it.
Oh, there you go. So it looks like blue and red unofficially are going to get through that heat.
Yeah, I love that. And that was a real mature approach from the surfer in red, because he chose not to be sold on that wave. So we're going to throw up to a break. We'll be back very shortly for another exciting heat here at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 event at beautiful Boomerang Beach.
Welcome back to the live action here at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000, our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series for 2023. We are at South Boomerang. The wind has started to puff up, but conditions still more than providing the goods here at Boomerang. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Steve Robertson. How you going, Robbo?
I'm loving it. It's, the waves are small for sure, but they're performance driven. The bank's good and the surfers are attacking the waves. Often they're getting 4 or 5 manoeuvres, full manoeuvres on these waves, and the heats have been exceptionally close. They're all going down to the wire. So it's a battle out there, and we're having an entertaining day of high-level competitive World Surf League surfing. And here we go, we've got a surfer away. I'm not sure who it is. Just got to get my heat sheet out. Nice cut back on the end there.
Think that might be Connor Lyons in the green. Yeah, it sure is. He's looking for a 3.18 to move through at this stage. Still early days with 17.5 minutes remaining of the men's round of 64, heat number 11 in the water. Connor Lyons in the green, joined by Tim Bain in the white, Mikey Madonna in the red, and Hinata Azawa in the blue. What a great matchup. So the tide has turned. It's now on its way back out, Robbo.
Okay, and we're debating whether it's going to get better or worse, but the feeling is it's going to hold decent quality because there's a little bit stronger swell than yesterday. Yesterday we had those quiet moments as the tide ran out, but I don't think we're going to get those today because you can see those swell lines there. There's more energy in the water, and the surfers keep getting these fun runners on the end. Surfer in white, Tim Bain, is looking for a big finish here.
And answering back, that was Mikey Madonna in the red, just finishing off the man from Atlantic's Head. Well, Hinata Azawa using his priority on this one. Drives hard off the bottom, hits the lip. Looking for the second turn. Can he get a connection as this wave starts to fizzle out down the beach? Conditions have changed. It is a little tricky. Connor Lyons out the back on a great looking left-hander. He belts that first section straight into a second. Absolutely no downtime here for the competitor in the green. He's already opened up with a 4.5. We'll wait and see where the judges go with that one. But he will get another number on the board.
4.5 for Connor Lyons' opening ride. That's the best wave of the heat so far. Score to come.
This is the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Thanks to Camplify, Australia's largest van sharing community. Chasing swells has never been so easy. You can hire a camper van from the widest variety and cruise the coast, searching for the next set in style. Be sure to download the Camplify app today.
I promised I'd download that app last night, but I didn't. I was too tired, but I'm going to because it's such a great idea. It's another one of these create your own business opportunities for people that works so well, and full marks to Camplify for coming up with such a great idea.
Connor Lyons just surfed straight over that water photographer. He held his composure, didn't get put off.
Opened up the shoulders, some nice moves there, and hopefully the water photographer takes notice that, I better be careful out here and duck dive when I need to.
And 14.5 minutes remaining. We'll wait and see where those numbers get locked in, but at the moment it is Connor Lyons in the lead. Tim Bain in second, Mikey Madonna in third, and Hinata Azawa in fourth. Still plenty of opportunity out there in the lineup. These are our best Australian surfers here for that WSL Regional Qualifying Series, looking to qualify for the Challenger events. First being at Snapper, second being at North Narrabeen. What more of an incentive could you want, Robbo?
How exciting for these surfers, and exciting but also nervous moments for them as they try and make that cut into the Challenger Series. It's high stakes surfing, and we've just had the best wave of the heat caught by Connor Lyons, a 4.87 for that last ride where he navigated his way around the water photographer. But Connor Lyons has a 4.87 and a 4.5. So no significant scores on the board just yet. All surfers would be hoping for scores above the 5-point range. I feel like that's sort of the cut-off mark. but as the tide runs out, that may change. We will see. A lot of these heats, it seems to always happen in the last 10 minutes, not the first 10 minutes. I'm not sure why that is. They just must be adjusting to the conditions out there, finding their way. But a lot of the scores seem to come in those final 10 minutes.
Yeah, more often than not, I feel like it's the back half of the heat that's more entertaining, Robbo.
It is.
A lot more urgency in the surfers.
Well, they get all this information, and often the beach commentary they feed the information to them and they surf to what they need, and they know they need higher and higher scores. They find a way to get them, and that's how a lot of these heats have been playing out. That last heat, Solly Bailey was in 4th place up until the final 8 minutes, and then he unleashed with 2 great waves and took out the heat. Hopefully we hear from Solly shortly.
Looking in the water, we have Tim Bain flying down the line. Belts that first section, not able to get the second. I'm sure the new support riders are tuning on in, cheering on their surfer in the white, Tim Bain. He's only looking for a 4.35, sorry, to move on into second place at this stage, with just under 12 minutes on the clock. It is 12:30 here in New South Wales, just about lunchtime, Robbo.
Mad Max time.
It certainly is Mad Max time. Thanks to Mad Max, our proud partner. They have partnered with Surfing New South Wales again across the entire New South Wales Pro Surf Series to help share their passion for healthy Mexican food and to make people aware of their sponsorship program. And well, on the screen there, if you scan that QR code, you can grab yourself 2-for-1 burritos.
How good a deal's that?
I don't think you can get a better deal there, Robbo.
2 for 1.
They are absolutely delicious. You can either eat 2 to yourself, share it, or maybe put it in the fridge and eat 1 for lunch tomorrow.
You can do that. You can eat it for dinner.
Breakfast, lunch and dinner burritos.
You can. Healthy, fresh. As we speak, we've had our Mad Max delivered.
Mikey Madonna floats over that section. Can he get the connection? The man from Lennox Head looking to move on through the next round. He's an excellent young surfer. He's been around for a fair while now. Or what seems like a fair while. He's still quite young.
I think that's the best wave of the heat so far. I like that wave. There was good connection, good flow of moves. He floated that first section to get around and put himself in a really good position to reel off some nice moves. We've got a replay of it here, so let's watch closely. Sizable wave, has to float this section, very functional move, and then nice move in the pocket. And the wave stands up on the inside, has more to give. And Mike Madonna looking for the good finish, and he gets it, rides out of it. I think it's the best wave.
There it is, a 5.17 last the red. Mikey Madonna shoots into second place, now chasing a 4.2 to take first. And Connor Lyons in the green in first place with that 4.87 and a 4.5. Just under 10 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time for these surfers to get moving.
And there's nothing in it.
Absolutely nothing between first and fourth.
Yep. So it's another heat that's going to go down to the wire. This is heat number 11, so we're powering through it.
It's pretty windy. Surfing New South Wales crew trying to batten down the hatches, holding onto that VISSLA tent. And look at them go. They do an amazing job, the Surfing New South Wales crew. It would not be possible without them. Working hard behind the scenes to keep this event alive.
Good news is this wind will keep pushing the swell. It's not blowing it the other way. It's an onshore wind, so you can expect the swell to keep giving, especially with winds this strong. So that's good news. A little tougher for the surfers, but the bank's so good that it handles the onshore wind without a problem.
It's not bad news for the surfers, but I feel like that event crew would be they'd prefer that wind not to have shown up this morning.
Yeah.
A beautiful shot there of North Boomerang. We are in the southern corner. We have a look at the north corner there. Not much happening, Robbo.
Isn't it the most obvious name for this beach, Boomerang Beach? It's just shaped that beautiful way. It has a north and south headland, a curve in the beach, and it is the classic Boomerang coastline. And that whole entire stretch of beach gets banks. Here we go, surfer in white, Tim Bain. That wave's not going to deliver, so he's out of there. He's under priority, so he's just scouring the lineup. Earlier in the day, we saw Nathan Hedge absolutely use surf under priority superbly. And this is a good wave for our surfer in red. I dare say he may go to the lead after that wave. Let's see what they give.
Mikey Madonna, he is looking sharp and fired up as we watch the Destination New South Wales wave replay. Beautiful first turn. He's looking for the second. Couple of slashes into the pocket and he manages to get the connection. Throws everything into that last section. And nothing too critical, but it will be enough to take him to first place. The last of red is 6. And Mikey Madonna in the lead.
Yep. He has the 2 highest scoring waves of the heat, so that is really significant. Mike McDonough with a 6 and a 5.17. He's out in front with 11.17. I'd suggest he's comfortably in the lead, but yeah, it can change pretty quick in these heats. But with the 2 highest scoring rides of the heat, every chance he's going to progress out of this heat. He'll be still super keen to try and build on his scores though. Connor Lyons in second, a 4.87, a 4.5, needs a 6.3 to go to first, but more importantly we'll be looking to get rid of that 5.5 as his second wave score. Surfer in blue has a 4.57, needs a 4.181, and the surfer in white probably has the most work to do. He needs a 6.04 to try and get to second, or he may look to try and get 2 waves and get rid of those 2 3-point rides. Just under 6 minutes remaining.
The surfer in red on screen just waving his hand in the air, trying to hear the beach announcer. With this onshore wind, it means that the sound isn't projecting as well out to those competitors.
And if you've got water in your ears, it's that much harder again. And when it's on shore, that's often the case. So, but Johnny Rickson with the sound gear, he'll be making sure they get the scores.
Here we go, surfer in white, scratching into this one, late drop. Timmy Bain belts that first section, straight into the second, puts it up there and not able to ride out of that last turn. So I feel like that's not going to be the 6.04 that he is chasing. He'll paddle back out, make the reset with 5 minutes on the clock. Will he get another opportunity?
Yeah, 5 minutes is plenty of time, but maybe it's slowed up a bit and he's in 4th priority. So he's going to have to surf a smart heat to get through this. There's work to be done for the surfer in white. Surfer in blue holding priority. He knows he needs a 4.81. So he'll be wanting to use that priority to his absolute best advantage to try and move up into second or first. So plenty to play out here.
We are at the beautiful Boomerang Beach, just south of Foster. And well, look at that front coming on through. There's a heap of rain in that, Robbo. Look at the wind too.
Yep. Fortunately, that headland's giving a little bit of protection, but not a lot, and that's why the whole event site's shaking at the moment.
Even the PA sound system. Yep. With just under 4 minutes on the clock, it is Mikey Madonna from Lennox in the lead, Connor Lyons in second, Hinata Azawa in third, and Timmy Bain in 4th. As we see a wave hit the lineup, who is going to take off? It is the surfer in blue, Hinata Azawa, with first priority, and he is going to use it up on his backhand. Cracks that first turn, straight up into a second. He's chasing a 4.81. What are your thoughts there, Steve?
I don't think he'll get it. I mean, he's doing whitewater moves now. no fault of his own, but it looked like it was the right wave to take off on. He used his priority on it, but the wave didn't deliver for him. He did everything in his power to try and get the score. But personally, I don't think so, but I'm not sure.
I'm on the same page with that one. I just feel like there wasn't quite enough in those 2 turns.
Yeah. This is this is a lot harder day to judge for some reason. I'm finding it hard to get my head around the scores.
That's why we're in here and not in the judging panel.
Exactly. Our focus is on the story and on the commentary as well. So we're not focused on getting the succinct score right down. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be enough for him, and we will see. 2.5 minutes remaining, and again, significance in the priority situation. Those surfers in first and second are also holding first and second priority. So that's going to make it that much more harder for blue and white to get through this heat.
Yeah, this is where it gets important for those competitors in first and second, and also in first and second priority, to really just shut the door on those competitors in third and fourth, especially with 2 minutes on the clock. The surfer in red waving his hand in the air again. He's wanting that update. He wants to know where the situation is. As green has a look. Will Connor Lyons use his priority? No, he's let blue go. Hinata Azawa just to close out. So surfer in green, smart choice there. He spotted that was going to close out.
Here's our surfer in white. He's chasing a big score, and that wave is not going to give him the 6-point ride he's after. With 1.5 minutes remaining.
This is our first stop of the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. The Pro Surf Series is a part of a strong year-round calendar of surfing events along with the New South Wales coast, and is a highlight on the New South Wales events calendar. So thanks to Destination New South Wales for allowing the series to go ahead in this beautiful state. Connor Lyons is going to town on that one. He needs a 6.3 to take first, or he needs better than a 4.5 to increase his second place position and increase the requirement for third and fourth. 45 seconds.
I'm not sure. There's some strong moves there.
Well, the rain has started to kick back in again. Will he improve on his situation? There it is, a 4.87, so improved on the 4.5 ever so slightly, but makes things harder for third and fourth. Hinata Azawa now chasing a 5.2. Tim Bain chasing a 6.34, but time may be the enemy with just over 15 seconds on the clock. Heat number 11 of the men's round of 64.
And we get to the countdown with just 5 seconds remaining. It'll be red and green progressing. There is our heat winner, Mikey Madonna. Impressive performance.
And just a shout out to everyone viewing right now. The next heat has gone on hold, but stay tuned for all the live updates with World Surf League. And we will cut to a short commercial break and see you back here shortly.
It's a beautiful day. Huge thanks to Surfing New South Wales for getting out there, not only communicating with people about why it's important to not use single-use plastic, but how easy it can be to transition and stop it and swap it.
We're basically down here to showcase how we are reducing our plastic footprint through all things like keep cups and reusable water bottles and our beautiful toggles, which we use instead of cable ties.
We've invested in about 100 water bottles and keep cups. We've distributed to the whole team. You know, everyone's so passionate about this program and so enthusiastic to be a part of it.
We're doing our bit to give surfers a cleaner ocean and save the environment for a better future.
Welcome back to the live action here at Boomerang for the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000. Our first stop on the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. My name is Britt Nicol, joined in the booth with Adam Hennessy. Thanks for joining us, Dimmy. We had a bit of a break.
Yeah, we sure did, but now we're into it as we see the surfer in white up and right in. So there was a bit of a, storm front that pulsed on through down there on the beach. We're located not on the beach, but yeah, the powers that be sort of just had a little bit of a break. Everyone took a breath and still waves. It looks like it's fun out there. Actually, it looks like now, Britt, that wind has backed off again because that storm front came through, brought a lot of wind with it. But yeah, we are game on and we're looking forward to a big afternoon of action at the WSL QS 3000 event as we see Axel Carota up and right in. Nice looking wave, nice first turn and leans into that second manoeuvre. So the young man from down at my beach up and into it for his first ride. So this is going to be a crack of a heat up. Wow, look at the talent. Caius King out there in the red, Arch Curtis in the white, Ash Jenner in the green and Axel Carota in the blue. 20-minute heat, so we've still got quite a few of the men's to do and then we'll be into the women to round out the afternoon. So 8 heats of women's round of 48. We've got all the guns ablazing as we see Axel up and right in, sort of setting up that inside corner. So 2 nice moves, nice way to start for the young natural footer. And it looks like Ash Jenner, who was really impressive yesterday in his performance levels as well, Brett.
He was. He's been in fine form. Hopefully he can find that momentum and just continue his way through this event. It's going to be a hard ask though. We are into a pretty solid round of surfing with this men's round of 64. Talking of top seeds, Caius King floats over that section, just doesn't quite stick it.
Now, talk about the reaction of the surfers. You had a bit of a break in play there where you had 20 minutes. Does that come into play when you're trying to sort of mentally trying to get yourself ready to go for your heat and all of a sudden there's a drama? Some people, I think, it would work in their favour. Others, I think, it might play, not a negative, but it could have an effect in the way they set up their actual heat themselves. So here we go. It looks like surfer up. Would you mind that, or you wouldn't care?
I think surfing's one of those sports that's
got to adapt.
Naturally you have to adapt. It's Mother Nature. You can never predict the conditions. Like it is one of those sports where you do have to be versatile in that and just adapt to the situation. But I do feel like some competitors, they are so structured in their routine and they're ready to hit the water, and if that just gets thrown out the window for a minute, so does their game plan. So it's just trying to readapt that situation. And I feel like though some surfers, it plays an advantage, and some of these competitors in the water might have actually liked that situation. The waves have started to pulse again. I feel like there's a little bit more swell on this bank, and like you said, the wind has tapered off a bit.
Yeah, it's incredible when you think about athletes worldwide in all different kinds of sports, how they have their little setups and their little things that they do. If you think of someone like, Rafa in tennis, they say if you move his water bottle an inch away from where it normally sits, he freaks out. So yeah, maybe it does come into play when it comes to different kind of, their thought process. Some guys might not like it, but we are back into it, and it's good to see these waves have really cleaned up too, Brett. I feel like, that rain squall might actually clean up the lineup, and yes, we had an improving conditions when the actual tide was running out.
And it's doing the same today. And well, we're just talking about that, Dimmy, with like what you just going back to what you were talking about with the strategy before a heat. Things change. You've got to be able to adapt. I feel like it's not just a mindset thing. Like for these surfers, they've probably done warm-ups on the beach. Their body started to cool down. Like 20 minutes is a long time if you're already prepped and ready to go, and then you're like, oh hey, wait a minute, now we've got to wait another 20 minutes.
Yeah, you don't want to have to.
Do you warm up, or do you just kind of chill?
I was going to say that 20 minutes is a big warm-up. That's probably the longest I've exercised in my life, let alone having to do that naturally. But yeah, like it does play, like I was thinking about it during that break, how would these 4 guys sort of have to adapt to that? But yeah, everyone's in the same boat, but for some people it's going to be easier than others, as we see Axel up and riding. Opened up with 5.50, and that was an incomplete, but yeah, cracker heat. heat number 12, the round 64. No easy heats at the QS level, but we've seen some amazing performances today. The likes of Reef Hazelwood lit the joint up. There was Oscar Berry. Just so many good performances have been laid down. Morgan Siblick, just to name a few, and we've still got, I think, 4 amazing heats to transpire as we head towards the back end of this round, and then we're going to be into the women's, and then we're going to see some big names sort of roll into the draw there as well. So what an exciting afternoon at the Camplify Great Lakes Pro QS 3000 event, and part of the New South Wales VISSLA Pro Surf Series for 2023. This is the first event of a 4-event series, and it's just rapid fire when it comes to the QSs in Oz at the moment there, Brett.
It is. They are back to back, and it's great to have VISSLA back on board for the QS leg this year. VISSLA has partnered with Surfing New South Wales on QS events over the past 4 years. I feel like this is one of the favourite stops on that VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series, Dimmy.
From an athlete point of view, definitely. They all love it because the waves are always good. No matter how big or small, there's just so many good banks out there. And it's so great to have VISSLA a part of this series. I know how passionate John and all the staff at VISSLA are when it comes to developing you know, a program that can really help the next generation get to where they want to get, as we see Caius King up and riding, flying down the line. Now he gets into the open face. Nice little kick on that first turn, comes around, jams away again, and that's going to be his best wave so far. But he, very similar to we spoke earlier about someone like Solly Bailey. He's got so much skill set. He's going to want to offload both of these scores if he's going to progress on through. But a nice start, just trying to find that groove, that rhythm, because there was a bit of downtime for these guys before they went out. So maybe they were all psyched up and then had to take a chill pill and reset again. Right now it is Axel Crotter in the lead with a 5.50, so that is the best wave. Last wave of Caius was a 4.83, and we have Surfing White with a 4 and a 2.07, so early doors yet, Brett, but I feel like you say early doors and all of a sudden you're like 4 minutes to go. These heats are so incredibly stacked, and they go, the pace these athletes are setting is incredible.
It is, and who is going to scratch into this one? Blue and white splitting the peak. We're going to go with Archer Curtis, just unfortunately burying the rail on that one. He was looking for a 2.61 to take first, but not able to get that turn in. Just under 12 minutes on the clock. This is our men's round of 64, heat number 12. Coming up next in heat number 13, what another cracker of a heat. Geordie Lawler, Thomas Cravallo, Ty Richardson and Arch Whiteman.
Wow, Geordie coming off a huge win at the Tweed Coast Pro. Of course, multiple wins on the QS in his career. He had a huge win at Manly a couple of years ago as well. So very dangerous, has quite a bit of experience now on the World Championship Tour as well. So coming into this event in stellar form, and that, as you said, is going to be another heat not to miss for sure. But right now, 11 minutes to go, and it's priority out there with the surfer in green, so that is Ash Jenner has priority as a 2.13 and a 1.50, so looking to offload those two scores to get this thing started. We love to get a good thing started, as we see the surfer in white, Arch Curtis up. That's the name of the song. Good way to start the day.
Well, we're halfway through the day. It's 1 o'clock.
We are. We're going to be here till about 5:30. Yes. Oh, the Mad Max. Wow. That good. I loved it. Had another burrito for lunch. And I'll probably take one home and have it for dinner as well. So thanks to Mad Max for really supporting this series. As we see, the last wave of the Surfing White was enough to put him into first, but such is the state of play in this heat. There's so much time. We're only halfway through, and the only real score of substance so far is a 5.50. That is the best wave of the heat, and that is the surfer in blue, Axel Carrotta.
Tricky conditions out here at Boomerang. The outgoing tide. You think it's going to get better, Dimmy?
Yeah, 100%. I think it's going to get better. I love the fact that that sort of rain came in, and for that, you know, a couple of heats leading into that big front that came across. It felt like that the waves were starting to really chatter up and there was a lot of wind on the face, but it seems like it's backed off now. We're sort of back to where we were an hour and a half ago, and you can bet your life these guys will attack every section with fury, fist of fury, as they say. So exciting, and it's only going to get better and better in the next 2 days as we round out this event. So if you are able to get online, it's a midweeker, but let me tell you, it's worth just staying online and watching some of the best surfers in the world do their thing.
Here goes Kai's King. Cracks that first section, looking for the section, drifts the tail. He is from Byron Bay. He's a massive part of that team that won the ABB just recently, Byron Bay Board Riders.
There you go. Strong club.
They are a very strong club.
I was really willing them on because one of my favourite surfers of all time, one of the nicest people I've ever met in the industry. I met him when I first sort of started in the industry 25 years ago, was Danny Wills. Didn't see Willsy competing. He has one of the silkiest styles I've ever seen, and to see Willsy back in a jersey and to see the passion on his face, and it was great to see. And you know, they always said that Byron was sort of, you know, there but not there, and it would be good to see them jump into that sort of formula with that event, and they certainly did. And look at the calibre of surfers. They've got Solly Bailey, Dakota Waters, Kai's King. They've got so many good surfers in their ranks, so good on them. Kai's King locks in a 5.8, and there he goes, straight to first position. And what I loved about that wave, that second turn, how much drift he got on that sort of inside runner. So showing his wares right now, Britt Nickel.
It was a 5.6 there, Dimmy, and you might need to go to Specsavers.
Oh, yeah. That's it. It's the glare from this light in here.
Yeah, sure it is.
Normally you don't have those lights just shining down
I didn't
us.
pull you up on it earlier. You did it with the 4.63 as well.
There you go.
Mistaking the 6 for an 8, but that's okay. That's what I'm here for.
That's what happens when you're 51.
Are you 51?
Yeah, I'm getting old.
Oh.
7.5 minutes to go, and it is right now the Surfing Red in the lead. In second is White. White needs a 6.23 to go up into our first. Axel Crotter needs 1.50 to go up, so very tight between second, third and fourth. And Ash Jenner doesn't need a lot as well. So for Ash, he's just patiently waiting for that opportunity. And like we said, all these heats are stacked. And yeah, stop one for the VISSLA New South Wales Pro Surf Series. I was trying to work out who won last year's series for the men and the women's. I can tell you what's excited me for the afternoon session is to see the #1 ranked junior surfer in the world take to the lineup, Jarvis Earl, and he's not only the #1 junior in the world, he's actually ranked #1 in the QS for this series of events.
I believe he's the heat after next.
Yep.
Be
So I'll be on. I'll be frothing. Get the bib out. He's had such a big, like, to be honest, his last 6 to 8 months, he's just exploded.
He has.
He won the
smile in
QS.
the game too.
Yeah. He gets that from, you know, all the boys down Cronulla, just the Luke Madden crew.
Yeah, Luke Madden, I'm sure he's tuning in. Mr. Surfing New South Wales.
Yeah, it's good to see. It's sort of, Jarvis reminds me a lot of someone like Robbo, like Jack Robbo, where as a junior rider, he was very selective in what he did, which was impressive because a lot of juniors, they just want to compete. Jarvis wasn't, I felt like, wasn't in that bubble. He sort of was selective in what he wanted to do, but once he decided to pull the pin on his career and really have a crack, he just exploded. And I'm sure in the next 4 or 5 years, there's big things coming that kid's way for sure. 5.5 to go.
At the moment, it is Kai's King in the red in the lead with a 5.6 and a 4.63. This man here, Ash Jenner, in the green. He's in 4th place looking for a 4.87, and that's not going to be the number that he's searching for. With just over 5 minutes on the clock. Blue having a look. Axel Crotter using priority on this one. Opts to go left, puts it up there. End again for a second. Can he ride out of it? He gets to completion, so he's chasing a 1.5. Safe to say he's got that, Dimmy.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get that, and that was interesting because it was sort of a split peak situation where he could have gone the right or the left, and he decided to go the backhand. He's very strong with that backhand whip and got that ball nice and vertical. I think if he got one more turn in that score, could have been, you know, right up there towards his best weight. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the judges think. There it is, a 4.13. So yeah, a nice two-turn combination puts him into second position. Serving White now needs a 5.63 and a 7.50 required by Green. So Axel pulling the pin and really nicely judged those two turns.
He saw the opportunity and he went for it. He waited patiently with priority as well. He only needed to replace that 1.5. So smart play there from the man in the blue as he looks at this one as well. Under priority, he's just staying nice and busy and he's got a steeper section ahead of him.
Yeah, definitely. So we've seen this play out a few times today, Britt, where guys without priority and just sort of working that inside. We saw Nathan Hedge put on an absolute clinic in that situation where without priority he basically took the two best waves of the heat. So Axel trying to build on that 4.13. He spent a lot of 2022 on the road, and for a young guy I think he got a lot of experience out of that. I know he spent like months over there at Uluwatu in Bali just sort of refining his attack. And yeah, I think that for all these surfers, their ability to travel now back on the road and especially in good waves has really helped them fire up for their QS campaign. So they believe in their ability, and like I said, he spent months away last year having some fun, as you do as a young guy, but also surfing some really fun waves over there in Bali.
Something you just touched on there, Dimmy, just believing in his ability. It was something that Sarah Baum mentioned earlier today in one of her post-heat interviews, just getting to that stage where you actually believe you can do it. I think once a surfer hits that stage, they're very dangerous. They end up with all the confidence in the world, and it's just a matter of time before they connect the final dots.
Yeah, that whole belief system plays such a critical part, you know, like the guys down where Axel's from, he's got some good mentors, guys like Richie Lovett and former World Tour surfer Dayan Neve, you know, like these guys will go back to Dayan and have a chat and sort of feed off what his experiences over the years. And I remember when he came on tour, the first thing he said was that, from a standpoint that people believed in him. And then he got that belief in himself. So I think it's a big thing to have a really good support crew for a younger generation. But yeah, right now he's in second position, but he's got two guys just behind him who have been absolutely firing. Ash Jenner yesterday, very impressive. Arch Curtis, big raps on that kid too. So this is a really good heat. Caius King with that 5.6 and a 4.83 holds the first place by the barest of margins, Brett.
Just watching surfers in the water wave their hands in the air, looking for an update from the beach announcer. It must be tricky out there with that onshore wind. And there he goes, the surfer in the blue, just trying to get a situation update. He's in second place with 1.5 minutes on the clock. Will there be an opportunity for White and Green? I feel like it's the surfer in white, Archer Curtis, chasing that 5.63 that might be dangerous.
Yeah, I think as a surfer in this Mad Next Minute too, I think that the other thing is priority. You can see the surfer in blue, he has second priority in the lineup, so he's going to have to be very, very switched on when it comes to what he wants to take, as we see the surfer in green. Ash Jenner taking that way, but yeah, with second priority, now he has first priority. He holds the aces when it comes to, what he's thinking. So is he going to go and sit on the surfer in white? As a coach, I'd be telling him to do exactly that, because Arch Curtis is so strong, he can get that score easily. So right now, for Caius, he's in first, and he's trying to get some information out of the panel on the beach, but with that wind, it could be a little bit difficult. But yeah, right now, it is the guy in second with first priority, and that means he sort of holds all the aces. As we see the surfer in white, he let him go, so that was mature, because I didn't feel like that wave was going to offer up much anyway. So at this stage, we'll have to see if any scores really have made a difference, but with 15 seconds to go, it looks like Caius King is going to get the job done, and it is going to be at Axel Carrotta getting on through as well. So another heat. Interesting as we see the surfer in green up and riding. Need the 7.5. I don't think that's going to be enough. Well, we're going to throw over the highlights. I've been told it is going to be the last heat of the day, so they've decided that with better conditions coming our way, Brett, that we're going to run on through, and the weather is pretty fragile out there, so the powers that be have pulled the pin for today. We're going to be back first thing tomorrow morning. We've had a great day of action, and we're going to throw off to a highlight package and wish everyone all the best for the afternoon, and see you bright and early, Brett.
I'll be here.
I'm here. You're here.
you.